Chapter 386. In a moment of desperation, the two of them could only throw out a few attacks in an attempt to restrain the red-robed man. However, the red-robed man ignored their attacks because of his powerful cultivation. He quickly rushed toward Lin Xian. With a slap, a bloody palm appeared in the sky, carrying a pungent smell of blood. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. The great dragon sword in his body surged, ready to attack at any moment. The other two were at the late harmonious spirit realm, while he was only at the early harmonious spirit realm. Naturally, the red-robed man thought that he was the weakest. However, if someone really thought so, they would be gravely mistaken. Lin Xian could see that the red-robed man did not use his full strength in this attack. His eyes flashed as he found a flaw in the attack and stabbed out with his sword. The long sword was like a dragon. A terrifying sword intent gushed out like an angry dragon roaring, causing people's hearts to tremble. Puff! The thick sea of blood was split apart and scattered to the sides. The huge bloody palm in the sky was also pierced with a terrifying sword mark. The great dragon sword intent was crazily destroying everything. Clang! The broken autumn scar sword hit the red-robed man's palm, creating countless sparks. Waves of energy quickly spread out in all directions. Lin Xian felt a strong impact. He quickly used the silver lightning body to resist this force. Chi-chi! His body slid for more than 10 meters before stopping. The red-robed man was also surprised. Although that sword strike didn't injure him, it caused his palm to ache faintly. An early harmonious spirit realm brat was able to make him feel pain. This was impossible. In the distance, the white-robed woman and the middle-aged man were shocked. Lin Xian's strength was beyond their expectations. That attack just now, even they could not do better than Lin Xian. It seemed like there was a great chance for him to escape this time. The green-armored man clenched his fist. Interesting. It seems like I have underestimated you. The red-robed man slowly moved his palm and said. Lin Xian's heart sank. That terrifying sword attack did not hurt the red-robed man. This gave him a new understanding of spirit transformation realm warriors. Of course, he didn't use his full strength in that strike. At least, he only used 50% of his 70% sword intent. What a shocking sword intent. It seems like it's around 50%. If I let you continue to grow, you'll be in danger. The red-robed man's eyes were gloomy. I love killing geniuses like you the most. Attack together. The azure-armored man shouted. A long spear appeared in his hand, and his aura erupted like a flash flood. The spear pierced out like a dragon emerging from the sea with a majestic momentum. On the other side, the white-clothed woman activated the ancient mirror in her hand with all her strength, shooting out a white light beam that was as thick as a mountain. Lin Xian activated his 50% sword intent, and sword chi swept out in all directions. Every sword strike contained a powerful killing intent. The long spear, the ancient mirror, and the sword chi quickly rushed towards the red-robed man in the center. Boundless blood sea. The red-robed man raised his hands to the sky, and a red ball of energy appeared on his body and quickly spread out. Boom! Crimson waves of blood surged, and all the attacks that hit them were quickly dissolved. In the blood sea, arc-shaped ripples appeared, forming a powerful suction force that seemed to want to devour people. Lin Xian used the dragon rebel step, and his figure was like a ghost as he quickly dodged. However, the blood sea seemed to have no boundaries, and it kept chasing after him. Windslayer. He used his eye technique to find the weak point, and the sword chi that was like a gale tore open a crack. In the other two directions, the white-clothed woman and azure-armored man also narrowly avoided the attacks. No, he's too strong. The white-clothed woman's face was slightly pale. That attack just now was just a casual attack from the red-robed man, and the three of them had to use all their strength to dodge it. It couldn't be helped. Although the spirit transformation realm and the harmonious spirit realm only had a difference of one word, the gap between them was huge. After entering the spirit transformation realm, the harmonious spirit realm couldn't compare with the heaven and earth spiritual energy. Try this move, Blood Sea Spirit Transformation. The red-robed man seemed to be toying with the three of them. He waved his hand, and red spiritual energy shot out. Suddenly, countless demonic beasts appeared in the blood sea. They had all kinds of forms, and they were ferocious and terrifying. Boom! 100 zhang long blood python rushed towards the white-clothed woman, bringing with it terrifying winds and clouds. A giant elephant as big as a mountain rushed towards the azure-armored man. A 10-meter-tall, four-armed demonic bear rushed towards Lin Xian. The scene was terrifying, as if a real demonic beast was reborn. This was the ability of the spirit transformation realm. They could use their own spiritual energy to transform into other demonic beasts, unlike the harmonious spirit realm who could only squander their spiritual energy. These should be the demonic beasts he killed before. Winelord said. What? Lin Xian was shocked. So many powerful demonic beasts, and they were all killed. He was on full alert, not daring to be careless. A great battle broke out, and the sky was filled with dazzling lights. The four-armed black bear's every attack was comparable to a late harmonious spirit realm warrior, and its strength was boundless. An ordinary harmonious spirit realm warrior would have been killed long ago. Lin Xian also relied on his nimble movement technique to deal with it. At this moment, the power of the art of longevity was finally displayed. This mysterious technique that he had been cultivating since the beginning was now displaying its formidable power. Under the effect of the art of longevity, Lin Xian felt that his absorption of spiritual energy in the surroundings had increased. This speed was far beyond what a harmonious spirit realm warrior could achieve. After entering the harmonious spirit realm, the quality of a technique was reflected in the absorption of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. The faster the absorption, not only would the warrior be able to maintain a powerful combat strength, but the power of each attack would also increase. This unknowingly increased the warrior's combat strength. Normally, a warrior with a high-level technique would be able to crush a warrior with a low-level technique. As for Lin Xian's art of longevity, it was likely that even an Earth-class cultivation method would not be able to compare to it. Boom! With a slash of his sword, the green sword Qi turned into a ferocious giant dragon, coiling around the four-armed black bear. Transformation. The red-robed man was shocked. No, this isn't a transformation technique of a spirit transformation realm warrior. Maybe it's a special technique. The red-robed man shook his head, but the power of his attack still shocked him. Although Lin Xian's cultivation was the lowest among the three, it seemed that his strength was the most terrifying. The white-robed woman and the green-armored man were only able to fight to a draw with the blood sea beast, but Lin Xian was able to suppress it. Lin Xian not only had a mystical technique like the art of longevity, but also an offensive saint technique like the great dragon sword seal, which could transform into anything. In the eyes of outsiders, it was simply a technique of a spirit transformation realm warrior. The giant green dragon coiled around the four-armed black bear, preventing it from moving. Lin Xian jumped up and quickly slashed out with the green cloud sword art. The sword Qi of the cloud-slashing sword was incomparably ethereal. A fine sword flew out like a white cloud. Puff! 2 arms that were like heavenly pillars were chopped off and fell into the blood sea, stirring up thousands of waves. Sudden thunder. In the sky above, silver lightning fell, forming a 6-pointed formation, and suddenly crashed down. Roar! The blood sea demonic bear was struck by the lightning, and its bloody body quickly melted. It was originally formed by blood Qi, so it was innately afraid of lightning. In a flash, the giant demonic bear turned into a pool of blood. Humph! The red-robed man snorted and withdrew the blood sea beast. Chapter 387. They had seen Lin Xian's performance just now, and it was indeed amazing. However, although they were amazed, they did not feel inferior. They also had their own martial techniques. What tricks are you trying to play now? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. It's easy to kill you, but before that, I'll let you watch a good show. The red-robed man sneered. Then, the 3-headed vermilion bloodbird beside him walked out. Jejia, it's time to eat. The 3-headed vermilion bloodbird cried excitedly. The head in the middle kept turning, and its body emitted a fiery red light. He first targeted the 5-colored peacock. As soon as he opened his head, the surrounding spiritual energy rolled and quickly formed a huge fireball. This strange bird can control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It's really powerful. Lin Xian frowned. A red light flashed, and the fireball in the sky rushed toward the five-colored peacock with a terrifying heat wave. How dare you! The white-robed lady struck out with her palm, and the fireball was blown away. The three-headed vermilion blood bird cried angrily, and its wings flapped rapidly, forming an endless flame. If you don't want to die right now, then stay here until you die. The red-robed man stomped his foot, forming a blood-red prison that pressed down on the white-robed lady. The white-robed lady struggled with all her might, but she couldn't break free. Now, let's enjoy it. Lin Xian was silent. The red-robed man was obviously training the three-headed vermilion bloodbird. However, this gave Lin Xian a chance. During this time, Wine Lord could find a flaw in the formation. As long as they could find it, they would be able to escape with their strength. The three-headed vermilion blood bird spread its wings and flew in circles in the sky like a burning flame. With an ear-piercing cry, it turned into a fiery red light and rushed down. Next to it were fireballs that looked like a rain of fire. Perhaps a harmonious spirit realm warrior would not be able to withstand such power. The five-colored peacock emitted a green light, forming a natural barrier in front of it, blocking all the fireballs. At the same time, the feathers on its body were like eyes in the sky, shooting out dark green light. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Like thousands of divine spears in the sky, the attack was enough to kill a harmonious spirit realm warrior 1,000 times over. Crack! The three vermilion bloodbirds were as fast as lightning. Their sharp claws were comparable to precious weapons as they tore through the void. Lin Xian was surprised. These two demonic beasts were much stronger than ordinary harmonious spirit realm warriors. He couldn't help but worry about the little white monkey. He never knew what the monkey's bottom line was, and he didn't know if the little white monkey could withstand the attack of the three-headed vermilion bloodbird. However, the snow-white little monkey's face was filled with excitement. There was no trace of fear on its face. It seemed to have sensed Lin Xian's emotions and patted Lin Xian's shoulder with its furry little paw, looking as if it could do it. Lin Xian was so angry that he laughed. He rubbed the little white monkey's head and continued to watch the battle. In the sky, the two strange beasts turned into two streaks of red and green light. They kept colliding, creating countless sparks in the sky. In the end, the three crimson bloodbirds spat out a palm-sized purple flame, which pierced through the five-colored peacock's green barrier. As soon as the flames appeared, the void distorted. Plop! The five-colored peacock fell beside the white-robed woman, its body trembling non-stop. Clearly, it was severely injured. Anan! The white-robed woman cried out in alarm. She struggled to break free and quickly held the five-colored peacock tightly. Fortunately, the five-colored peacock was only burned. Its life was not in danger. The white-robed woman sighed. She knew that it wasn't because the five-colored peacock was weak, but because it hadn't fully matured yet. A fully matured five-colored peacock would be able to unleash the five-colored divine light that could wipe out everything in the world. The one in her hand could only unleash one type of divine light at the moment. After defeating the five-colored peacock, the three crimson bloodbirds set their eyes on the golden lion. Roar! The golden lion let out a low roar. It leaped and arrived in front of the three crimson bloodbirds in an instant. Its sharp claws were even more terrifying than the sword energy and blade light. It directly grabbed the head of the bird. Swoosh! The three crimson bloodbirds turned into a streak of flame and nimbly dodged the attack. Boom! The ground cracked, creating a terrifying crack that spread far and wide. The fiery red light shone. The three crimson bloodbirds spread their wings and dived down. Under its control, the purple flame appeared in the sky again. The void distorted. A flame that could kill a late harmonious spirit realm expert flew toward the golden lion. Lin Xian could feel the terrifying heat even from afar. He was afraid that even his silver lightning body might not be able to withstand it. It's worthy of being a legendary beast. It has such strength at such a young age. How enviable. Lin Xian took a deep breath and asked, Wine Lord, have you found the flaw? It will take some time. I can only rely on your soul power to sense it. The efficiency is very low, Wine Lord explained. Lin Xian could only wait patiently. He looked at the courtyard again. The golden lion remained motionless. The moment the purple flame fell, it quickly leaped to the side. Boom! A terrifying crater was formed on the ground. The bottom of the crater couldn't be seen. The golden lion's body emitted a golden light. The vertical lines on its forehead emitted an endless amount of light. A power that made people's hearts palpitate appeared out of thin air. An illusory door appeared behind it. It was pitch black, like the door to hell. Could this lion be? The red-robed man looked at the pitch-black door. A trace of shock appeared on his face. He seemed to have thought of something, but he wasn't sure. Impossible. How could such a beast appear here? Maybe it's just its descendant. The red-robed man denied his idea. He thought that it was just the descendant of an ancient beast. Although it had the power of bloodline, it wasn't strong. Even so, its power was enough to kill any harmonious spirit realm expert. The three-headed vermilion bloodbird looked cautious. Its fiery red eyes stared at the door. Its two heads trembled slightly as if they were about to wake up. The vertical lines on the golden lion's forehead emitted a dazzling light, as if it was about to open at any moment. The pitch-black door behind it was also trying to open. The green-armored man was nervous. This golden lion hadn't grown up yet. If it rashly activated its third eye, there would be terrible consequences. On the other side, the red-robed man didn't want the other two heads to wake up too early. Therefore, he quickly stopped the battle. The green-armored man heaved a sigh of relief and called back the golden lion. The three-headed crimson bloodbird also let out a low cry with dissatisfaction. However, it did not continue to fight with the golden lion. It turned its head and looked at the little white monkey. This time, a hint of disdain could be seen in its eyes. The other two also looked at the little white monkey with worry in their eyes. In their opinion, the snow-white monkey didn't show any signs of abnormality. It probably couldn't withstand the attack of the three-headed vermilion bloodbird. The little white monkey, on the other hand, had an excited look on its face as it waved its furry little paws and performed its self-created monkey fist. With a stomp of its feet, it flew out like a snowball. The three-headed vermilion bloodbird let out a dissatisfied cry and opened its mouth to spit out a red fireball. Chapter 388. However, Snow White Little Who made a face in the air, and then slowly dodged. Whoosh! The little monkey disappeared into thin air and reappeared in front of the three-headed vermilion bird. Boom! Its furry paw slapped the three-headed vermilion bird's head. The head in the middle was stunned and felt dizzy for a moment. Woogie woogie! The little white monkey jumped up and kicked the three-headed vermilion bird away. The woman in white and the man in light armor were stunned. They stared at the little white monkey and couldn't calm down for a long time. The red-robed man's face darkened, and there was a trace of murderous intent in his eyes. Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect the little white monkey to be so powerful. Puff, puff. The three-headed vermilion bird got up from the ground and kept flapping its wings. Its red eyes were cold. The three-headed vermilion bird was covered in purple flames. It was full of danger. Even now, its head was still in a daze, which was a disgrace to it. On the other side, the little white monkey stretched out its furry paw and waved its paw provocatively. Boom! The three-headed vermilion bird exploded and unleashed purple flames that covered the sky. However, the little white monkey was very fast. It was like a bolt of white lightning and could easily dodge the purple flames every time. The azure-armored man and the woman in white were shocked. They didn't think the little white monkey would win, but its performance was amazing. Not only was it not injured, but it even suppressed the three-headed vermilion bird. Is this little monkey also a kind of ancient beast? The two of them were surprised. The five-colored peacock and the golden lion beside them looked at the little white monkey with a hint of fear in their eyes. The red-robed man's face darkened. His three-headed vermilion bird was frighteningly big. Martial artists below the spirit transformation realm were no match for it. Ordinary beasts were no match for it. However, this ancient strange bird was being played by a little monkey of unknown origin. It was hard for him to accept. Damn it! What is that monkey? How can it be so powerful? In the courtyard, the three-headed vermilion bird was furious. Not only did it fail to hurt the little white monkey, but it was also knocked out. It flapped its wings and the left side of its head shook quickly. The red eyelid on the head that had been sleeping for a long time seemed to twitch. Suddenly, the sound of thunder came out of the purple sea of flames and purple lightning appeared vaguely. Is it going to open? The woman in white and the azure-armored man felt a tremor from their souls. Lin Xian's face darkened. The snow-white little marquis seemed to have sensed danger. His pitch-black eyes seemed to have turned into two black holes, rapidly spinning. An aura that was even more terrifying than the purple lightning emanated from its body. Everyone present was stunned. The red-robed man's expression was extremely unsightly because that power was enough to threaten his life. In the distance, the red-robed man was shocked. He didn't dare to let the three-headed vermilion bird continue fighting. At the same time, Winelord also found a flaw in the formation. "Little White, come back!" Lin Xian softly shouted. The little monkey's body trembled and revealed a confused expression. The two black vortexes in its eyes quickly disappeared. It quickly regained its lively expression. "I have found the exit of the formation. Please follow me." Lin Xian quickly transmitted his voice. The woman in white withdrew her five-colored peacock and ran toward Lin Xian with the azure-armored man. The three of them ran toward a corner in the southwest. "Junior, you dare?" The red-robed man was furious. That was the flaw in his formation, but this flaw was very well hidden. Even a spirit transformation realm cultivator might not be able to find it. How did these three find it? Was it luck? The red-robed man couldn't think of any other reason. But even if it was luck, he wouldn't allow the three of them to leave. He once again released the monstrous sea of blood. Countless terrifying sea of blood monsters charged toward Lin Xian and the other two. The red-robed man himself also quickly rushed over. "Don't hold back anymore, or you'll really die," Lin Xian shouted. He waved the broken sword in his hand and drew a strange trajectory in the air. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky churned and a huge ancient sword quickly appeared in the air. This aura is so terrifying. The white-robed woman and azure-armored man's pupils shrank as they looked at Lin Xian in shock. They realized that this was Lin Xian's true strength. "Open!" The azure-armored man no longer held back when he saw the red-robed man moving quickly. He held the spear in his right hand and summoned a blood-colored flag with his left hand. The flag fluttered in the air. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure appeared around him. It was as if the entire world was being stared at. "The Great Flag Sect," the white-robed woman exclaimed. The red-robed man in the distance was also shocked. The Great Flag Sect was as famous as the Dragon Elephant Sect. It was also one of the 6 top powers in the Rising Dragon country. Lin Xian quickly recalled this information. He did not expect the azure-armored man to be from the Great Flag Sect. Even if you're from the Great Flag Sect, don't even think about leaving. After the red-robed man recovered from his shock, a strong killing intent appeared in his eyes again. The blood sea around them became more realistic. The heavy waves made the three of them tremble. The white-robed woman did not care about hiding her strength anymore. She activated the energy in her body with all her might. Behind her, a blurry shadow appeared. It held a crystal jade bottle and emitted endless radiance. "This is the bloodline of the Jiang clan." The red-robed man was shocked again. "Jiang clan?" Lin Xian was also shocked. He did not expect the white-robed woman to be from the Jiang clan. Moreover, the Jiang clan seemed to have a mysterious bloodline power. It seemed that these big powers were not simple. After Lin Xian defeated Jiang Hong, he did not put the Jiang clan's disciples in his eyes. It seemed that he was too rash. The Jiang clan clearly had a terrifying bloodline power. It was just that he had not encountered it yet. In the sky, the huge ancient sword roared and slashed down with an aura that could shatter mountains and rivers. The blurry shadow behind the white-robed woman also shot out a silvery waterfall and rushed forward. In the sky, the azure-armored man held the blood-red flag and stirred up the heaven and earth. These three forces had exceeded the limit of a harmonious spirit realm warrior. Even the red-robed man, who was a spirit transformation realm warrior, felt his heart tremble. If it was only one of the attacks, he was confident that he could break it. Even if there were two, he was not afraid. However, all three of the attacks were so terrifying that he was in an extremely dangerous situation. Break! He quickly put away the 3 crimson bloodbirds and merged the blood sea into his body. Layers of demonic red ripples surged out from his body and formed an indescribable force that protected him. Lin Xian and the other two could not care less about the red-robed man. If the energy in the courtyard exploded, they would be dead for sure. However, the snow-white little monkey disappeared with a whoosh. Chapter 389. The broken sword pierced out, bringing with it a shocking sword will. Wind Emperor's sword. Crack, crack, crack. The Autumn Scar broken sword had just used the Gale Lightning sword, and now it had to endure the terrifying sword will. Finally, it could not hold on any longer and shattered into pieces. However, Lin Xian used his arm as a substitute for a sword and still unleashed a terrifying attack. The other two also unleashed powerful attacks, and finally tore apart the array defense before the energy explosion. Whoosh! The little white monkey quickly returned like a bolt of lightning and went back into the storage ring. The red-robed man's angry yell came from behind. "Ah, I'm going to kill you all. Let's go." The three of them turned into rays of light and quickly left the place. Lin Xian and the other two tore apart the array defense and turned into a bolt of lightning and quickly left the place. Not long after they left, the courtyard let out a deafening roar. Rows of air waves quickly spread out, and a dark mushroom cloud rushed into the sky. The shockwave immediately alerted all the elites in Blackfeather City, and many of them extended their divine senses to check out what was going on. However, these people did not find anything, because the entire courtyard was blown into a deep abyss that was almost 100 meters deep, and there were no clues left. On a quiet street 1,000 meters away from the dilapidated courtyard, a mysterious red-robed man staggered as he leaned against the wall, his eyes fixed on the sky. "Damn it, the three of you. I'll remember this." The red-robed man's voice was cold and filled with murderous intent. "And that damned monkey, I'll tear you into pieces." He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. It was at the last moment that the snow-white monkey stole his 1,000-beast fruit. That fruit was extremely precious, and it was something he used to attract other monsters. Now that it was stolen by the little white monkey, how could he not be angry? However, his current identity and condition could not be tracked, so he could only give up. For him, the most important thing now was to heal his injuries. The terrifying attack from Lin Xian and the other two was powerful, and it caused him to suffer heavy internal injuries. If he did not have a secret escape technique, he would have died here today. His body turned into a red ray of light, and the red-robed man quickly left Blackfeather City. Lin Xian and the other two finally arrived at a safe place and breathed a sigh of relief. "Nice to meet the two of you. I am Yi Qian Xing," the azure-armored man said. "Lin Xian, Jiang Yuding." The three of them got to know each other. "Brother Lin, Miss Jiang, I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first." The green-armored man quickly left. Lin Xian was just thinking about how to deal with this genius girl of the Jiang family. Suddenly, Jiang Yuding's face changed, revealing a very anxious expression. "And," she exclaimed and quickly summoned the multicolored peacock from her demonic beast pouch. With a flash of light, the 5-colored peacock appeared on the ground. At this moment, it was not in a good state. Its originally bright feathers had become pitch black, and its eyes were dim without a trace of light. What was even more serious was that there was an inextinguishable purple flame in his body that was currently tormenting his body. "And how are you?" Jiang Yuding asked anxiously. She could also feel the purple flames inside the peacock's body, but she didn't know what to do. This peacock had grown up with her and could be considered her good friend. Furthermore, the 5-colored peacock was an ancient mutated species and was extremely precious. Regardless of the reason, Jiang Yuding didn't want anything to happen to the 5-colored peacock. However, the more anxious she was, the more serious the 5-colored peacock's injuries became. In the end, Jiang Yuding cried out loud. Looking at the crying Jiang Yuding and the 5-colored peacock lying on the ground in extreme pain, Lin Xian touched his nose helplessly. Wine Lord, do you have a way? Lin Xian asked through voice transmission. Who am I? Of course I have a way. Wine Lord snorted. However, this purple flame is very strange and has an inextinguishable aura, so it's more troublesome to deal with. It's good that you have a way. Lin Xian was relieved. Well, I might have a way to treat it. Lin Xian said to Jiang Yuding. Really? You really have a way? Jiang Yuding raised her head. On that beautiful face, there were still crystal-clear tears, making her look very pitiful. Lin Xian was slightly stunned. As expected of a beauty, she was so beautiful even when she cried. Taking a deep breath, he nodded silently. That's great. Hurry up and treat it. Jiang Yuding suddenly stood up and grabbed Lin Xian's hand tightly. Don't get too excited. Let me examine it carefully. Lin Xian felt a strange warmth from his hand and said with a smile. Oh. Jiang Yuding calmed down and realized that she was still holding Lin Xian's hand. She immediately blushed and quickly withdrew her hand. Lin Xian smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, he slowly squatted down and stroked the 5-colored peacock's feathers. His strong soul power slowly spread out. At the same time, Wine Lord could also feel everything through his soul power. As expected of the 3-headed crimson bloodbird, this flame has a trace of destructive aura. If it was an ordinary demonic beast, it would have died long ago. Even a rank 7 demonic beast wouldn't be able to withstand this power. Fortunately, this 5-colored peacock is also an ancient mutated species. Its bloodline is extremely strong, which is why it can withstand it. However, it's still too young. Some of its potential hasn't been stimulated. If it takes too long, it might leave serious injuries. At that time, its growth potential will probably reach its limit. Hee, isn't there, Wine Lord? No matter how serious the injuries are, as long as you take action, it'll be easy. Lin Xian smiled. This flattery feels good. Say a few more. Zhu Yi snorted. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. He began to ask about the way to save it. To treat this peacock, we have to first remove the purple flames in its body. Then, we have to use pills to nurse it back to health. So the most important thing is how to remove the purple flames. Wine Lord said. How do we remove it? Lin Xian asked. To remove the flames, we have to use items of extreme cold. But for you, you don't need to use these. Your sword intent is based on the Great Dragon Sword Seal. It can destroy the purple flames in this peacock. However, you have to be careful when you use your sword intent. You can't hurt it at all. Lin Xian got the answer and slowly stood up. It can be treated, but we have to bring it to a safe place first. Jiang Yuding nodded. She knew that the treatment process wouldn't be easy, so she couldn't be disturbed. Follow me. My house is nearby. Jiang Yuding put away the 5-colored peacock and quickly ran with Lin Xian. Soon, the two arrived at the Jiang clan residence. Looking at the majestic and domineering door, Lin Xian had a strange expression on his face. In just one day, he came here again. However, his identity was completely different this time. Miss. When the guards saw Jiang Yuding, they all bowed and greeted her. Miss? Looks like this girl's status isn't low. Lin Xian pondered. Chapter 390. Because Jiang Yuding was a disciple of the Jiang clan, he wanted to find Jiang Sanfeng through her. Jiang Yuding nodded slightly and then quickly pulled Lin Xian into the Jiang manor. What did I just see? Mrs. pulling a young man in. That's impossible. I must be dreaming. The two guards panicked. Doesn't Miss hate those men? Why is she walking with a strange man? The guards did not know Lin Xian, so they did not know that Lin Xian had been here once. Entering the Jiang manor, Jiang Yuding led Lin Xian into the depths of the manor with ease. Soon, the two came to an exquisite pavilion. Mr. Lin, please come in. Jiang Yuding pushed the door open. Lin Xian chuckled and quickly walked in. However, when he entered, he was clearly stunned. Inside the room, there were pink decorations everywhere, and there was a faint fragrance in the air. This was clearly a woman's boudoir. Needless to say, this must be Jiang Yuding's room. Looks like this chick must be in a hurry to bring a stranger into her boudoir. Lin Xian looked around curiously and found that the decorations in the room were very exquisite. Although it was not luxurious, it had a simple and elegant air. After closing the door and windows, Zhang Yuding summoned the five-colored peacock again, and a pair of gem-like eyes stared at Lin Xian. "Mr. Lin, please save Anan." Lin Xian nodded and began to use his sword will to save the five-colored peacock. While Lin Xian was saving the five-colored peacock, the entire Jiang manor was in a state of jubilation. At this time, the Jiang clan was holding a family meeting, and it was very lively. Other than a dozen branches, there were also other forces in Blackfeather City who came to watch. The place was full of guests, and the Jiang clan leader, Jiang Tianyu, looked around with joy. "Good swordsmanship. This competition is much better than before." A middle-aged man laughed loudly. This man was the lord of the Eagle Fortress, Eagle Mountain. The Eagle Fortress was also a dominant force in Blackfeather City and had business dealings with the Jiang clan. Compared to the disciples of the Eagle Fortress, these kids are still lacking a lot, Jiang Tianyu replied with a smile. At this moment, Jiang Jian was fighting in the arena. His opponent was a Greenwater Lake disciple. Jiang Jian brandished his sword, and the silver light in the sky formed dots of light that pierced into the void. In an instant, the Greenwater Lake disciple was surrounded by silver sword auras from all directions. He could only raise his defenses and was forced to resist. Boom! The silver light slashed down and pierced through the disciple's defensive barrier, sending him flying. This brat doesn't seem to be a disciple of your Greenwater Lake? Eagle Castle's castle master Ing Taizhan was astonished. A main clan disciple was actually defeated by a branch disciple. Jiang clan head, your disciples aren't that great. Next to him, a red-haired man sneered. This burly man was full of energy, and his voice was burning hot. As he spoke, the surrounding air trembled. This person was from the Red Leaves aristocratic family. The Red Leaves aristocratic family and the Jiang clan were both part of the four aristocratic families of the Dragon Star superpower nation. At this moment, it was normal for words to provoke each other. The main clan's branch disciples are all disciples of my Jiang clan. It doesn't matter who wins or loses. Jiang Tianyu looked magnanimous. The red-haired man sneered, not believing his words at all. As a disciple of an aristocratic family, he naturally knew the difference between a branch disciple and a main clan disciple. Which branch is this young man from? Jiang Tianyu asked the person next to him. Clan head, he's a disciple of the Green Mountain City branch. Jiang Tianyu nodded. His swordsmanship is not bad. You can pay more attention to him. The purpose of holding the clan assembly was to find genius disciples from the various branches and nurture them to serve the clan. Therefore, any disciple who performed outstandingly in the clan assembly would be heavily nurtured by the Jiang clan. Zhang Li is here. Looks like that brat is going to lose. Eagle Castle's castle master was excited. Next to him, there was a young man with an arrogant expression. He looked at the arena with a trace of disdain. On the arena, a young man in a white robe appeared. He held a green bamboo in his hand. Not bad, but stop here, Zhang Li said indifferently. Jiang Jian held his long sword tightly with a serious expression. He could feel the pressure coming from the young man in front of him. It was 3 times stronger than Jiang Hong's qi. Another core disciple. Jiang Jian felt bitter in his heart. There were 10 core disciples in the Jiang clan. Each of them was powerful and far stronger than the others. Although Jiang Hong was strong, he was only ranked 9th among the core disciples. And this young man in front of him was ranked even higher. Take my strongest attack, Silver Dragon emerging from the sea. Jiang Jian raised both of his hands and struck out with his strongest attack. The starlight in the sky intertwined and formed a silver flood dragon. This attack caused a commotion among the disciples below the arena. Zhang Li looked at the sky and smiled faintly. He waved the green bamboo cane in his hand, creating countless bamboo shadows. Ripples appeared on the surface of the green light, forming a strong impact force. With one strike, the green bamboo shadows that filled the sky hit the silver Jiao dragon, instantly dispersing it. Jiang Jian's face turned pale when he saw his strongest attack being scattered. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. The gap between them was too big. He was no match for Zhongli. Your swordsmanship is not bad, but your cultivation is too low. Wait until you reach the late harmonious spirit realm, Zhongli said indifferently. From the beginning to the end, he was very calm. Obviously, he didn't care about this match at all. Zhang Jian laughed bitterly. For some reason, a figure appeared in his mind. It was a handsome young man in a black robe. He held a broken sword in his hand, and his aura was very sharp. If it's him, can he defeat Zhongli? Zhang Jian guessed. He shook his head and walked down the arena with a disappointed face. As expected of one of the 10 core disciples of the Green Water Lake, he defeated that man in one move. It seems like Zhang Li's cultivation has improved a lot. The fort master of the Eagle Fort said with a smile. Li is not bad, but he's still a bit weaker than Xiaoxiong. Uncle Jiang, you flatter me. The young man in a black robe beside the fort master said. Although he spoke modestly, his eyes were full of pride. Uncle Jiang, why didn't Yuding come? Xiaoxiong asked. That girl likes to run around. I don't know where she is now. Although she likes to play, she knows what's important. I think she'll be here soon. She's not young anymore. It's time for her to find a husband, the fort master said with a smile. Xiaoxiong has always liked Ting. It'll be great if they can be together. Hearing this, Xiaoxiong's face showed a trace of excitement. The surrounding elders also had different expressions. It seemed like the Eagle Fort wanted to form a marriage alliance. However, Zhang Tianyu just smiled faintly. I don't mind, but I need Ting approval. All right, Ting is still young. I don't want her to get married so early. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's watch the match. Zhang Tianyu changed the topic. Chapter 391. There were a lot of young talents in this family meeting. Other than Jiang Jian, Zhang Yihe's performance was also outstanding. He was the most eye-catching disciple outside of the top 10 core disciples. I heard that there is a genius swordsman in Cold Wind City. Why didn't I see him in the competition? An elder was puzzled. I think Zhang Hong's condition isn't very good. His attacks are fiercer than before. What is this kid doing? Many elders were puzzled. I heard that before the family meeting, a strange teenager made a mess in the Jiang mansion. He even injured a few disciples and elders. Doesn't the patriarch know about it? The red-haired man sneered. This was a big loss of face. Hearing this, Zhang Tianyu frowned. Is there such a thing? Soon, someone came to report. Yes, there is such a thing. That teenager was brought here by the Green Mountain City branch. However, he had a conflict with the people of Cold Wind City. That teenager used a sword to injure a genius swordsman disciple and an elder of Cold Wind City. To be able to defeat a genius swordsman and an elder, could it be another young expert? But when did Blackfeather City have such a genius? Everyone was puzzled. What is his cultivation? Zhang Tianyu asked. That teenager's cultivation is only at the early harmonious spirit realm, but his swordsmanship is extraordinary. What? Early harmonious spirit realm. Everyone was shocked. To be able to challenge someone who was 2 small realms higher than him and win, this news was too shocking. Where is he now? Zhang Tianyu asked in a deep voice. Although he was also surprised by the teenager's combat strength, he couldn't ignore the fact that he had injured his disciples and elders in the Jiang mansion. That young man left, but at that time, young Master Jiang Hong tried to stop him, but in the end, he failed. Jiang Hong tried to stop him? Zhang Tianyu was slightly surprised. The elders' faces also changed. They knew Jiang Hong's ability. Being able to enter the top 10 core disciples was enough to prove his strength. Even so, he still couldn't stop the mysterious teenager. This made them shocked. Even Jiang Hong couldn't stop him. Interesting. Ing Xiaoxiong was slightly interested. Zhang Tianyu's face didn't look good. Such an important piece of information was not told to him by the Red Leaf family. This made the Jiang family lose face. We can't just let this matter go like this. After the clan assembly, you guys post a notice to arrest this young man. Patriarch. The disciple who came to report wanted to say something but hesitated. Is there anything else? Speak. Zhang Tianyu said in a deep voice. This time, he didn't want to miss any more information. It's said that the mysterious young man fought with the disciples of Cold Wind City because of medicinal pills. Medicinal pills? Everyone was puzzled. Zhang Tianyu continued to ask, "What kind of pill? Tell me clearly." It's said that the young man has a mysterious master who can concoct pills that can increase the cultivation of harmonious spirit realm. It seems that the two genius disciples of Qingshan City took this pill, and their cultivation base increased by a small realm. What? A pill that can increase the cultivation of the harmonious spirit realm? Everyone exclaimed in shock. Continue, Zhang Tianyu said in a deep voice. After Cold Wind City and the other branches received the news, they requested that young man to refine them. Moreover, at that time, young Master Zhang Hong also asked that young man to refine pills. However, that young man did not agree, resulting in a conflict. Zhang Hong? All the elders frowned. They knew Zhang Hong's temper very well. His words must have been very strong, otherwise, the result would not have been like this. Is the information true? Zhang Tianyu asked. It should be. The people of Qingshan City are very respectful to him. Bring the elders of Qingshan City here, Zhang Tianyu said. Soon, the third elder and Zhang Sihai were brought in front of everyone. Have you ever asked anyone to concoct pills that can increase the cultivation of harmonious spirit realm? Zhang Tianyu asked. The third elder and Zhang Sihai's body trembled. They knew that they couldn't hide it anymore, so they had to tell everything. Everyone was very surprised. Their eyes were full of passion. Is it really concocted by that young man himself? Zhang Tianyu asked again. The third elder and Zhang Sihai nodded to show that they were sure. Being able to concoct such a miraculous pill at such a young age, it seems that he must have a very powerful master. The Eagle Fort Lord guessed. Send someone to find that young man now. Pay attention to your attitude and be humble. You must invite him to our Zhang family, Zhang Tianyu ordered. At the same time, the Red Leaves family and the Eagle Fort Lord also quietly sent out orders. This young man who knew how to concoct miraculous pills, if they could teach him well, it would be very beneficial to their family. Moreover, the Zhang family had just offended this young man, so the Red Leaves family had a greater chance. The red-headed man sneered. Next, the disciples of Cold Wind City and Zhang Hong were called in for questioning. The more Zhang Tianyu listened, the angrier he became. What a bunch of useless people. Such an important person was actually driven away by you. His face showed a trace of anger. It seems that I have been too lax with your discipline. Originally, this young man was brought here by Qingshan City, and his attitude towards the Zhang family was not bad, but because of these arrogant and despotic disciples, he was forced to leave. The family meeting is over. All of you go and reflect on your mistakes. The disciples of Cold Wind City were so scared that they didn't dare to speak. Zhang Hong deeply lowered his head, and a trace of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes. All of you go. Zhang Tianyu waved his hand. The family meeting continued, but the people who were present didn't have the mood to watch the competition. Why hasn't Ting Er come yet? Go and ask someone to call her, Zhang Tianyu said. Immediately, a disciple respectfully replied and quickly left. No need, father. I'm back. An intimate voice called out. Hearing this voice, all the elders laughed. It must be that little girl Yuding. When Ing Shaoxiong heard this voice, he was so excited that his whole body trembled. He excitedly turned his head to look. However, when he saw Zhang Yuding, his whole person became unwell. Not only him, but even Zhang Tianyu and the others were stunned, because beside Zhang Yuding stood an unfamiliar young man, and the two of them seemed to be very close. Everyone was puzzled. When did Yuding make such a friend? Ing Shaoxiong's face immediately became gloomy. Everyone knew that he liked Zhang Yuding. Although Yuding didn't like him, she didn't walk too close to other young men. But today, she actually walked so close to an unfamiliar young man. Ing Shaoxiong couldn't stand it. Who are you? How dare you stay by Yuding's side? Quickly get lost. Ing Shaoxiong coldly shouted. Who stays by my side? What does it have to do with you? Zhang Yuding rolled her eyes at him, then turned her head and gently said, Young Master Lin, ignore him. Chapter 392. The Eagle Fort's fort master's face also darkened. He coldly shouted, Xiaoxiang, sit down. Pay attention to your status. All right, don't blame Xiaoxiang. Zhang Tianyu waved his hand and then turned to ask, Tinger, who is this young master? As the clan leader, Zhang Tianyu's attitude was still considered gentle. Father, he's Lin Xian. He's my benefactor. Benefactor? Everyone was puzzled. An elder quickly said, Yuding, could it be that you've been tricked? Zhang Yuding shook her head. He's indeed my benefactor. He saved an un was naturally the multicolored peacock. That was Zhang Yuding's treasure. An un is injured. What happened? Tell me in detail. Zhang Tianyu walked in again. Too many things had happened in this clan assembly, and each of them was unusual. Father, you should have heard the explosion in the south of the city, right? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. The explosion from before had indeed stunned them. However, they had investigated and found no clues. You were there at that time. Zhang Tianyu's expression changed. Hearing this, everyone looked at Zhang Yuding. Zhang Yuding stuck out her tongue and said, At that time, and was very anxious about that place, so I could only go and take a look. Child, why do you always ask so many questions? What if something happened to you? How am I going to explain it to your mother? Zhang Tianyu was anxious. Father, aren't I fine? Zhang Yuding continued. There was a red-robed freak in that courtyard. She was the one who led us there. There was also a three-headed bird that wanted to eat an and the other demonic beasts. After that, an un was injured in the battle. It was this young Master Lin who saved him. Yuding quickly recounted the entire story. Many thanks to young hero Lin for saving an un. This old man thanks you. Zhang Tianyu said. Senior is too polite. Lin Xian smiled. Seeing the change in the Jiang clan's attitude towards Lin Xian, Ing Xiaoxiang's heart burned with anger. He wanted to go up and slap him to death. Fortunately, Eagle Fort's fort master Ing Taizhan stopped him with his gaze. But Ing Xiaoxiang's sinister eyes showed that he would not let this matter rest. Good boy, you dare to fight with me over Yuding. No matter who you are, you're dead. Ing Xiaoxiang roared in his heart. Lin Xian used his great dragon sword to extinguish the purple flames in the multicolored peacock's body, and then used a pill to heal its body. After the multicolored peacock was out of danger, he followed Zhang Yuding to this place. Moreover, he already knew that Zhang Yuding was actually the daughter of the Jiang clan leader, Zhang Tianyu. Her status was even higher than he had imagined, which would be very beneficial for him to find Zhang Sanfeng. Young hero Lin, where did you learn from? Your skills are so superb. This old man is truly impressed. The Eagle Fortress's fort master asked. Naturally, he wanted to find out more about Lin Xian. I'm just a country bumpkin. There's no need to talk about it. Lin Xian shook his head with a smile. A mountain villager? I think you're just a country bumpkin. You cured the multicolored peacock with just luck. Do you think you can win Yuding's heart? Ing Xiaoxiang snorted coldly. There were also some elders in the Jiang clan who looked at Lin Xian with gloomy expressions. They originally supported Ing Xiaoxiang, and Lin Xian's appearance made them very uncomfortable. Young hero Lin has helped us. Why don't we let him go to the treasury to get some spiritual stones? Our Jiang clan is one of the major forces in Blackfeather City, and we can't neglect him, a thin elder said. His name was Jiangda, and he was very supportive of the marriage between the Jiang clan and the Eagle Fortress. Therefore, he was hostile to anyone who approached Zhang Yuding. Father, I invited him to watch the clan's competition. What should I do if you do this? Zhang Yuding said coquettishly. All right. Young hero Lin, please take a seat. Zhang Tianyu had no choice but to agree to his daughter's request. Sir, please don't. We invited all the famous clans here. He's just a kid from the countryside. How can he sit with these people? Jiangda objected. Lin Xian frowned slightly. This old man had repeatedly jumped out to stop him, and he was very disgusted. I'm afraid it has something to do with the Eagle Fortress. Lin Xian's soul was very strong. He could sense the expressions of these people, and he knew what the Eagle Fortress and the elders were thinking. Since someone doesn't welcome me, I think we should forget about it. Yuding, I'll take my leave first. Lin Xian smiled and shrugged. Yuding is not for you to call her that. Ing Xiaoxiong's eyes were burning with anger. He wanted to kill Lin Xian. Men, give young hero Lin 3,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. Elder Jiangda shouted. No need. Lin Xian refused coldly. I thought the Jiang clan was a famous clan, but it seems that they are so narrow-minded. What a joke. What did you say? Jiangda was anxious. Kid, don't think that you can be so presumptuous here just because you saved the five-colored peacock. Suddenly, a huge pressure pressed down on Lin Xian. Is this how the Jiang clan treats their guests? Lin Xian smiled. He was not afraid of the huge pressure at all. Father, Jiang Yuding shouted anxiously. Enough, everyone stop. Jiang Tianyu shouted coldly, and everyone was stunned. I know what you guys are thinking, but young hero Lin saved Anan. What's wrong with sitting down and watching the competition? Everyone was silent. Jiangda said sinisterly, since the sir has spoken, then young hero Lin should sit down. He then pointed to the seat at the end. It was very remote and could not even be called a seat. Lin Xian's face darkened. This old man was obviously making things difficult for him, and he wanted him to back off. I didn't come here to be bullied. You want me to sit in that place? Lin Xian was so angry that he laughed. Kid, who do you think you are? Letting you sit there is already giving you face. Ing Xiaoxiong snorted. Is there no one else in the Jiang clan? Letting an outsider shout here? Lin Xian sneered. The elders' hearts tightened. They supported the Eagle Fortress, so they did not feel that Ing Xiaoxiong's actions were inappropriate. However, in the eyes of outsiders, it was extremely inappropriate. This was the Jiang residence, and it was the Jiang clan's clan assembly. It was indeed inappropriate for Ing Xiaoxiong to shout repeatedly. Hee, there is indeed no one in the Jiang clan. The red-haired man sneered. Xiaoxiong, shut up. Ing Taizhan shouted coldly. Kid, you are courting death. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant after you leave the Jiang clan. Ing Xiaoxiong threatened. Jiangda also changed the topic. If you don't want to sit there, where do you want to sit? We're all big shots here, and we're all famous people. Do you think there is a place for you here? Letting you sit there is already very polite. I will not sit there. If I want to sit, I will sit here. With that, Lin Xian pointed at Jiangda's seat. Chapter 393. Jiang Tianyu also frowned slightly, but he still said in a deep voice, Young hero Lin, why don't you go down to the guest seats? The Jiang clan disciples are all there. Maybe you can make some friends. Young Master Lin, it's boring to sit here. Why don't we go down and play? Jiang Yuding pulled Lin Xian's sleeve and said. This scene made Ing Xiaoxiong's eyes even gloomier. All right, then let's go down and sit. Lin Xian smiled. Then, he turned to the elder and said, for the sake of clan leader Yuding, I'll go down to the guest seats. However, I think you'll invite me up very soon. I hope you can still be so insistent. After saying that, Lin Xian turned and walked down to the young disciples' seats. Looking at Lin Xian's back, many elders showed disdain. Elder Jiangda sneered, You want to come back? You're dreaming. Men, go and find out who he is and what his motive is for approaching Mississippi. Immediately, two disciples left quickly. When Lin Xian was on the guest seats, he had already attracted the attention of the crowd. However, his back was facing the crowd, so they didn't recognize him at all. When he walked to the disciples' seats, many people exclaimed softly. Among them, the most surprised were the branch disciples from Green Mountain City and Cold Wind City. They looked at Lin Xian as if they had seen a ghost. Their expressions were full of shock. It had only been a day, and Lin Xian was back. Moreover, he seemed to have hooked up with Miss Jiang. When Jiang Hong saw this scene, he stood up in shock. His body trembled slightly, and he didn't know what to say. Good boy, you still dare to come back. Jiang Hong's tone was cold. Why, you know each other. Jiang Yuding was confused. Yuding, why are you with him? Jiang Hong's voice was filled with confusion. The other disciples also came and went. Among them, a few core disciples saw this scene and frowned. Get lost, a good dog doesn't block the way. Lin Xian said to Jiang Hong, who was blocking the center. The surrounding disciples were in an uproar. Jiang Hong was one of the core disciples, and his strength was frightening. Now, there was actually someone who dared to reprimand him in public. This caused many people to have a surreal feeling. Those core disciples also looked over. Zhang Hong's bad temper was well known among them. Now that he was being ridiculed like this, he would definitely explode on the spot. Who is this brat? How dare he speak like that? Isn't he afraid that Zhang Hong will kill him with a single palm strike? I don't know, but given how arrogant he is, even if he were to be beaten to death, it wouldn't matter, right? Those disciples were all in the mood of watching a show. Brat, you're courting death. Zhang Hong's face flushed red when he heard this. A layer of purple ripples appeared on his body, spinning rapidly. Every time it spun, a terrifying aura would leak out. You dare to make a move? Lin Xian looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. There was no fear on his face. The exchange earlier made him understand Zhang Hong's strength like the back of his hand. Although Zhang Hong was very powerful in the eyes of others, it was not difficult for him to deal with him. Looking at that smiling face, Zhang Hong's body trembled, but he did not act immediately. Firstly, he had exchanged blows with Lin Xian before and did not gain any advantage. Moreover, Lin Xian could refine miraculous pills. His identity was very special. If it was exposed, the entire Zhang family would definitely treat him like an honored guest. If he made a move at this time, the family would definitely punish him. Thinking of the patriarch's furious look, Zhang Hong unconsciously shuddered. I'm warning you. You'd better stay away from Yuding. Zhang Hong's tone was cold. However, he did not make a move in the end. Humph! With a cold snort, Zhang Hong sat down angrily and no longer looked at Lin Xian. Everyone was stunned and then rubbed their eyes hard. This result was something they never expected. No way, I didn't see wrongly. That brat Zhang Hong actually didn't make a move? A short-haired core disciple opened his mouth wide. Beside him, several other core disciples were also frowning. This matter is too illogical. There must be a demon behind this abnormality. Who is this brat? Not only can he walk together with Yuding, but he can also suppress Zhang Hong. Just as everyone was shocked on the rostrum, the two disciples who investigated Lin Xian also returned with panicked expressions. Elder, it's not good. The two of them cried out. What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Does that brat really have a background? Jiang De frowned. Everyone also turned their heads to look. They were also very curious about Lin Xian's identity. That brat is the alchemist who injured the Cold Wind City's disciples. What? Everyone was stunned. Zhang Tianyu furrowed his brows. He never would have thought that the person who was with his daughter was the mysterious alchemist she was looking for. The Eagle Fort's fort master, Yin Taizhan, had a gloomy face. He originally wanted to secretly find that alchemist and establish a good relationship with him. Now it seemed that it was impossible. Father, what should we do? I didn't know that brat was an alchemist, Ing Shaoxiong said in exasperation. Forget it, it's too late to regret now. The Eagle Fort's fort master said in a deep voice. Now we can only try our best to rope him in. Zhang Da's face was gloomy and uncertain. Thinking back to what Lin Xian said before he left, his face became very ugly. If Lin Xian didn't have any status, then what he said would be a joke. But now, Lin Xian's identity turned out to be an alchemist that everyone wanted to rope in. Now, everyone would definitely welcome him with a smile. Thinking that he would give up his seat to a brat, Jiang De had the urge to kill himself by banging his head on tofu. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and invite young hero Lin back. Zhang Tianyu shouted coldly. Immediately, the two deacons moved quickly and rushed to the guest seats. In the guest seats, those people were still looking at Lin Xian in shock. At this time, two middle-aged deacons walked over from afar with a trace of nervousness between their brows. It seemed that they were going for Lin Xian. This brat didn't do anything wrong, did he? Even the deacons were alerted. The few core disciples were puzzled again. Zhang Hong's eyes flashed. He knew that the elders in the family must have known about Lin Xian's identity and were here to invite him. The two deacons came in front of Lin Xian and were very polite. Young Master Lin, the patriarch invites you to the guest seat. What? Everyone was stunned, as if there was something wrong with their ears. The guest seat was a place where only the elders of the family and the big shots of Blackfeather City could sit. An unknown brat was going to such a place and was personally invited by the patriarch. Who was this brat? These people were not fools. To be able to sit at the guest seat, he must be of high status. No wonder Zhang Hong didn't dare to do anything. He already knew. Everyone suddenly realized. It can't be. Father is really inviting you? Zhang Yuding also had a look of surprise on her face. She stared at Lin Xian with her large, gem-like eyes. Chapter 394. Young Master Lin, why didn't you say you were an alchemist earlier? It's not good to have such a big misunderstanding now. A few elders welcomed him with smiles. They were all under Jiang Tianyou's orders to give Lin Xian face. Hee, young hero Lin is a young genius. To be able to refine the legendary three-striped hollow spirit forest pill, I'm really impressed. We were reckless earlier. Lin Xian smiled and walked in front of Elder Jiangda. I said I'll be back. I wonder if you can give up your seat this time? Elder Jiangda's face was red. He originally mocked Lin Xian for having no background and being a village bumpkin, but now, Lin Xian was invited back by the clan leader. Moreover, he stood in front of him and asked him to give up his seat. Jiangda felt stifled in his heart. He wished he could slap Lin Xian with his palm. However, Jiang Tianyou's eyes were fixed on him. His meaning was obvious. He wanted him to give up his seat. Elder Jiangda gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. But he had no choice. For the clan's benefit, he had to sacrifice his dignity. I'll bear with it today. I'll get my revenge one day. Elder Jiangda roared in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said hatefully, Young Master Lin, forget it. I'm not a vengeful person. I won't argue with you. I won't take this seat. Before Elder Jiangda could say anything, Lin Xian said quickly, Hurry up and thank young hero Lin. Elder Jiang Tianyou snorted. Thank you young hero Lin. Elder Jiangda gritted his teeth. Hearing that, Lin Xian turned and left. He found 2 empty seats and sat down with Elder Jiang Yuding. The surrounding people's mouths twitched. Elder Jiangda's face turned black. He felt suffocated and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This kid definitely did it on purpose. Elder Jiangda roared in his heart. Initially, he struggled internally and finally gave in to the pressure. He wanted to bow his head and admit defeat. But at this time, Lin Xian took the initiative and said that he forgave him. That magnanimous look made him look like a villain. Forgive your sister. Elder Jiangda almost went berserk, but she had already left. Who could he throw a tantrum at? He could only sit down angrily. The hard stone chair creaked as he sat down. After Lin Xian sat down, he began to watch the match on the stage with great interest. At this moment, the 2 contestants were core disciples. That terrifying aura pervaded the entire arena. Every move they made actually carried a kind of special concept. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. The techniques of the 2 people fighting on the stage were incomparably profound. One of them waved his palms, which were covered with glazed patterns. The wind from his palms carried a trace of strange heat. Although it couldn't compare to the purple eternal flames of the 3-headed vermilion bloodbird, it was still much stronger than ordinary flames. This is a concept, the concept of fire. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed as he carefully felt this mysterious power. The other person wasn't bad either. He held an emerald green bamboo cane in his hand and waved it out, filling the sky with bamboo shadows, blocking all of the strange and scorching flames outside. This is the wind shadow concept. Lin Xian was surprised again. As expected of a top family to have such powerful disciples, Lin Xian carefully comprehended, not missing a single detail. Moreover, he even used his eye technique to firmly remember the moves that contained the concept of wind in his mind. Not only was Lin Xian surprised, but the others were also moved. Even the arrogant Ing Shaoxiang withdrew his disdain. These 2 people's concepts are not bad. How rare! How rare! Eagle Fortress Lord Ing Taizhan said, Zhang Jie and Zhang Li are indeed not bad. I plan to send them to the main family this time to compete for a spot. Yeah, counting the days, it's about to start again. I'm afraid the entire Dragon Star Nation will be lively. Taizhan sighed. Although they are not bad, there is still a gap between them and true geniuses. At least in terms of cultivation, they are far behind. If they can increase their cultivation by another level, there might be some hope. Don't you still have Tinger? Her bloodline power is stronger than the average in Tint. Perhaps she can get a spot this time, said Eagle Castle's castle master, Taizhan. Indeed, Ting-Er's bloodline power is very strong. That's why I plan to send her to the main family this time. Even if she can't get a spot, with her talent, she will still be heavily nurtured by the main family. But the situation is different now. After saying that, Zhang Tianyu had a chance to go up against Lin Xian. Perhaps this is a chance given to me by the heavens. Lin Xian could concoct pills that could increase the cultivation of harmonious spirit realm. This was a life-saving straw for Zhang Tianyu. If the three most talented people in the Zhang mansion were to consume this pill, their strength would definitely increase greatly. At that time, their chances of winning the competition would be greatly increased. Lin Xian naturally didn't know about Zhang Tianyu's little plan. At this moment, he was completely immersed in that mysterious realm. Not long after, his body emitted a green light. A faintly discernible wind force rushed out from his body and rapidly grew bigger. In the end, an ancient green qi flow surrounded his body with an indescribable aura. Young Master Lin Yu? Zhang Yuding was surprised again. This scene naturally alarmed the others. When they saw the qi flow around Lin Xian's body and his demeanor, Zhang Tianyu, Taizhan, and a few other big shots cried out in surprise. Enlightenment. It's actually enlightenment. Where did this young man come from? Zhang Tianyu was shocked. This kind of realm was something that all warriors could only hope for. Damn it. What kind of luck does this guy have to be able to achieve enlightenment? Ing Shaoxiong looked at Lin Xian with jealousy in his heart. Zhang family's disciples, listen up. No one is allowed to disturb Lin Xian. Zhang Tianyu ordered. Immediately, several martial artists with powerful auras stood around Lin Xian, protecting him well. The disciples and elders from afar looked over with their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. This Lin Xian was too monstrous. Even the elites of the Zhang family were protecting him. After a long time, Lin Xian's eyes glowed with a green light. The green qi flow around him formed a gust of wind and then quickly dissipated. Lin Xian was ecstatic. He had finally comprehended the concept of wind. When he turned around and saw so many warriors protecting him, he couldn't help but look at Zhang Tianyu with kindness. Thank you, Patriarch Jiang. Lin Xian bowed slightly. I have some enlightenment. Can I use the cultivation room? Lin Xian asked. Of course. Tinger, bring young Master Lin there. Zhang Yuding nodded and left with Lin Xian. In the spacious cultivation room, Lin Xian used his fingers as a sword and quickly sent out several sword qi. Every sword seemed familiar, but they were all different. Some were like a gentle breeze, some were as swift as a gale, and some were as cold as a gale. Moreover, the speed of his sword was 3 times faster than usual. If he wanted to, he could make those sword lights disappear. Moreover, after comprehending the concept of wind, the power of his Wind Emperor sword had increased by 3 times. Even his great dragon sword intent had become more skillful than before. Now, even if he couldn't defeat a spirit transformation realm warrior, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state like before. Chapter 395. His Autumn Scar sword was completely broken, but it was still in good condition. The grade of the sword did not seem to be able to keep up with his cultivation. It would be best if he could find a spirit grade sword. Lin Xian believed that the Dragonstar Kingdom was rich in resources and would definitely have a good sword. Whatever, I should look for someone called Zhang Shanfeng in the Zhang family. Lin Xian walked out of the training room. He had been in the training room for 3 days, and the Zhang family's family meeting had already ended. The branch disciples and the other forces of Black Feather City had already left. Lin Xian was ready to find Zhang Tianyu and talk about the conditions. He knew that Zhang Tianyu wanted the 3-mark Spirit Void pill, and he wanted to know where Zhang Sanfeng was. As soon as Lin Xian came out, he was asked to leave by a servant. In the living room, Zhang Tianyu looked at Lin Xian with a fiery gaze. like a hungry wolf that had seen a beautiful woman. Lin Xian felt a chill down his spine and could not help but laugh. Leader Jiang, I understand what you mean. I can make 3 spirit void pills for the Jiang family, but I would like to ask for a favor from you. Oh, what is it? Just tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. Jiang Tianyu did not expect Lin Xian to answer so straightforwardly, so he did not reject Lin Xian's request. I see. Is there anyone called Jiang Sanfeng in the Jiang family? Also, this person is over 50 years old and has been to the Sky Mountain Kingdom. Jiang Tianyu was slightly confused. He said in a deep voice, there is indeed someone called Jiang Sanfeng, but no one has been to the Sky Mountain Kingdom. I am sure of that. No one has been there? Lin Xian frowned. So the Jiang Sanfeng he was looking for was not in the Jiang family? Then where was this person? Was he in the main Jiang family? Or was he not even a member of the Jiang family? Was it possible that he was no longer there? At that moment, Lin Xian thought of all sorts of possibilities. Don't worry, young hero Lin. Although the person you're looking for isn't in our Greenwater Lake Jiang mansion, Lin Feng said. However, as long as you help me refine the Spirit Void Pill, I can help you get information from the other 2 clans and the Jiang family's main clan, Jiang Tianyu said. In order to obtain the 3-mark Spirit Void Pill, Jiang Tianyu could be considered to have thrown caution to the wind. He patted his chest and guaranteed that he would definitely help Lin Xian find this person. All right. In the end, Lin Xian nodded in agreement. There's one more thing I'd like to ask Patriarch Jiang, Lin Xian said again. Young hero Lin, feel free to ask. I wonder if clan leader Jiang of the Azure Dragon Association knows about this? Oh. Jiang Tianyu raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Of course I know. The Azure Dragon Association is the golden age of the younger generation of the Tianan region. Every time they hold a meeting, the younger generation of the Longxing country will be busy fighting. I wonder if there are any other ways to participate in the Azure Dragon Society other than the fixed quota that each major faction has. Lin Xian asked this just in case. If he couldn't find Jiang Sanfeng and there were other ways to participate, he also hoped to give it a try. The Azure Dragon Association has very strict requirements for the participants. Even the Longxing country only has a dozen or so quotas. However, there are no absolutes. The Azure Dragon Association does give some independent cultivators a chance, and that is the Dragon Platform. In some powerful countries, there are a few Dragon Platforms for thousands of independent cultivators to fight for. The final winner can also participate in the Azure Dragon Association. However, this chance is even slimmer. The entire Longxing country only has 2 Dragon Platforms with a population of hundreds of millions. I see. There really are other ways. Lin Xian's heart calmed down a little. If there was really no other way, he could try the so-called Dragon Platform when the time came. Next, Lin Xian asked about the Dragon Platform in detail. Jiang Tianyu also told Lin Xian everything he knew. In his opinion, this information didn't have any special value because it was too difficult to climb the Dragon Platform. Although Lin Xian was exceptionally talented and was also an alchemy inscription master, it was almost impossible for him to climb the Dragon Platform. In the following days, Lin Xian stayed in the Jiang Manor. When the materials for refining pills were collected, he could start refining. Lin Xian agreed to the condition of refining 3 pills. For a big family like the Jiang clan of the Greenwater Lake, these materials were quickly found. Lin Xian also quickly refined 3 void spirit pills. This time, he didn't keep it for himself because this kind of pill could only be taken once. Taking it multiple times would have no effect. Jiang Tianyu also quickly gave an answer. There were a total of 3 people named Jiang Sanfeng who had been to the Heavenly Mountain country. One of them was a disciple of a branch family, but he was quickly ruled out by Lin Xian. Because this person was only in his 30s, his age didn't meet his requirements. The other 2 people met all his requirements. However, one of them was an elder of the Jiang clan with a very high status, and it wasn't easy to meet him. The other person was said to have left the Jiang Manor many years ago. His goal was very small, and he finally locked onto the Jiang clan. Lin Xian was quite satisfied with this. He gave Jiang Tianyu 3 pills and prepared to leave. Jiang Tianyu thanked him again and welcomed Lin Xian to come back as a guest elder at any time. He also didn't force Lin Xian to stay, saying that he also wanted to let the disciples of the clan prepare to compete for the Azure Dragon Association's quota. After leaving the Jiang Manor, Lin Xian prepared to cultivate while heading to the Jiang clan's headquarters. Just as he left the Jiang Manor, he was stopped by someone. "Brother Lin, wait." Lin Xian turned around and found that it was Yi Qianxing who had fought with him that day. "Brother Lin, you finally came out. I've been waiting for a long time," Yi Qianxing said. "Brother Yi, why are you looking for me?" "It's like this. I have something I want to ask Brother Lin for help with," Yi Qianxing said. "What is it?" Lin Xian had a good impression of Yi Qianxing. "Brother Lin, let's find a quiet place to talk." Yi Qianxing glanced at the Jiang Manor with a trace of vigilance in his eyes. "All right." Lin Xian nodded, and the two of them walked into the distance. "Brother Lin, to be honest, I came here to ask your pet, that snow-white little monkey, to help." Yi Qianxing expressed his intentions. "Let the snow-white little monkey do it?" Lin Xian was slightly surprised. "What's the matter?" He didn't immediately agree. Firstly, it was because he didn't know the details, and secondly, the snow-white little monkey had fallen into a deep sleep after swallowing the longevity fruit. He didn't know when he would wake up. "It's like this. We want to go and get something, but we're not fast enough. And that little monkey is the fastest one I've ever seen. Even I can't sense it, so I want to ask it to give it a try. It needs speed." Lin Xian frowned. "Is it dangerous?" "There is danger, but if it can be done, I will definitely thank Brother Lin." Lin Xian frowned. To be honest, he didn't want the snow-white little monkey to take the risk. Little White swallowed some strange fruits and is now in a deep sleep, and I don't know when it will wake up. Lin Xian tactfully refused. Chapter 396. Yi Qianxing had also seen Lin Xian's gale lightning blade and the broken dagger in his hand. That was why he said that. A half-spiritual sword? Lin Xian was a little tempted. A half-spiritual weapon was indeed extraordinary. At least for him now, if he had such a weapon, his strength would increase by a lot. "I'll see. If it's really dangerous, I'll reject it then," Lin Xian thought to himself. "Okay." He nodded. "But I can't guarantee that Whitey will wake up when the time comes." "No problem. If she really can't wake up, it means that we're not fated to get that thing." Yi Qianxing smiled. After that, he led Lin Xian to the outskirts of the city, east of Blackfeather City. In front of a quiet villa, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the dark walls. He felt a chill. Looking up, he saw a plaque above the door with 4 words written on it: Mansion of Spirits. "Brother Yi, you're not taking me to hell, are you?" Lin Xian said half-jokingly. "Why would I? Although this place is a little strange, I can guarantee Brother Lin's safety with my life," Yi Qianxing said. Lin Xian was a bold person, and he also had the guidance of a mysterious expert like Wine Lord, so he was not too afraid of the Mansion of Spirits. He smiled and quickly walked in. Seeing Lin Xian's calm expression, Yi Qianxing was secretly surprised. This place was famous for its horror in Blackfeather City. Even those who did not know would be too scared to go in just by feeling the aura. Lin Xian, on the other hand, didn't seem to be afraid at all as he walked in directly. After entering the Mansion of Spirits, Lin Xian glanced around. He felt that the Yin aura in the villa was even more intense. Fortunately, he had the sword will of the Great Dragon, which could destroy everything. He was not afraid of this. This place is not simple. Be careful. I feel some special aura," Wine Lord said. "A special aura?" Lin Xian was puzzled. This Mansion of Spirits doesn't seem to be anything special on the surface, but it's very unusual underneath. It seems like something is sealed here. "Is it very dangerous?" Lin Xian asked. "Danger, but danger often coexists with opportunity. It all depends on whether you can grasp it," Wine Lord said. "Since I'm here, let's take a look." Lin Xian had no intention of leaving immediately. Yi Qianxing led the way in front, and soon, a building appeared in front of them. Those buildings were completely black and had some strange patterns on them. The building complex was empty all day long, as if there was no one there. Crack, crack. One of the doors opened, and a gust of chilly wind blew out from inside. This scene was indeed frightening. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and used his eye technique to look inside. "Welcome to the Mansion of Spirits." A cold, mechanical voice sounded. Immediately after, a pitch-black Iron Man walked out. His body was a little stiff, and there was the sound of metal rubbing against each other as he walked. "What's this?" Lin Xian was puzzled. He sensed that there was no flesh and blood inside the iron block, and it was all cold metal parts. "Oh, this is the puppet work of Master Ghost. You can call him Black Iron Man," Yi Qianxing explained. "Black Iron Man? Master Ghost?" Lin Xian was even more puzzled. "The owner of this mansion is called Master Ghost. He's a master blacksmith. He likes to make some metal puppets to be his assistants and servants." "I see. No wonder there's no one in the mansion." Lin Xian understood. "Go and report to Master Ghost that we're here," Yi Qianxing said to the Black Iron Man. Soon, the Black Iron Man left as if he was flying. Lin Xian was quite interested in the Black Iron Man. They didn't have a physical body, but they could walk like humans. Moreover, they could understand simple instructions. It was really amazing. What's so special about that? It's just the simplest puppet technique. "The core technology is still the inscription array," Winelord said disdainfully. Soon, an old man with dry hair floated over. He was like a ghost without making a sound. Moreover, his whole body was skinny. His dry skin stuck to his bones, making him look like a skeleton. Fortunately, Lin Xian was brave enough to not scream. Yi Qianxing, who was beside him, was used to it. He said respectfully, "Greetings, Elder Ghost." Little E, why did you bring such a young kid here?" Master Ghost looked at Lin Xian with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. "Elder Ghost, this young hero Lin's spirit beast is extremely fast. Perhaps it can help us," Yi Qianxing said. "He's the kid you were talking about?" Master Ghost turned to look at Lin Xian. The light in his eyes was like a willow, the wisp, flickering non-stop. "Summon your spirit beast and let me see." Master Ghost's voice was dignified and unquestionable. "Little White is in a deep sleep. It's not the time yet." Lin Xian shook his head and refused. "Elder Ghost, young Master Lin's spirit beast might be evolving. Why don't we wait for a while?" Yi Qianxing knew Master Ghost's temper, so he took the initiative to explain. "All right, little E, I'll trust you this time. If this kid can't take out anything when the time comes, don't blame me for breaking his neck." Master Ghost snorted coldly and floated away like a ghost again. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. Master Ghost was mysterious in the eyes of others, but in his eyes, there were no secrets. That was because the Wine Lord in his body had already seen through everything. He's actually a martial artist who cultivates a ghost-type cultivation method. That's rare. Wine Lord's tone had a hint of surprise. "Kid, if he dares to make a move, just blast him with lightning," Wine Lord said. "Young hero Lin, why don't you stay here for a few days?" "All right." Lin Xian nodded. He was curious about this place and was prepared to explore it. Hence, Lin Xian stayed. 3 days later, the little white monkey woke up. Although it didn't look much different from before, Lin Xian seemed to be able to feel that the little white monkey was different from before. Moreover, its speed was even faster. Even he couldn't accurately sense it. The little white monkey intimately rubbed Lin Xian's face, then pointed to the ground, looking very happy. "There's treasure underground?" Lin Xian was used to this. The little white monkey nodded, scratching its ears and cheeks, looking very anxious. "Don't worry, you'll have your time to shine." Lin Xian scolded with a smile. In the end, he went to find Yi Qianxing and told him that the little white monkey had woken up. Moreover, he also agreed to help get the treasure. Yi Qianxing was very happy and immediately contacted Master Ghost. However, Master Ghost said to wait because a mysterious big shot was coming. Lin Xian didn't care about this. Anyway, 1 or 2 more days didn't matter to him. Moreover, he could take this opportunity to further strengthen his win concept. Chapter 397. Lin Xian's identity was extraordinary, and the void spirit pills he refined had indeed allowed the 3 geniuses of the Jiang family to increase their cultivation by a small realm. This directly stimulated the people of the other factions. Many people anxiously looked for Lin Xian. ready to beg him to refine the void spirit pills. However, they received news that Lin Xian had entered the Spirit Mountain Villa. Everyone was a little hesitant. The Ghost Master of the Spirit Mountain Villa was famous in Heiyu City for being vicious. Moreover, the Spirit Mountain Villa was very strange, so they were not willing to go there without a special reason. The majestic castle was painted with eagles. This was the territory of the Eagle Fortress. Father, that brat has entered the Spirit Mountain Villa. I think he's most likely dead. He definitely won't be able to come out. Serves him right for trying to snatch Yuding from me. Ing Xiaoxiong sneered. Although the pills were attractive to him, nothing was more important than Yuding. Actually, I hope he can come out alive. Yuding has taken the pills, and her cultivation has improved. Moreover, if she enters the Jiang family in the future, the gap between you two will become bigger and bigger. At that time, even if no one interferes, you might not be able to get her. Ing Taizhan said in a deep voice. Now, I just hope that brat can come out safely so that he can refine a few void spirit pills. On the other side, in the Jiang family, Jiang Tianyu and the others also received news that Lin Xian had gone to the Spirit Mountain Villa. Jiang Yuding was very anxious after hearing this. Father, Lin Xian must be in danger. Why don't we go and save him? Don't make trouble. The Spirit Mountain Villa is not a place we can casually enter. Jiang Tianyu said in a deep voice. But he has helped our family a lot. We can't just watch him fall into danger. Although the Spirit Mountain Villa is strange, Zhuang Zhu is not a spirit-detecting realm expert. Why should we be afraid of him? Tinger, you know everything. The Ghost Master of the Spirit Mountain Villa has many strange moves and is impossible to guard against. Moreover, it is said that the Spirit Mountain Villa is a place of great danger. Something incredible is sealed there. It is not a place we can set foot in. In addition, his identity is very sensitive. It is said that he is inextricably linked to a large sect. Jiang Tianyu's frown deepened at the mention of the Great Banner sect. Jiang Yuding also frowned and stomped her feet anxiously. The Daki sect was one of the top 6 forces in the Longxing nation. Their strength was even above the Jiang clan's main clan. The Green Water Lake Jiang Mansion was only one of the Jiang family's subsects. Compared to the Great Banner sect, it was far inferior. Why would this fellow go to the Great Flag sect? Jiang Yuding was puzzled. Forget it. After all, we owe Lin Xian a debt of gratitude. I'll make a trip there. After he finished speaking, Jiang Tianyu's figure flashed and disappeared from the hall. The Spectre Mountain Villa was filled with fog, and it was extremely cold. When he knew that Lin Xian was willing to help, a smile appeared on Master Ghost's withered face. However, that look was even uglier than crying. Like a ghost, he floated to Lin Xian's room. Kid, let your spirit beast come out and let me have a look. Master Ghost's voice was hoarse, like a poisonous snake rubbing against the ground. The little white monkey jumped out and looked at Master Ghost curiously. Then, it stuck out its tongue and made a funny face. What an uneducated, stinky monkey! Master Ghost's face darkened, and he suddenly stretched out his withered, steel-like claws. The air fluctuated slightly, and an ear-piercing sound was heard. Master Ghost was as fast as a ghost. His steel-like black palm reached the little white monkey's head in an instant. The little white monkey showed disdain in its eyes. With a whoosh, it disappeared. Master Ghost's withered face finally showed some emotion after he missed his target. At that moment, the little white monkey jumped onto the table at the side. Master Ghost stared at the little white monkey with his deep-set eyes. His gaze was like a flickering ghost fire, which was extremely strange. He launched a few more strange attacks at the little white monkey, but the latter quickly dodged them all. At that moment, Master Ghost was extremely excited. His withered face trembled slightly. As an expert in the spirit transformation realm, his attack speed was extremely fast. Even so, he still could not touch the little white monkey at all. Even someone at the peak of the spirit transformation realm might not have such speed. Good, good, good. Master Ghost shouted 3 times in a low voice. He looked at the little white monkey as if he saw some hope. Boy, I didn't expect you to have such a rare beast. Master Ghost looked at Lin Xian, and his eyes softened a lot. I heard you're a swordsman? Master Ghost asked. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, I'm indeed a swordsman. If we succeed this time, I'll give you a spiritual level treasure sword. A spiritual level treasure sword? Lin Xian's pupils shrank. The nobility of a spiritual level treasure was well known. The black cloak behind him was a treasure weapon. With it, Lin Xian had avoided many dangers. Are you serious? Lin Xian asked excitedly. When have I ever lied to anyone? Besides, a spiritual level treasure weapon is nothing special to me. Master Ghost snorted. Then I'll thank you, Senior. Don't be happy yet. The place where we're going to get the treasure is very dangerous. It's not certain if we can take it out. We might even lose our lives. The little white monkey wasn't happy and gestured. It seemed to be saying that its ability was unique in the world, and it would be easy to get it. Xian also touched the little white monkey's head. I believe it. Master Ghost wanted to say something, but at this moment, a loud voice came into the Mansion of Spirits. Zhang Tianyu of the Jiang Mansion requests to see Master Ghost. This voice was very clear, and it spread to every corner of the Mansion of Spirits. Jiang Mansion? What is the Jiang family doing here at this time? Could it be that they also want the treasure? Master Ghost's face darkened. Lin Xian had a strange expression. He thought of a possibility. Could it be because of him? Sure enough, after a moment, Zhang Tianyu's loud voice sounded again. The young man Lin Xian, who came in a few days ago, is a guest of the Jiang Mansion. If he offended the Mansion of Spirits in any way, I hope Master Ghost will forgive him for the sake of the Jiang family. As expected, Lin Xian smiled bitterly and touched his nose. Master Ghost looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Young man, it seems like there are quite a lot of people who care about you. Let's go. Follow me out. Outside the Mansion of Spirits, Zhang Tianyu stood with his hands behind his back and looked forward. To be honest, he didn't have much hope in this matter. However, for Lin Xian, he decided to give it a try. In fact, such a big commotion had already attracted the attention of other forces. However, no one came out. They were all hiding in the dark to observe. It couldn't be helped. The Mansion of Spirits was very strange, and it was supported by a powerful sect. It wasn't a place where anyone could behave atrociously. Boom! Ghost fog rolled in the Mansion of Spirits, forming a dark cloud that floated to the outside world. Above the dark cloud, there was a skinny figure that emitted a cold and powerful aura. Beside him was a delicate and pretty youth with a snow-white little monkey sitting on his shoulder. Lin Xian. Chapter 398. At this moment, everyone was puzzled. Wasn't Lin Xian captured? Why was he standing beside Master Ghost and not hurt at all? Even Zhang Tianyu was stunned. Thank you for your kindness, clan leader Zhang. I'm fine here. I'm very safe, Lin Xian said loudly. He was surprised that Zhang Tianyu came to help. He would remember this kindness in his heart. Young friend Lin is an honored guest of the Mansion of Spirits. I won't harm him. You can go back, Master Ghost said coldly. Everyone was stunned. Since when did Lin Xian become an honored guest of the Mansion of Spirits? However, Master Ghost didn't look like he was lying. There was no need for him to lie. What a mysterious young man. First, he was treated as an honored guest by the Jiang family. Now, he was an honored guest of the Mansion of Spirits. I wonder what his true identity is. Seeing that Lin Xian was fine, Zhang Tianyu was relieved. He said a few words, and then left the Mansion of Spirits. Those forces hidden in the dark also retreated one after another. However, these people were regretful. Now that Lin Xian was an honored guest of the Mansion of Spirits, it would be much more difficult to get him to refine pills in the future. Moreover, no one dared to make things difficult for him. After all, the Mansion of Spirits was not to be trifled with. Moreover, he had the Great Banner sect behind him. In the Mansion of Spirits, Yi Qianqing left after sending Lin Xian over. Only Master Ghost and Lin Xian were alive in the Mansion of Spirits. The rest were mechanical puppets. 10 days later, a powerful aura landed in the Mansion of Spirits. Lin Xian's body tensed up. He felt an indescribable pressure as if countless mountains were pressing down on him. At the same time, the blood in his body was boiling. His blood vessels were about to burst. So terrifying. What kind of aura is this? Lin Xian's face changed. He quickly circulated the art of longevity. At the same time, he activated the Great Dragon Sword Essence to destroy the pressure. Fortunately, he had comprehended 70% of the Great Dragon Sword Essence. With the help of the Wind Essence, he was able to withstand the pressure. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian's face turned pale. He looked out of the window in horror. This is the aura of a spirit-detecting realm martial artist, Wine Lord transmitted. Spirit-detecting martial artist. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He had long heard of the miraculous and powerful spirit-detecting experts, but this was the first time he felt such a powerful aura. However, he was even more confused. Why would a spirit-detecting realm expert come to the secluded Spirit Mountain Villa? Could it be related to this treasure hunt? Lin Xian was surprised. Not only him, but the entire Black Feather City also felt an oppressive aura. Many of the tycoons of the various forces were terrified as they looked in the direction of the Mansion of Spirits. For a time, all kinds of perception quickly probed in that direction. At this moment, the clouds above the Mansion of Spirits were rolling, and the faint roar of a dragon could be heard. The blood-colored radiance shone like a sun, piercing through the clouds. 3 ferocious and terrifying blood-colored flood dragons were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws in the clouds. Each of them was more than 30 meters long, and the blood-colored spiritual inscriptions on their bodies were clearly visible. That aura was even stronger than that of an ordinary spirit transformation realm warrior. Behind them was a black palanquin with 2 blood-colored flags on both sides. Flood dragons as slaves, iron blood flag. When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned. Those warriors who wanted to scout quickly retracted their spiritual energy, afraid that they would disturb the person in the sky. Lin Xian also saw this scene from the window, and his heart was in turmoil. They were actually rank 8 monsters comparable to the spirit transformation realm, and there were 3 of them. This was too terrifying. At this moment, all the major families in Black Feather City had given the order that no one was to go out tonight. Jiang Tianyu looked at the arrogant and huge shadow in the sky and sighed in his heart. He hoped that Lin Xian was fine. Otherwise, even if the head of the Jiang family came, it would be difficult to save him. Inside the Mansion of Spirits, Lin Xian stood in front of the window, unable to speak for a long time. This aura should belong to a spirit-detecting realm warrior, and it's at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. Wine Lord said in a deep voice, "Little Xian, don't act rashly, or I won't be able to save you." At this moment, a ghostly figure appeared behind Lin Xian and quickly brought him to the courtyard. That person was Master Ghost. He brought Lin Xian to the courtyard and then looked up at the sky. "Welcome, Lord Iron Hand." Master Ghost was very respectful, and there was no trace of the coldness from before. "Is everything ready?" A dignified voice rang out. Then, a black figure descended from the sky and landed in the courtyard like a comet. The cold fog around them dissipated, as if they were afraid of the figure in the center. Lin Xian stood behind Master Ghost and looked at the black figure in front of him. His muscles were tense, and he couldn't breathe properly. It was a middle-aged man with a face as firm as a knife, and he had the aura of a superior. He was dressed in a black and red robe with a blood-colored flag that seemed to flutter in the wind. His body was completely hidden in the black robe, but his exposed hands were suffused with a bronze glow. "My lord, this is Lin Xian, the person who will assist us," Master Ghost said respectfully from the side. Hearing this, the black-robed man looked at Lin Xian. His gaze was extremely deep, like 2 sharp swords that pierced through Lin Xian. Feeling this gaze, Lin Xian felt as if his body was fixed in the void, and he couldn't move. What a terrifying gaze! Lin Xian was horrified. Under this gaze, it was as if all his secrets were exposed. Stimulated by this pressure, the great dragon sword will in Lin Xian's body roared and quickly resisted. However, in front of this black-robed man, the great dragon sword will lost its effect. Lin Xian only felt cold sweat dripping down his forehead. At this critical moment, the mysterious dagger in his body trembled slightly and emitted a gentle mysterious power. It wandered around Lin Xian's body and offset this pressure. Feeling the spiritual power in his body return to normal, He breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was just a glance, Lin Xian felt as if he had experienced 10,000 years. The black-robed man was slightly surprised. You're not affected. Interesting. Hearing this, Master Ghost's body trembled slightly, and he looked at Lin Xian with a horrified gaze. To be able to interest Lord Iron Hand, this young man was indeed not simple. Wooji at this moment, the snow-white monkey on Lin Xian's shoulder was also constantly gesturing. It was also not affected by the pressure. This little monkey is the key to our plan this time, Master Ghost explained. The black-robed man nodded slightly. Although I don't know what kind of mutant it is, it must be extraordinary to be able to ignore my pressure. All right, there's no time to lose. Let's get started. The black-robed man didn't want to waste time. Master Ghost nodded, and then his palms began to clap rhythmically. Suddenly, dozens of black iron men covered in black light quickly walked out. Each of them held a blood-red flag in their hands, and they quickly rotated in different directions. This is a formation. Wine Lord felt this scene through Lin Xian's soul power and was slightly surprised. Chapter 399. The 12 iron men stood in all directions, waving the flags in their hands, forming a mysterious force. Suddenly, the fog in the courtyard rolled and covered the entire mansion of specters. Lin Xian realized that the fog was very viscous and could block the detection of soul power. It seemed that the black-robed man and Master Ghost did not want others to know what was going to happen. After forming a defensive array, the 12 iron men changed the flags in their hands again and unleashed the power of the array. Suddenly, a mysterious blood-red pattern appeared on the ground, emitting a shocking murderous aura. As the blood-red light became brighter, it was as if the gates of hell had opened, and a blood-red pit appeared. Lin Xian's eyes flashed, and he could see the scene inside. There were mountains of bones and a sea of blood. Any one of the bones was the size of a small mountain. What is this place? Lin Xian was shocked. The bones did not look like a human's, but even demonic beasts would not be so big, right? These are all ancient beasts. It should be an ancient battlefield, Wine Lord said slowly. I did not expect an ancient battlefield to be buried under the Black Feather Ancient City. No wonder I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Ancient battlefield? Lin Xian was very curious, but Wine Lord did not say much, so he could only suppress his curiosity. Compared to Lin Xian, the black-robed man and Master Ghost were much calmer. The two of them looked at the blood-red pit with a burning light in their eyes. Do you see that blood-red flag? That is our target this time, the black-robed man said. Even someone as powerful as him was excited by the sight of the blood-red pit. Lin Xian looked in the direction of the voice and saw a rusty blood-red flag in the sea of bones. The flag was broken, and only about 1/3 of it was left. If you can take out that flag, you will be the benefactor of the Great Flag Sect, the black-robed man said. Great Flag Sect. Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. That was one of the top forces in the Dragonstar Kingdom. Could this black-robed man be from the Great Flag Sect? Just as Lin Xian was surprised, the little monkey on his shoulder was also scratching its ears and cheeks. It was very anxious. What happened? Lin Xian was moved. He knew that the snow-white monkey was very special and could always find some mysterious treasures. But at this moment, he didn't want anything to happen to the little white monkey. After comforting the little white monkey for a while, Lin Xian said softly, "If you think you can take out the flag, go ahead. If you can't afford it, don't force yourself." The little white monkey nodded and then looked anxiously at the bloody pit. The black-robed man took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "I can only open it for 3 breaths of time. If you don't come out after 3 breaths of time, you will stay inside forever." 3 breaths. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Then, the black-robed man's hands, which were covered in bronze, condensed a large flag in the air. On the flag, there were intersecting swords and sabers. With a wave of the flag, a destructive energy gushed out. Feeling this aura, Lin Xian's heart trembled. This aura was very violent. Even if a spirit transformation realm cultivator came into contact with it, they would definitely be turned into ashes. The violent energy bombarded the bloody pit and instantly tore open a millstone-sized crack. The little white monkey's body flickered and then disappeared. The next moment, its body appeared in the bloody pit. However, the little white monkey didn't rush towards the broken flag. Instead, it ran towards another corner that was filled with corpses. Lin Xian's expression changed greatly as he stared at the bloody pit. The black-robed man's expression also sank, and a terrifying aura spread out from his body. The little white monkey moved quickly and dug out a tattered flag from the pile of bones. There were even cracks and gaps on it. The next moment, it put the small bowl on its head and quickly ran toward the bloody flag. In an instant, it arrived before the bloody flag, and its furry paws picked up the rusty flagpole. "Hurry up, there's no time," the black-robed man whispered. His whole body was covered in bloody light as he waved the flag in his hand. The little white monkey's figure disappeared. At this moment, the 3 breaths of time were up. The bloody pit closed again and emitted a hellish aura. 1 breath, 2 breaths. The little white monkey's figure didn't appear. Could it be trapped inside? Lin Xian's face darkened as his soul power quickly spread out. The black-robed man also looked around and frowned. Sigh. He sighed heavily, and his eyes were filled with disappointment. At this moment, the void trembled and ripples appeared in the air. A white figure quickly appeared with a broken flag that was more than 2 meters long in its hand. The moment the flag appeared, the entire villa trembled as if there was an earthquake. The black-robed man's eyes changed from disappointment to shock. Finally, he looked up and laughed. His hand quickly grabbed the flag. Suddenly, a bloody pillar of light shot up into the sky like a mountain. However, the black-robed man was faster. With a flip of his hand, he quickly put away the broken flag. A bloody pillar appeared in Blackfeather City and quickly rushed into the sky. The terrifying aura made all the strong people in Blackfeather City tremble. Ha 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 ha. The black-robed man laughed. On the opposite side, the little white monkey had a small bowl on its head. Its big, gem-like eyes squinted into the shape of a crescent moon. Whoosh! It turned into a shadow and went into Lin Xian's storage ring. Lin Xian, you are the savior of the Great Flag Sect. Now, I'm going to refine this flag. Take this flag and find me in Barren Flame City in 2 months. If you have any requests, just let me know. After that, the black-robed man's body swayed and quickly rushed to the black sedan in the sky. The 3 ferocious blood dragons roared into the sky and turned into bloody light, rushing into the sky and disappearing. Barren Flame City, Lin Xian whispered, his eyes flickering. I didn't expect it to work. Boy, your luck is here. Master Ghost said enviously. Iron Hand Master is a man of his word. He will definitely agree to any request you have. Any request? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He had an idea in his mind. If he asked to join the Green Dragon Society, would Iron Hand Master agree and do it? What if my request is difficult? Lin Xian looked at Master Ghost and asked. Difficult? Master Ghost was stunned and then sneered. No matter how difficult it is, as long as Iron Hand Master wants to do it, he will definitely do it. Iron Hand Master is one of the top figures in the Dragonstar Kingdom. There is nothing he can't do. One of the top figures. Lin Xian was shocked. Iron Hand Master must be a high-ranking figure in the Great Flag Sect. Lin Xian asked, Wine Lord, what kind of treasure is that iron blood flag? It can actually make a spirit-detecting expert so excited. Also, what is that small bowl that Little White is holding? You will know these things in the future. Wine Lord seemed to be still immersed in the scene of the ancient battlefield and didn't want to say anything. Chapter 400. On the side, Master Ghost kept making hand seals, and the 12 black iron men quickly changed the formation. All of a sudden, the bloody light disappeared, and the horrifying bloody hole disappeared. The mansion of spirits returned to normal. After the 12 iron men left, Master Ghost looked at Lin Xian. Kid, I said before that if you succeed, I will give you a spiritual rank artifact. I will not go back on my words. Follow me. Finishing his words, he turned around and walked into the depths of the mansion of spirits. Spiritual rank sword. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Iron Handlord's promise was still an empty promise, but the spiritual rank sword mentioned by Master Ghost was a real treasure. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Lin Xian quickly followed. Soon, the two arrived at a treasure room. Master Ghost pulled out a long sword from the pile of materials and weapons. The sword was 3 feet long and 3 fingers wide. It was blue in color, as dazzling as the stars. This sword is called Star Extinction. It was made with meteorite from outer space. It is a mid-rank spiritual rank sword. Lin Xian was ecstatic. Mid-rank spiritual rank, this sword was even higher than his black cloak. As a swordsman, he could naturally feel the powerful energy contained in the Star Extinction sword. Holding the long sword in his hand, Lin Xian slightly channeled his spirit power. Rays of blue sword chi flew out, quickly turning into fine sword marks, forming a full moon-like ripple in the air. Good sword, Lin Xian praised. The reason why artifacts were called artifacts was because they could increase a warrior's fighting power. Like this mid-rank spiritual rank artifact, Lin Xian estimated that it could increase his attacking power by 2 times. This was a very rare thing. After entering the harmonious spirit realm, a warrior's cultivation speed would slow down greatly, and the number of warriors in the same realm would increase greatly. In the same realm, whoever had a better weapon would be able to increase their strength greatly. Although the Dragon Star Strong Country was vast, mid-rank spiritual rank artifacts were not as common as cabbages. Even in the Dragon Star Strong Country, they were considered top-tier artifacts. Thank you for the sword, Senior, Lin Xian said, then took out the black scabbard. This Star Extinction sword was similar to his Autumn Scar sword. It should be able to fit into the black scabbard. Clang! The star sword returned to its scabbard perfectly. However, when Master Ghost saw the black scabbard, his body trembled slightly. Kid, show him the black scabbard, Winelord transmitted. Lin Xian was slightly taken aback. At this moment, Master Ghost said excitedly, Kid, can you show me your scabbard? With Winelord's reminder, Lin Xian handed the black scabbard over without hesitation. The black scabbard was very simple and unadorned. It was pitch black all over like black jade. Moreover, it was enough to form the power of wind and thunder. Back then, Lin Xian had relied on it to unleash the wind and thunder sword technique. Now that he could use his own strength to unleash the power of wind and thunder, the black scabbard was no longer of much use to him. Next to him, Master Ghost stroked the black scabbard gently, using a special method to quickly examine it. What an exquisite scabbard! This should be an ancient item. Master Ghost exclaimed. Kid, where did you get this scabbard? He had gotten it from a street stall in the past. Lin Xian did not explain in detail. This scabbard contains the power of wind and thunder. If you put it into a long sword of the same element, it will be greatly nourished. As time goes by, it might be able to increase the grade of the longsword. Master Ghost said, Increase the grade? That's so magical. Lin Xian was surprised. When he used the scabbard before, he did not feel anything special about it. Perhaps it was because the Autumn Scar sword did not have any element to begin with. The inside of the scabbard is a bit damaged, but I can fix it. If you can get a sword of the wind and thunder element, with this scabbard, your strength will definitely increase tremendously. Master Ghost continued, This Star of Extinction sword can be said to be of the thunder element, because the meteorite that made it contains powerful thunder. If you can find a sword of the wind element, then this scabbard will be perfect. Lin Xian was a bit confused. A sword of the wind and thunder element? But there is only one scabbard. One scabbard with 2 swords. You don't even know this? Master Ghost said with disdain. All right, leave it with me. Give me 3 days. I guarantee that I will make your eyes light up. As he finished speaking, Master Ghost hurried Lin Xian out. Trust him. With his strength, he should be able to do it. Winelord said. Can that black scabbard really hold 2 swords? Lin Xian was still doubtful. Yes, I have even seen a scabbard with 3 swords. Winelord said, Your scabbard should be a replica of that thing. Whatever. You just need to find a sword of the wind element. Being able to increase his strength, Lin Xian was naturally happy. The stronger he was, the higher his chances of winning the championship in the Green Dragon Gathering. As long as he won the championship, he would be able to sense the direction of the Great Dragon Sword after merging with the True Dragon Chi. The Great Dragon Sword, that was his final goal. While waiting for Master Ghost for 3 days, Lin Xian trained step by step. After 3 days, Master Ghost floated into Lin Xian's room like a ghost. Here, he threw the black scabbard over. Lin Xian caught it and inserted the Star of Extinction Sword. With his outstanding soul power, he could feel that the Star of Extinction Sword seemed to be letting out a carefree cry. This phenomenon was rarely seen in the past. Lin Xian looked over and saw that the black scabbard had unknowingly become 2 sword slots. The Star of Extinction Sword occupied one of them, leaving the other one. A sword of the wind element? Lin Xian touched his chin and tried hard to recall. He had never heard of a sword of the wind element in the Dragon Star Strong country. Forget it. Since you have helped Master Iron Hand, I will give you a piece of information for free. Master Ghost said, there is a map here. Legend has it that a wind shadow sword is buried here. If you feel that you are strong enough, you can go and try. After saying that, Master Ghost tossed out another yellowed scroll. Wind shadow sword, what rank is that? Lin Xian asked. Don't worry, it is definitely not lower than the Star of Extinction Sword. Master Ghost was full of confidence. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. The Star of Extinction Sword was a mid-tier spiritual rank treasure. It was not lower than the Wind Shadow Sword, so it was at least a mid-tier spiritual rank treasure. Looking at Master Ghost's expression, it might even be higher. Opening the yellowed scroll, Lin Xian found that the information on it was very detailed. At the same time, he took out the map of the Dragon Star Strong country that he had obtained earlier and began to compare it seriously. Bayun Mountain was in the west of the Dragon Star Strong country, and it was also the only way to get to Barren Flame City. Since we are going to Barren Flame City, why don't we go to Bayun Mountain first? Lin Xian thought to himself. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I want to leave now and prepare to go to Bayun Mountain immediately. Go. I also want to study a new puppet, Master Ghost said. Soon, Lin Xian left the Spirit Villa and walked out of the city with Blackfeather. Recently, the various forces in Blackfeather City had been very quiet, but they were secretly paying attention to every move of the Spirit Villa. Chapter 401. Some of the major forces wanted the spiritual void pill, so they wanted to invite Lin Xian over. However, Lin Xian was very fast and did not seem to have any intention of staying in Blackfeather City. Those forces were afraid of the Mansion of Spirits and did not continue to follow Lin Xian. However, a small group of forces continued to follow. The leader wore a black robe with a golden eagle on it. It was the young master of the Eagle Fortress, Ing Xiaoxiong. At this moment, he led 8 martial arts experts and rushed toward Lin Xian. Humph, I must get the spiritual void pill. Ing Xiaoxiong's face was fierce. He only had one purpose for getting the spiritual void pill, and that was to be a match for Zhang Yuding. That kid is speeding up. Hurry up and catch up. Lin Xian was in a hurry, so he was faster than usual. It did not take long for him to leave Blackfeather City. During this time, he had received many invitations, but he had politely rejected them. He did not come to Dragonstar to refine pills for these people. Not long after leaving Blackfeather City and entering the forest, Lin Xian frowned. Relying on his soul power, he could clearly feel that there was a team behind him that was quickly approaching him. It's this guy. When Lin Xian saw Ing Xiaoxiong, he raised his eyebrows. Ing Xiaoxiong had opposed him during the Jiang family's meeting. Lin Xian did not have a good impression of this person. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The people behind him suddenly accelerated and turned into colorful lights, instantly overtaking Lin Xian. Whoosh. In just a moment, these people surrounded Lin Xian. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. His body was as straight as the heavens. He turned around and looked at Ing Xiaoxiong with a trace of killing intent in his eyes. Ing Xiaoxiong's voice was cold. If you know what's good for you, follow me back to refine pills. As long as you can refine the spiritual void pill, I can guarantee that you'll be fine. This is not the Eagle Fortress, and it's not a place where you can order people around. Get out of here, or you'll have to bear the consequences. Lin Xian said coldly. Lin Xian was not a member of the Eagle Stronghold, so Ing Xiaoxiong's commanding words made him extremely unhappy. Brat, don't be arrogant. Don't think that you're amazing just because you can refine pills. Besides, even if I kill you in the wilderness, no one will know. So, your best choice is to obediently follow me back. With that, Ing Xiaoxiong looked at Lin Xian with a mocking expression. In his opinion, if Lin Xian wanted to keep his life, he would definitely follow him back obediently. After all, he had brought 8 elite warriors with him, and he himself was a late harmonious spirit warrior. With such a lineup, Lin Xian, an early harmonious spirit realm warrior, would not be able to escape. 8 harmonious spirit realm warriors surrounded Lin Xian. Their bodies emitted a terrifying and powerful aura. When the aura gathered together, it caused the void to tremble. Lin Xian glanced around and found out that the strongest among them was a mid-harmonious spirit realm warrior. The remaining 6 were early harmonious spirit realm warriors. Such a lineup would be considered as a tyrant in Xia country, but right now, they were only hired thugs. One had to admit that Longxing country was very strong in martial arts. It was not something that Xia country and other countries could compare with. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. Don't provoke me. You won't be able to bear the consequences. Lin Xian said coldly. You don't want to do this? Go. Ing Xiaoxiong shouted. Immediately, the 8 warriors rushed forward. Heavenly Eagle Hand. Great Sorrow Heaven Splitting Palm. For a moment, all kinds of attacks were thrown at Lin Xian. Even a late harmonious spirit realm warrior would not be able to withstand these attacks. However, Lin Xian just waited coldly. When these attacks were about to reach him, he suddenly pulled out his sword with his right hand. Buzz! A blue sword light flashed and appeared in the sky, drawing a half-moon trajectory. Wind Thunder Sword Wave. With Lin Xian as the center, a blue sword wave quickly spread out in all directions. This sword wave contained 50% of the Great Dragon Sword intent. Its attacking power was extremely strong. With the help of the Star Extinction Sword, a mid-grade Zhong Spirit Realm treasure, even a late harmonious Spirit Realm warrior would not dare to take this attack head-on. Puff, puff, puff. The defense in front of 3 warriors was ruthlessly torn apart. The blue sword light split them in half. The other 3 warriors were sent flying while vomiting blood. They were severely injured and had lost their ability to fight. 1 sword wave, 3 dead and 3 injured. This horrifying scene immediately stunned the other 2 mid-harmonious spirit realm warriors and Ing Xiaoxiong's group. What is this kid's background? He doesn't look like an alchemist at all. The 2 mid-harmonious spirit realm warriors were sweating profusely. Ing Xiaoxiong's face was also gloomy. Although the Eagle Fortress was strong, harmonious spirit realm warriors were not like cabbages. How dare you kill the people of the Eagle Fortress? You will die today. Ing Xiaoxiong's voice was filled with killing intent. Young master, this kid is stronger than we thought. Should we retreat first? No need. His sword should be a mid-grade spiritual rank treasure. I think he relied on that treasure to attack just now. You guys help me from the side. I will do it myself. Ing Xiaoxiong took a step forward. His aura was like an erupting volcano. The shadow of a goshawk appeared behind him. It was extremely sharp. Don't think that you are the only one who has a mid-grade spiritual rank treasure. I will let you know the true power of a mid-grade spiritual rank treasure. After saying that, Ing Xiaoxiong took out a pair of dark green gloves and put them on his hands. Space-splitting cross attack. Ing Xiaoxiong's body was like an arrow leaving the bow. He quickly rushed out and waved his hand in the air. The air trembled. A few 10-meter-long blood-red claw marks appeared. The void was torn apart by the claw marks. Lin Xian's feet flashed and his body suddenly disappeared. A few deep claw marks appeared at the place where he was standing before. Each of the claw marks was like a sword cutting through the earth. Humph! Let's see how long you can hide. Ing Xiaoxiong waved both of his claws. Countless goshawks flew up and surrounded Lin Xian. Thunderclap! Lin Xian held the Star Extinction Sword tightly with both of his hands. The tip of the sword faced the sky and suddenly fell down. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky rolled. 5 blue lightning formed a pentagram and fell down. Clang, clang, clang. The goshawk shadow beside him was hit by the lightning and made a metallic sound. The lightning dispersed, and the shadows of the goshawks that filled the sky disappeared. Ing Xiaoxiong and Lin Xian were hit by the energy, and both of them took 3 steps back. At this time, 2 mid-harmonious spirit warriors suddenly attacked from both sides of Lin Xian. 2 30-meter-long blood-red eagle claws swept across the sky, grabbing at Lin Xian. Wind Emperor's Sword. Lin Xian's body suddenly rotated and quickly rushed out. He used the wind mentality and merged it with the Wind Emperor's sword. There was no dazzling sword light or terrifying aura. This sword was like a gentle breeze that no one noticed. When Lin Xian appeared again, the pupils of the 2 mid-harmonious spirit warriors gradually enlarged. Their faces were filled with fear. Plop! A line of blood appeared between their eyebrows. Their bodies slowly fell down. On the opposite side, Ing Xiaoxiong's pupils shrank. He looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. The sword just now was too ordinary. He didn't notice it at all. However, such an ordinary sword strike had killed 2 mid-harmonious spirit realm warriors. Chapter 402. He was no longer as arrogant as before because the 8 elite warriors he brought with him had all fallen. Lin Xian had only swung his sword 3 times throughout the whole process. The 3 sword strikes seemed simple, but they were filled with endless killing intent. Each sword strike contained 50% of the fire monkey's great dragon sword intent, and the last strike was infused with the wind concept. Even a late harmonious spirit realm warrior would not dare to take on such an attack, let alone a mid-harmonious spirit realm warrior. Brat, consider yourself lucky this time. Don't let me see you again. Ing Xiaoxiong snorted and turned to leave. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Lin Xian's cloak fluttered as he appeared in front of Ing Xiaoxiong. How dare you block my way? You're courting death. Ing Xiaoxiong was furious. Who was he? He was the young lord of Eagle Fortress. Normally, he was the one who bullied others in Blackfeather City. No one was like Lin Xian and dared to block his way. What do you want? Ing Xiaoxiong asked coldly. What do I want? Lin Xian sneered. You brought people to kill me, and now you want to leave because you can't beat me? How can there be such an easy thing in this world? I, Lin Xian, am not a pushover. If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay the price. Price? What price do you want? I am the young lord of Eagle Fortress. What can you do to me? Ing Xiaoxiong became arrogant again. If you want to kill someone, you should be prepared to be killed. Lin Xian pulled out his star extinction sword. You dare to kill me? Ing Xiaoxiong laughed. Aren't you afraid of Eagle Fortress revenge? Do you think I'll return to Blackfeather City? Lin Xian said coldly, Today, I'll teach you a lesson. You'll have to pay the price for what you've done. A blue sword light suddenly flashed out as fast as lightning. Flying Rainbow, the 4th style of Azure Cloud sword art. With the support of Lin Xian's 5 cities dragon sword intent, the sword light was like a rainbow in the sky, floating down. Eagles splitting the sky. Ing Xiaoxiong's aura burst out as he also unleashed a terrifying attack. As a late harmonious spirit realm warrior, Ing Xiaoxiong's strength was extraordinary. Coupled with the fact that he also had a mid-grade spirit treasure, this attack was extremely terrifying. You want to kill me? You're too naive. Ing Xiaoxiong laughed madly. I also have a mid-grade spirit step artifact, and my cultivation is 2 levels higher than yours. How are you going to kill me? I will capture you personally and turn you into a pill slave so that you can refine pills for our Eagle Castle forever. Resisting Lin Xian's sword chi, Ing Xiaoxiong's confidence soared. Eagle soars the earth. He soared into the air and made strange movements in the air. Like a goshawk, he pounced towards Lin Xian. An indescribable power appeared, and at this moment, Ing Xiaoxiong was truly like a heavenly eagle, spreading his wings and soaring. The terrifying aura was vast and mighty, and a gale swept up within 100 meters. The momentum was shocking. Flying Star. Looking at the terrifying attack in the sky, Lin Xian once again used his ultimate skill. 70% of the great dragon sword intent gushed out. Lin Xian turned into a meteor and soared into the sky. At this moment, his whole body was burning with a dark blue light, dragging a long tail of light, drawing a strange arc in the sky. Swoosh! The whole sky seemed to have been split into two, and a large area of vacuum appeared. Ing Xiaoxiong's body trembled and froze in the air. He lowered his head slightly and saw that the defensive barrier in front of his body had been completely shattered, and a fist-sized bloody hole had appeared in his chest. You! He wanted to open his mouth, but could only spit out blood. He was unwilling, extremely unwilling. Ing Xiaoxiong's pupils were dilated, and his face was filled with fear. He felt that his consciousness was rapidly weakening. At this moment, he suddenly regretted his actions. If he didn't provoke Lin Xian, perhaps he wouldn't have died now. But time couldn't be reversed, and he could only pay the price for his mistake. Boom! Ing Xiaoxiong's body fell from the sky and smashed onto the ground. Lin Xian quickly flashed, took his storage ring and the pair of middle-grade spiritual gloves, and then used thunder and lightning to burn the body to ashes. Although he wasn't afraid of being hunted down by the Eagle Fortress, he didn't want to attract unnecessary trouble for himself. The other bodies were also disposed of. After doing all this, Lin Xian quickly hurried and disappeared into the forest. Far away from Blackfeather City, Lin Xian summoned the Golden Frog and began to searching Xiaoxiong's storage ring. It had to be said that as the young fort lord of the Eagle Castle, Ing Xiaoxiong was extremely wealthy. Just the middle-grade spirit stones he carried with him were more than 30,000. In addition, he also had some spiritual martial arts techniques. Of course, the most expensive thing was the pair of middle-grade spiritual gloves. Although he didn't need them, he could sell them for a lot of middle-grade spirit stones. After putting away the storage ring, Lin Xian began to cultivate. Half a month later, he arrived at the Baiyun mountain range. Looking at the misty Baiyun mountain range, Lin Xian took a deep breath. In this half a month, his cultivation had improved again. The art of longevity was indeed a magical technique. It allowed him to improve again in just half a month. Opening the yellowed scroll, Lin Xian looked for the marked location on the map. According to the scroll, the Wind Shadow Sword was in a tomb, and this tomb was the tomb of a spirit-detecting expert called the Evil King. The 32nd mountain. Lin Xian looked at the mountains, then put away the scroll and patted Xiao Jin. His body turned into an afterimage and rushed toward the mountain. The Baiyun mountain range was covered in dense forests. Birds, beasts, and apes cried, and it was full of vitality. In the mountains, there was a group of martial artists with steady footsteps rushing toward the 32nd mountain. This group of people had dark red killing intent on their bodies. Their faces were ferocious, and it was obvious that they weren't good people. Second Master, is there really a treasure here? A few of the martial artists asked. It can't be wrong. It took me a long time to find this information. There must be a peerless treasure here. After I get those treasures, I will no longer be the second master. I will be the real leader of the Black Tiger Gang. You are all heroes who have helped me. After I become the leader, I will reward you. Thank you, boss. The group of martial artists was excited. The one leading the group was a middle-aged man with messy brown hair. There was a cross-shaped scar on his face, which made people feel intimidated. This middle-aged man's aura had reached the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. He was very powerful. The martial artists behind him were also at the harmonious spirit realm. None of them were weak. This group of people was also looking for the Evil King's tomb. Boss, what is in the tomb? A young martial artist asked. The middle-aged man looked back. You just broke through to the harmonious spirit realm. It's normal that you don't know. The Evil King, Yu Xiangchuan, was very famous in the Longxing country. He didn't care whether he was righteous or evil. He did everything according to his personal preference. That was why he offended many forces. However, his cultivation was very high. He had reached the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. Ordinary forces in the Longxing country couldn't do anything to him. Later on, there were experts from the top forces who tried to encircle him, but he still managed to escape. However, after that battle, he was seriously injured and went into seclusion. It was said that he had the 4 ultimate skills of wind, flower, snow, and moon. After his death, these 4 ultimate skills were buried in his tomb. Chapter 403. As long as I can find one of them, I won't be afraid of Wang Hu anymore. The brown-haired man said, Hee hee, I heard that the evil king called himself the Flower Sect. Who knows how many beauties of the Dragon Star Kingdom he had raped. If boss can get this technique, you will be happy. Ha 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 ha. The brown-haired man laughed wildly and led the group to the 32nd mountain. Soon, this group of vicious people arrived at the top of a steep mountain. The entrance to the evil king's tomb should be around here. Hurry up and find it, the brown-haired man ordered. The group dispersed and began to search for the legendary evil king's tomb. There's someone. A disciple of the Black Tiger Gang noticed the situation. Boss, there's someone in front. The brown-haired man's eyes widened. He quickly gathered his men and led them forward. The group moved forward cautiously. They saw a young man in a black robe standing at the top of the mountain. He seemed to be looking for something. Kid, who are you? Why are you here? A skinny man next to the brown-haired man shouted. The young man in black robe turned around and glanced at the group with a sharp gaze. Those who were glanced at felt a chill in their hearts, as if they were pierced by the sword light. Even the brown-haired man frowned. What a sharp gaze. This young man was Lin Xian, who came to find the Wind Shadow Sword. He looked at the people behind him and raised his eyebrows. The others were ignored, but the brown-haired man made him feel pressured. Peak of the harmonious spirit realm. Lin Xian's heart sank. His current strength was enough to defeat a late harmonious spirit realm expert, but there was still a gap between him and a peak harmonious spirit realm expert. But even if he couldn't defeat them, he couldn't leave them. Who are you? What are you doing here? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't answer and instead asked a question, the disciples of the Black Tiger Gang were furious. But they didn't dare to be presumptuous when they thought of the sharp gaze from before. The brown-haired man snorted. Just an early harmonious spirit realm brat. I will be kind and spare your life today. Get lost. With just you? Lin Xian sneered. A sharp aura gushed out. Immediately, the sky changed color. Everyone felt a shocking sword chi, as if it was going to split them in half. What a terrifying sword chi. Who is this person? How could he be so powerful? The Black Tiger Gang's hearts palpitated. They could not remember when such a powerful young man had appeared in the White Cloud Mountain range. The brown-haired man's eyes were gloomy. His cultivation was the highest, so he could sense the difference. This sword chi contained an indestructible will, like a slumbering ferocious beast. This aura, could it be sword intent? The brown-haired man was bewildered. Forget it. Maybe he's just a disciple of some big sect passing by. There's no need to cause trouble. The evil king's tomb is more important. The brown-haired man ignored Lin Xian. I have something to do today. Count yourself lucky. Let's go and take a look at other places. Soon, these people left. Could it be that these people are also here to look for the evil king's tombstone? Lin Xian was puzzled. Could it be that more than one person knew about this? Shaking his head, Lin Xian stopped thinking about these things. The most important thing right now was to find the entrance to the evil king's tomb. Lin Xian spread out his soul power and quickly scanned the surroundings. At the same time, Wine Lord could also sense everything that was going on outside from the mysterious little sword. Although Lin Xian did not know how to find the evil king's tomb, with Wine Lord's ability, he should be able to find it. How is it? Lin Xian asked. Found it. It's 350 meters ahead. Wine Lord said. 350 meters ahead? Lin Xian was stunned. It was no wonder that he was shocked. He was now standing near the cliff. 350 meters ahead of him was a bottomless abyss. Lord Alcohol, are you sure you're not mistaken? Lin Xian asked again. How is that possible? Who am I? Wine Lord snorted. Anyway, I've already told you the entrance. It's up to you whether you want to go in or not. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Although harmonious spirit realm warriors could fly, this cliff was very strange. There was an inexplicable suction force below that could suck living things down. Not long ago, Lin Xian saw a 7th-grade demonic bird being pulled down the cliff. Forget it. Since Wine Lord said so, then so be it. Lin Xian spread out his soul power and quickly found the corresponding position. According to Wine Lord, there could not be any difference in this position. Otherwise, he would be sucked down the cliff by the suction force. Found it! Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He then jumped up into the sky. This scene was seen by the Black Tiger Gang. Damn, it's a stupid kid who wants to jump off the cliff. What bad luck. A group of people cursed. However, Lin Xian was not sucked into the abyss as they expected. Instead, he suddenly disappeared in mid-air. What happened? The Black Tiger Gang disciples were confused. The brown-haired man's face was gloomy. He quickly rushed to the edge of the cliff. Unfortunately, he did not find anything. Could it be the entrance to the evil king's tomb? The brown-haired man was surprised. It was said that the entrance to the tomb was very strange. Ordinary people would not be able to find it. Moreover, they had been searching here for half a day, but they did not find anything suspicious. However, that young man disappeared into thin air. He could not help but be suspicious. You try, the middle-aged man said to the warrior beside him. Boss, this is a bottomless abyss. Even a harmonious spirit realm warrior would be sucked to the bottom. The disciple said with a sobbing tone, What are you afraid of? The middle-aged man shouted coldly. That kid went in. This must be the entrance. Hurry up and open the way for me. Boss. The warrior still wanted to say something, but he was kicked away by the middle-aged man. He screamed, and his body flew forward in a parabola. The strength of the kick was a little too strong. Even though he adjusted his body in the air, the inexplicable suction force locked him down and dragged him down. The miserable scream echoed at the bottom of the mountain. It made everyone's hair stand on end. Motherfucker, that's too much strength. The brown-haired man cursed in a low voice. Who saw the distance that kid jumped? Hurry up and come here. After sacrificing 3 warriors, the Black Tiger Gang finally found the mysterious entrance. Fuck. Why is it in such a dangerous place? The evil king is really a bastard. The group cursed in their hearts. This was the rhythm of sending them to their deaths. However, they finally found the evil king's tomb. The sacrifice was worth it. Follow me. The middle-aged man shouted and quickly jumped into the tomb. The other warriors also jumped in one after another. However, not long after the brown-haired man jumped in, 2 figures quickly rushed up from the bottom of the mountain. Chapter 404. It was a man and a woman. The man was wearing a long robe and a silver mask with golden patterns on his face. He looked mysterious. The woman's face was like a peach blossom. She was wearing an emerald green dress and 2 accessories made of bones on her hands. The 2 looked at the Black Tiger Gang's warriors who were entering the tomb and sneered. Old thing, you really know how to find a place. You actually put the tomb in this place. The mysterious masked man said coldly. Senior brother, don't be angry. We found it anyway. The emerald green girl said in a sweet voice. At this moment, the Black Tiger Gang's disciples who had not entered the tomb turned around. What are you doing? This is the Black Tiger Gang's territory. Get out of here, or I will kill you all. What a beautiful girl. Why don't you play with me? The warriors laughed evilly. Soon, they couldn't laugh anymore because the mysterious young man with the half-mask was emitting a terrifying aura. Spirit Transformation Realm Warrior. The Black Tiger Gang's disciples' faces changed. They quickly jumped toward the entrance of the tomb. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several pink flower petals flew out, drawing a strange arc in the air and piercing the warriors' bodies. Suddenly, the warriors' bodies stiffened. Pink light rushed out from their bodies. Finally, their bodies were split into several pieces and exploded. It only took a moment for them to escape and die. They didn't even have time to scream. This was the power of a Spirit Transformation Realm Warrior. He could instantly kill a harmonious Spirit Realm Warrior. Let's go and see what's so special about our teacher's tomb, the masked man said. If someone was here, they would definitely scream. These 2 were the disciples of evil King Yu Shangchuan. The 2 of them quickly entered the King of Evil's tomb. Ripples appeared in the air and spread out like a whirlpool. When Lin Xian came back to his senses, he found himself in a strange space. There was the sound of water flowing in front of him. He could hear it from far away. There is the sound of water. What a magical place. Lin Xian exclaimed. He remembered that he jumped into the sky but ended up in this place. It seems like this is a small, sealed space. Spirit-detecting realm cultivators don't have the ability to open up spaces, so this place must have been discovered by that person by chance, Winelord said. However, he actually dares to call himself the evil king. He sure has guts. Fortunately, this is a remote place. If he were on the other continent, he would have been killed with a single palm strike. Winelord muttered to himself. Lin Xian tapped his feet lightly and flew out like a rainbow. Soon, he arrived at the riverbank. It was a large black river. The river water was torrential and it flowed endlessly. However, with his outstanding soul power, Lin Xian sensed a cold and corrosive aura from the lake. That feeling was somewhat similar to that of the Yin Xuanhe. However, it was even more sinister than the Yinxian River. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air came from behind, and several figures landed quickly. Brat, you really came to explore the evil king's tomb. The brown-haired man looked at Lin Xian, his eyes cold. Yes, so what? Lin Xian was not afraid at all. Even if the opponent was a peak harmonious spirit realm cultivator, as long as he wanted to leave, the man would not be able to stop him. Moreover, this strange space was very wide, so the man could not seal him. Humph! The middle-aged man harumphed coldly. You? An early harmonious spirit realm cultivator dares to touch the evil king's tomb? You really have guts. Let's see if I dare or not. Lin Xian held the black scabbard tightly. Just as the battle was about to break out, the snow-white monkey suddenly jumped out and sat on Lin Xian's shoulder. Its furry little head was holding the worn-out bowl. Its black, gem-like eyes kept looking around. Then, it took out 2 dice and threw them into the bowl. Ding-dong! The 2 dice shook and finally stopped. Woo-ji, the snow-white monkey held the bowl again and pointed to the right. Lin Xian frowned. Since when did this guy become a fraud? Seeing that Lin Xian did not believe it, the snow-white monkey jumped up in anger. All right, I believe you. Ignoring the black tiger gang, Lin Xian's body swayed and ran to the right like a ghost. The people on the black tiger list were dumbfounded. How could such a big man believe a monkey? This was too much of a joke. You ran fast enough, or else I would have let you know the power of my iron fist. The middle-aged man harumphed coldly. You 3, follow him and see what he is up to. The rest of you, follow me to the left. The middle-aged man led a group of people to the left side of the river, while the other 3 quickly followed Lin Xian. Under the snow-white monkey's guidance, Lin Xian ran all the way. Along the way, the light was dim, but with his outstanding soul power, he was safe. Splash! Stepping into the pool of water, Lin Xian's body moved horizontally. At this moment, the black liquid in the pool suddenly emitted a black light. Countless black needles flew out from the pool and attacked Lin Xian. Get lost! Lin Xian bent his finger and flicked it backwards. A blue half-moon lake sword energy rushed out from his back and hit the black needles. Dang, dang, dang. All the black needles were cut off. Suddenly, Lin Xian felt a sense of danger. His black cloak fluttered and his body moved 10 meters to the side to dodge. Dozens of black, curved light blades bombarded the place where he was standing. After dodging these strange attacks, Lin Xian was shocked. He quickly turned around and covered his body with silver lightning body. Suddenly, a black figure rose from the pool. Liquid kept dripping from his body. An aura comparable to a mid-harmonious spirit realm expert was emitted. What is this thing? Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't feel that there was a living person in the pool. I'm afraid it's derived from the corpse-dissolving water. It's normal that you can't feel it. Winelord explained. With your strength, it shouldn't be hard to deal with him. Thunder Tyrant Fist. Lin Xian swung his fist again and unleashed a bolt of silver lightning. At the same time, his 5 fingers formed into a claw, forming a huge palm in the air and grabbing at the black figure. Above him, the silver palm was like a small mountain, bringing with it an endless pressure. Gulp. The black figure suddenly opened his mouth. The mouth was dozens of meters long. His sharp black teeth were like 2 rows of cutting machines, glowing with a dark light. He bit at the silver palm in the sky. At the same time, He swung his two arms forward. They instantly lengthened and slapped at Lin Xian. This strange attack was not something that a human could perform. Moonbreak. Lin Xian placed the Star Extinction Sword in front of his chest and drew out a half-moon arc. A blue sword light quickly flew out like a blue moon and hit the lengthened arms. Chi-chi. The two collided, producing the sound of fire and water mixing. The long black arm quickly melted the half-moon sword energy. The half-moon sword energy contained the great dragon sword intent and quickly destroyed the black arm. Chapter 405. The sword intent was invincible. This was not a boast. It was the truth. The great dragon sword intent represented an offensive saint art. It could even kill strange creatures like the corpse dissolving water. The black creature felt Lin Xian's great dragon sword intent and was frightened like a mouse. It was no longer attacking but quickly turned into a puddle of water and ran towards the ground. Trying to run away? Lin Xian used his wind intent and dragon counterstep to reach the extreme. He arrived in front of the black creature in a flash. Lightning intertwined as he waved his palms. A huge cage enveloped the creature. In a flash, dozens of lightning bolts drilled into the black creature's body. Drip, drip. The black creature turned into a puddle of black water and fell to the ground, returning to the black river. After dealing with the black creature, Lin Xian ran towards the right again. After a while, his speed gradually decreased because a stone cave appeared in front of him. The stone cave was blocked by a thick and heavy stone door. It was covered with vines. It seemed like it had not been opened for a long time. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He was slightly happy. It seemed like the little white monkey was not bad. He wanted to go forward and check, but a few sneers came from behind him. "I didn't expect you to be so lucky. You actually found a treasure cave. This cave is ours. You can get lost now." The voice was so domineering that it did not put Lin Xian in its eyes at all. Lin Xian turned around and found three mid-harmonious spirit realm warriors standing not far away. They formed a triangle with a fixed distance between each other. The advantage of this was that they could attack or retreat, forming a small group. Obviously, the three of them were battle veterans. "You want this treasure cave?" Lin Xian showed a faint smile. "Cut the crap and get lost. Otherwise, you will stay here forever." The three of them emitted three waves of qi that merged into one. It was like 1,000 zhang tall mountain, pressing down on Lin Xian. To be honest, they were shocked by Lin Xian's sword intent when they were outside. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so cautious when facing an early harmonious spirit brat. However, the three of them were very confident that they could defeat a late harmonious spirit warrior with their combined attack. However, Lin Xian possessed 70% of the great dragon sword intent, so he was not afraid of their combined attacks. With a cold snort, Lin Xian's gigantic sword shadow appeared behind his back, pressing down on the 3,000 zhang tall mountain like a heavenly pillar. Rumble. The void trembled as if a huge explosion had occurred. Under the horrified gazes of the three, Lin Xian's firmament sword slashed the 1,000-foot-tall mountain in half as if it was tofu. Then, with a boundless aura, it pressed down on the three. Retreat. Their expressions changed drastically as they retreated at lightning speed. Wind Emperor's sword. Since he had made his move, Lin Xian had no reason to stop. The absolute star sword turned into a cold light and blended into the void. After comprehending the wind intent, his understanding of the wind had become more skillful. He could unleash a profound sword art with just a raise of his hand. His sword pierced toward a man wearing a blue scarf. There was no sword light or terrifying aura. It was like a gust of wind. The absolute star sword arrived in front of the man in a flash. "Block it!" The warrior wearing the blue scarf shouted crazily. Both of his palms converged in front of him. The surrounding spiritual energy was pulled over like flowing water, forming a thick spiritual energy defense in front of him. An earthy yellow light surged out of his body, and ancient patterns appeared in the air. He even has an inner armor. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. The long sword in his hand became even sharper. 50% of the sword intent exploded, and the wind intent was also integrated into it. Crack, crack, crack. Three cracking sounds were heard. The absolute star sword instantly pierced through the spiritual energy barrier. Immediately after, the man's defensive inner armor was also split in two. His body's defense was even weaker, and a terrifying bloody hole appeared. The man wearing the blue scarf flew out. It seemed that he would not survive. At this moment, the two companions beside him suddenly attacked Lin Xian. They attacked viciously. One of them attacked Lin Xian's head. It was a mace that was as thick as an arm. It was like a small mountain, smashing toward Lin Xian. The other person kicked Lin Xian's waist. At the same time, two hidden weapons were shot toward Lin Xian's eyes. The two of them cooperated well, and in an instant, they attacked quickly. Returning Wind Whisk's willow sword. Lin Xian held his long sword in front of him and spun it quickly. The wind and tint spread out. The indestructible absolute star sword seemed to have become a soft willow twig, circling around him. Dang, dang, dang. All the attacks were blocked by the sword screen. The returning Wind Whisk's willow sword was a consummate skill of the sword pool mansion. At this moment, under the effect of Lin Xian's wind and tint, its power was even more powerful. The blue sword light was like a willow twig swaying in the air. It was hard and soft, and it was impossible to guard against. Qi. The martial artist on the left was swept by the absolute star sword. Dozens of sword qi instantly wrapped around him. Instantly, countless sword marks appeared on his body, and blood splattered everywhere. Flying willow kill. The long sword moved, and the sword qi in the sky floated like willow catkins. There was no pattern to it. The other person tried his best to dodge, but he was still pierced by countless sword qi. After easily dealing with the three of them, Lin Xian put away the absolute star sword and walked toward the stone door. The stone door was tightly sealed. There must be a formation mechanism. Little Xian, let me test you. See how you've learned? Wine Lord smiled. During his free time, Ninth Master imparted all his knowledge to Lin Xian. And now was a good time to test Lin Xian. Okay. Lin Xian nodded slightly, then walked back and forth with his hands behind his back. His gaze quickly swept around, and he quickly found something. There are no obvious mechanisms. It should be a secret groove or a formation mechanism. According to my observations, the mechanism should be on this stone door. Lin Xian's left hand released lightning and touched the stone door. Instantly, the withered vine turned to ashes and fell to the ground. He placed his palm on it and carefully examined it. There really is a formation. Lin Xian sensed it. Then, his fingers moved, and several inscriptions entered the stone door. Suddenly, obscure patterns appeared on the stone door, quickly forming 3 small holes. Each hole was as thick as a chopstick. It's done. Lin Xian's face was filled with joy. Not bad. Wine Lord nodded slightly. Looks like you've understood everything I taught you. Lin Xian smiled and injected spiritual power into the 3 holes. Suddenly, the entire stone door trembled. The stone door opened, revealing an even wider space. Lin Xian's body flashed, and he entered the stone door. Just as Lin Xian entered, 2 more figures appeared in the Evil King's tomb. It was the man and woman who called the Evil King their master. The 2 of them looked around with excited expressions. He's in. He's finally in. The mysterious man with the half-mask took out a jade scroll and quickly compared it. Soon, the 2 of them swayed and rushed to the right. However, not long after the 2 of them left, 2 more figures came in and quickly disappeared. These 2 figures were very fast. They didn't stop at all. One could only see the 2 figures, one white and one red, enter and disappear from the riverbank. Chapter 406. This time, there were more forks in front of him. There were a total of 3 paths that led to different directions. Lin Xian looked at the little white monkey. The little monkey was very excited. It took down the broken bowl on its head and threw 2 more dice. Clank! The little monkey was like a little charlatan, pointing at the middle path. Lin Xian quickly stepped into the middle path. Not long after, the man and the woman arrived at the stone door. Someone actually opened the stone door. Senior brother, what should we do? The woman in the green dress asked. It should have just been opened. Plus, This is only the outer area of the graveyard. I think that person opened the stone door by chance. But we have the map left by our master. No one is more familiar with this place than us. The masked man was very confident. After the two entered the stone door, they chose the right path. Lin Xian walked along the middle path. Soon, he saw a stone house. After walking in, Lin Xian found two shining prized artifacts. After so much effort, it's finally time to reap the rewards. Lin Xian's lips curled up. He glanced around. After confirming that there was no danger, he went to grab the two treasures. One of them was a purple armor, while the other was a jade green belt. Just as Lin Xian was about to grab the two treasures, a black smoke suddenly came out of the box where the purple armor was placed, covering everything in an instant. The box where the green belt was placed shot out countless green poisonous needles. Each of the poisonous needles carried a frightening, baleful aura. In an instant, Lin Xian increased his spirit energy to the extreme and quickly dodged the black smoke. He also used the black cloak to create a clone to block the poisonous needles. Meanwhile, his real body quickly grabbed the green belt and retreated. All of these happened in an instant. When Lin Xian's real body retreated to the corner, his clone and everything around him were covered by the black light. That was close. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. He found that the purple armor had been corroded by the black smoke. That was a spirit-grade treasure. It was extremely hard. Even a harmonious spirit realm warrior couldn't break it. However, such a precious artifact had been damaged by the black poisonous fog. One could only imagine how terrifying the poisonous fog was. If Lin Xian had been a step slower, she might have become a corpse by now. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian looked at the jade belt in his hand. For it to be placed together with the purple inner armor, it was enough to show how extraordinary this belt was. It must also be a spirit step treasure. Hey, this is a storage belt. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment, then became overjoyed. His storage ring's grade was very low, and the space inside was limited. Apart from some precious items that he carried with him, the rest of his spirit stones and other things were all distributed in other storage rings. However, a spirit-grade storage belt was completely different. The space inside was several hundred times larger than a normal storage ring. It was more than enough to hold everything. Lin Xian's soul force surged and rushed towards the storage belt. At first, he felt a rebounding force. As expected of a spirit-grade storage belt, it actually has a self-protection function. He chuckled. His soul force turned into an awl and suddenly pierced into the belt. A 1-mile-wide storage space appeared in front of Lin Xian's eyes. Lin Xian exited the space in his belt and placed everything inside. Then, he tied the belt around his waist. Walking out of the hut, Lin Xian ran towards the second hut. However, he was stopped this time because the Black Tiger Gang also appeared near the second hut. Looking at Lin Xian's figure, the middle-aged man Bao, whose face turned gloomy. "Kid, hand over the things you got." He clearly saw Lin Xian coming out from the first hut. The things that could appear in the Evil King's tomb were definitely not ordinary items. Therefore, he coveted the things that Lin Xian got. Lin Xian sneered. How could he spit out what he took? Not only would he not hand over the things he got from the first hut, he would also fight for the things in the second hut. If you want the treasures, you have to talk with your strength, Lin Xian coldly said. At the same time, his body turned into a blur and rushed into the hut. Stop him! Bao Hu angrily shouted. In an instant, the 4 martial artists beside him quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. The 4 of them joined forces to form a terrifying attack. Lin Xian slashed out with his sword. A terrifying sword intent tore through the sky and instantly sent the 5 of them flying. Kid, you dare! Bao Hu's figure leaped out. A huge palm covered the sky and slapped towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian once again used the black cloak to form a clone. He used the clone to block the terrifying palm while his real body went into the hut. Boom! The heaven-shaking palm shattered the clone. Bao Hu was like a meteor as he also rushed in. Everything in the hut was broken, but there was a golden inner armor in the center of the table. The golden light was like the sun. Although it was bright, it was not dazzling. Mid-grade spiritual treasure. Bao Hu was overjoyed. Mid-grade spiritual treasures were not common. Even he only had one. In the Dragonstar country, low-grade spiritual treasures were more common. Mid-grade spiritual treasures were also rare items. With this golden inner armor, it could even block the attack of a spirit transformation realm martial artist. Lin Xian also liked it. Although the silver thunder body was strong, it could not withstand a single blow from a spirit transformation realm martial artist. With this inner armor, he could make up for his lack of defense. Therefore, he had to get this inner armor. Woo woo woo. An ear-piercing sound suddenly rang out. Dozens of black lights intertwined in the air and blasted towards Lin Xian. This was Bao Hu's surprise attack. He used 80% of his strength in this punch. The terrifying aura caused the air to tremble. If this hut was not a strange existence in the evil king's tomb, it would have already been destroyed. Lin Xian was already prepared. His star scar sword slashed towards the air. 50% sword intent was integrated into the sword light, as if it could cut through everything. The terrifying attacks collided. Sword chi filled the hut, forming a terrifying killing light. Lin Xian and Bao Hu fought together, quickly approaching the golden inner armor. Iron arms suppressing mountains and rivers. Bao Hu took a step forward and punched out with both of his fists. The violent energy sucked the air out of the hut. Wind slaying. The absolute star sword swept out. Wind mentality and 50% sword intent were integrated into the sword light. Boom! A huge explosion occurred in the hut. Cracks appeared on the hard walls. It could not be helped. Although the hut was an ancient building, it still cracked under such a terrifying attack. The golden inner armor was blown into the sky by the overflowing chi. Outside the hut, the Black Tiger Gang members' eyes were red. They all jumped up. 2 of them were the fastest. They were at the late harmonious spirit realm. They arrived in front of the golden inner armor almost instantly. Wind Emperor's sword. The absolute star sword pierced through the air. 5 sword chi blended into the wind. Buzz, buzz, buzz. On the other side, the air around the golden inner armor vibrated. Translucent sword chi appeared and attacked. Pooh! A late harmonious spirit realm warrior was caught off guard. He was hit by the sword chi, and one of his arms was blown away. You are looking for death. Bao Hu roared. As a peak harmonious spirit realm warrior, he could not take down Lin Xian. This made him lose face. Boom! The spirit power in his body burned like a ball of flame. This time, he used all of his power. He clenched both of his fists and punched down like a huge hammer. Star explosion. Chapter 407. Countless amounts of spirit chi swirled around him like thousands of wind blades, forming a strange power. This was the 5th style of the green cloud sword art. It allowed the spiritual energies to move in different paths and collide with each other, creating a terrifying explosion. If it was before, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to use this technique. But now, he had comprehended the concept of wind and had the star extinction sword, which allowed him to use the star explosion technique. Like a beautiful meteor, it bombarded Bao Hu's body in an instant. Boom! In a flash, a huge explosion occurred in the dazzling sword light. A blue energy ball formed on the spot and gradually expanded, covering an area of 100 meters. Strong winds swept across the area, causing the spiritual energies to scatter. Some of the weaker ones were swept up by the strong winds. When they touched the energy ball, they were instantly crushed into a bloody mist. This scene frightened the rest of the Black Tiger Gang. They quickly retreated and ran for their lives. Hu Pachong. Bao Hu's eyes turned red and he roared. Black stripes appeared on his body and his body grew 10 meters taller. An aura similar to that of a demon king was emitted from his body. It was extremely ferocious. Roar! With a low roar, the surrounding spiritual energies gathered and formed a ferocious black tiger head behind him. The shadow instantly entered Bao Hu's body and emitted a dazzling light. Brat, I want you dead. Bao Hu's body was covered by a terrifying energy, forming a destructive attack. Lin Xian tapped his feet lightly and used the dragon counter step to retreat quickly. Some parts of his body had horrible cracks. Some of them were caused by the energy of the starburst explosion, but most of them were caused by the tiger head behind Tiger Burst. Fortunately, The silver lightning mark was extraordinary. It could withstand the attack of a peak harmonious spirit realm expert. Suddenly, a roar was heard. The terrifying energy ball suddenly split from the middle, as if it was torn into two halves. A big hand covered in black stripes quickly grabbed the golden inner armor in the sky. Lin Xian's expression changed. That hand was obviously Bao Hu's. Bao Hu jumped up. His body was covered in blood, but his eyes were cold. He grabbed the golden inner armor in his hand and roared into the sky. Terrifying sound waves swept out in all directions. "Brat, I'm going to cut you off bit by bit." He had never suffered such a serious injury before. Moreover, he was injured by an early harmonious spirit brat. He wanted revenge. He wanted to make Lin Xian beg for death. "It's too early to say that," Lin Xian said coldly. He didn't want to reveal his trump card, but he had no choice but to use it now. Holding the absolute star sword in his hand, a horrifying sword intent gushed out. The 50% sword intent annihilated everything around him. "Emph. So what if you have sword intent? You still can't hit me if you don't have enough strength." Lin Xian ignored him and continued to urge his sword intent. There seemed to be a dragon's roar in his body. Then, an even more violent sword intent surged out. Lin Xian's spiritual energy vibrated, forming a gust of wind that soared into the sky. Behind him, a ferocious azure dragon spiraled upwards. The 70% Great Dragon Sword intent was completely displayed by him. The sky changed color as if countless divine swords were flying across the sky. In the distance, the disciples of the Black Tiger Gang looked at Lin Xian in horror. Many of them were so scared that they peed their pants. In the sky, Bao Hu's face turned gloomy. This sword intent was enough to threaten his life. Damn it, he's just a young man. How can he have such a powerful sword intent? Bao Hu was shocked. He looked young, but he was actually over 100 years old. In these 100 years, he had seen countless experts, but it was his first time seeing someone as young as Lin Xian who had such a powerful sword intent. This brat can't be left alive. In a flash, Bao Hu made a decision. He couldn't allow Lin Xian to live in this world. Otherwise, his future would be a nightmare. "Brat, I don't care who you are. Die today." Bao Hu stretched out his palm. A ferocious tiger head appeared in the sky. Its cold eyes looked down at Lin Xian without a trace of emotion. The black tiger head let out a wild roar, and countless black lights rushed towards Lin Xian. Heavenly meteor. Lin Xian held the star extinction sword in his hand and rushed into the sky. He had already used his 70% sword intent and wind essence without holding back. His body disappeared instantly. Above the ground, countless black lights pierced into the ground, forming a bottomless black hole. Not good. Seeing Lin Xian disappear, Bao Hu's pupil shrank. He subconsciously put up a defense. Crack, crack. But just as he was about to defend, the cold sword tip suddenly pierced his body. In a flash, the violent dragon sword intent was like a flood. It drilled into his body and destroyed everything. Impossible. Bao Hu was still shocked. He didn't see the sword's trajectory. He didn't even have time to defend. Puff. Bao Hu spat out blood and fell down powerlessly. Phew. Lin Xian landed on the ground. His face was slightly pale. The heavenly meteor was magical. As his cultivation increased, the power of the sword became stronger. Just now, he tried his best to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. But that sword still consumed more than half of his spiritual energy. Fortunately, after entering the harmonious spirit realm, a warrior could absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth at any time. Plus, Lin Xian's art of long life absorbed spiritual chi at a very fast speed. So, he didn't have to worry about running out of spiritual energy. Boom. Bao Hu's body fell to the ground, stirring up a lot of dust. His hand was still holding the golden inner armor. He didn't put it on until the moment of his death. Lin Xian walked over and took off the golden inner armor. He quickly put it on and let out a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at the disciples of the Black Tiger Gang. More than half of the Black Tiger Gang members were killed in the battle, but there were still more than 10 warriors who survived. When these people saw Lin Xian, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Lin Xian flicked his finger. Dozens of sword chi were formed and sank into these people's bodies, destroying their spiritual chi whirlpools. I won't kill you, but I can't let you continue to do evil. Now, I'll destroy your cultivation. Whether you can survive or not will depend on your luck. After saying that, he ran away without looking back. A moment later, two figures appeared in the ruins. They were the two disciples of the evil king. What a fierce battle. It seems like someone has already started fighting. The lady in green said with a delicate voice. It's those people from the Black Tiger gang. Isn't that Black Tiger? He was killed? The masked man frowned. Although he didn't think much of Bao Hu's strength, it was still out of his expectation that a peak harmonious spirit realm warrior could be killed. Are there other spirit transformation realm warriors in this place? The lady in green was puzzled. No. If they were spirit transformation realm warriors, they wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to kill Bao Hu. The masked man shook his head. Look at the traces of the battle. It's obvious that they were people of similar strength. Moreover, these cuts contain sword intent. It's obvious that they were swordsmen. Swordsmen? The lady in green was surprised. Are they here for the Wind Shadow Sword? Chapter 408. You guys, get over here. The masked man, jade-faced playboy, looked at the disciples of the Black Tiger gang whose cultivation had been destroyed. Who killed Tiger Bao? Devil. Those people looked frightened and kept shaking their heads. Jade-faced playboy's expression was cold. His 5 fingers formed a claw and suddenly grabbed one of the disciples of the Black Tiger gang. The next moment, that person's head was pierced. Traces of blood rose and quickly evaporated. Jade-faced playboy closed his eyes slightly and then opened them. It turned out to be a young man. He revealed a relaxed expression. Just now, he used a special soul-searching technique and saw the scene when Lin Xian killed Tiger Bao. Could it be a disciple of a top sect? Jade-faced playboy was confused. At this age, only the disciples of the big sects could have such means. There was almost no other possibility. No matter who it is, as long as he dares to have ideas about the evil king's tomb, I will let him come and go. He had a trace of an evil smile on his face. Let's go and meet this swordsman. Jade-faced playboy took out a folding fan and gently waved it. Suddenly, a blood mark appeared on the necks of the disciples of the Black Tiger gang. Dozens of people died. Then, the two figures swayed and disappeared into the ruins like ghosts. After a long time, a slight sound suddenly came from the ruins. Tiger Bao, who was supposed to be dead, suddenly trembled. He opened his eyes with difficulty and a trace of blood appeared. Damn it! Fortunately, I mastered the art of fake death and deceived Jade-faced playboy. This hatred, I will definitely take revenge. Tiger Bao struggled with difficulty and began to crazily absorb the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth. His storage ring had been taken away by Lin, so he could not get any elixirs to nourish himself. Little thief, today's hatred will be repaid 100-fold. Tiger Bao's voice was hoarse with endless murderous intent. As the second in command of the Black Tiger gang, he had never suffered such humiliation. Today, he almost died in the evil king's tomb. However, although he was angry, he did not lose his mind. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to take revenge. Moreover, he had a deep fear of Jade-faced playboy. Jade-faced playboy, I didn't expect him to come. Tiger Bao's voice was dignified. It was rumored that Jade-faced playboy was the disciple of the evil king. He was even crueler than the evil king. Ordinary harmonious spirit realm warriors wouldn't be able to survive if they met him. Even spirit transformation realm warriors wouldn't dare to provoke him. It seemed that he could only use the blood demon body fusion technique. Bao Hu's expression was solemn. After thinking for a long time, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. He propped up his broken body and quickly formed a strange seal with his palms. Immediately, the surrounding blood gathered and rushed into his body. Soon, his body was enveloped by a ball of blood. After a long time, the blood mist exploded, and a withered figure appeared above the ruins. That figure's entire body was withered like a zombie. It did not look like a human at all. This was Violent Tiger using the 10,000 secret technique. The peak of the harmonious spirit realm. This time, I will definitely kill that brat. Baohu's voice was cold. Then, he flew away like a gust of wind. Everywhere he went, blood chi shot up into the sky. After Lin Xian obtained the golden inner armor, he ran like mad. Finally, he arrived in front of a huge stone cave. Countless gusts of wind formed into astral energy, blowing out from the stone cave. The energy was like a sharp sword light blowing on a person's body. Ordinary harmonious spirit realm warriors couldn't withstand this astral wind. Fortunately, Lin Xian had comprehended the concept of wind, so this astral wind had no effect on him. His body was erratic, like a willow in the wind, drifting with the wind. If one looked closely, one would find that Lin Xian's every step was very mysterious, as if he had merged with the wind. Such a terrifying wind force. Is this stone cave related to the wind shadow sword? Lin Xian frowned slightly. He came to the evil king's tomb to find the wind shadow sword to increase his strength. Now that this stone cave was very suspicious, he wouldn't miss it. Brat, run quickly. A spirit transformation realm warrior is coming. Wine Lord suddenly reminded. Lin Xian also felt a violent force quickly approaching. This force was very strong, far stronger than Violent Tiger. With his current strength, he couldn't stop it. He didn't dare to stay. His body turned into a gust of wind, quickly entering the stone cave. However, the moment he entered the stone cave, the violent force behind him had already arrived at the entrance of the cave. Stay! A cold voice rang out. Then, Lin Xian felt the spirit energy around him quickly condensing, like two mountains pressing down on him. Such a terrifying use of spirit energy. Lin Xian was shocked. He fully utilized the concept of wind, allowing his body to cooperate with the astral wind. Spirit transformation realm warriors not only had a strong cultivation, but they also had a better understanding of spirit energy. A harmonious spirit realm warrior could only manipulate spirit energy, but a spirit transformation realm warrior could turn the surrounding spirit energy into a part of his body, making it even more powerful. Lin Xian relied on the concept of wind to narrowly escape the calamity. He turned into a sword light, quickly entering the stone cave. Himph, he actually dodged it. Jade-faced playboy was surprised. Even a peak harmonious spirit realm warrior would have a hard time dodging her attack. Lin Xian was only an early harmonious spirit realm warrior, yet he was able to enter the stone cave safely. You have some skills, worthy of being the swordsman who killed Violent Tiger. Jade-faced playboy sneered, but it was still not enough to face me. Senior brother, is this stone cave the place where the wind shadow sword is kept? The green-clothed girl asked. It is indeed the place where the wind shadow sword is sealed, but I don't know how this brat knew about it. Let's go in quickly, before that brat gets there first. The wind shadow sword is not that easy to get. Even if he went in 100 years earlier, he still wouldn't be able to get it. Jade-faced playboy was very confident. However, he didn't want to waste any time, so he waved his palm. The violent astral wind tore apart, creating a vacuum in the middle. The two quickly entered the stone cave. Lin Xian ran madly after entering the stone cave. He was able to find this stone cave because of the snow-white little monkey. There was another world inside the stone cave, but Lin Xian wasn't in the mood to appreciate it, and he didn't dare to stay. After all, there was a spirit transformation realm warrior behind him who could take his life at any time. Wooji, the snow-white little monkey did a divination, then pointed in a direction and shouted. Lin Xian understood and was about to go. Suddenly, a terrifying spirit energy fluctuation came from behind him. Brat, be a good boy and stay here. A large crystal-colored hand grabbed at him. There were strange patterns on the palm, causing the surrounding spirit energy to tremble. Not good. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect the person behind him to catch up so quickly. Lin Xian used the Dragon Rebel steps with all his strength, increasing his speed to the extreme. At the same time, he activated the Black Cloak, increasing his speed once again. At the critical moment, he finally brushed past the large jade hand. The terrifying spirit energy fluctuation made him continuously retreat. Wind Emperor's Sword. Lin Xian waved his long sword, splitting the spirit energy rushing towards him. At the same time, the soundless sword light rushed towards jade-faced playboy. Chapter 409. Ding ding ding. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the soundless sword chi was shattered, quickly dissipating in the air. What other tricks do you have? Show them all. Jade-faced playboy waved the folding fan in his hand. He was very calm. Windslayer's sudden thunder. Lin Xian brandished his sword twice in a row, and a green sword light quickly surged out. At the same time, a pentagonal lightning array descended from the sky. Too weak. Yu Langjun waved his folding fan and drew an arc in front of him. All of a sudden, all of the attacks were blocked outside. Jade-faced playboy waved his folding fan and blocked all of Lin Xian's attacks outside his body. In front of me, you are just an ant. Do you think an ant can shake a giant dragon? Jade-faced playboy laughed disdainfully. Now it's my turn to attack. Killing geniuses is a very fun thing to do. Jade-faced playboy took a step forward with a folding fan in his hand. In a flash, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. As he waved his fan, a heart-palpitating power gushed out. Not good. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He instantly used the black cloak to create a doppelganger, while his real body retreated. Puff. The black-cloaked clone was instantly sliced in half, and intense stellar energy swept out in all directions. Lin Xian's true body was shaken out of the void and staggered back. Interesting. It can even create doppelgangers. This cloak is not bad. I want it. Jade-faced playboy strolled leisurely, as if he was the ruler. Damn it, the gap is too big. If I can break through to the mid-harmonious spirit realm, I might be able to fight a spirit transformation realm warrior. Lin Xian's heart sank. However, it wouldn't be that easy to take his life. All right, game over. Jade-faced playboy had obviously lost his patience. He waved his palm and launched a mysterious attack towards Lin Xian's forehead. Soul Sword. At the critical moment, Lin Xian used a soul attack. The runes in his right eye scattered, and his soul power formed an invisible sword, stabbing towards jade-faced playboy. This sword attack had gathered all of Lin Xian's soul power, and it also contained 70% of his sword intent. It could be said to be terrifying. In addition, the soul attack was strange and unpredictable. It was really impossible to guard against it. Jade-faced playboy was instantly hit by the soul attack. His body trembled, and a pained expression appeared on his face. Once a warrior entered the harmonious spirit realm, other than being able to use the power of heaven and earth, his soul power would also increase along with his realm. Although jade-faced playboy wasn't a warrior who specialized in soul power, he was a warrior in the spirit transformation realm, so he quickly regained his senses. However, the piercing pain that penetrated deep into his soul drove him crazy. Clang! The absolute star sword collided with jade-faced playboy's body, creating countless sparks. Lin Xian felt his arm go numb, and he quickly retreated. The defense of a warrior at the spirit transformation realm was incomparably strong. He was actually unable to break through in a short period of time. Brat, I will use the cruelest means to kill you. Jade-faced playboy's face was ferocious. Since his debut, he had never suffered such a loss. Moreover, his opponent was a little cultivator who was far behind him. For a moment, jade-faced playboy's heart was filled with killing intent. He wished he could chop Lin Xian into pieces. On the side, the green-clothed woman's beautiful face also turned pale. She knew how powerful jade-faced playboy was. He only needed one move to kill a harmonious spirit realm warrior. However, this young man who was only at the early harmonious spirit realm had repeatedly created miracles. First, he used his clone to avoid a fatal blow. Then, he used his strange soul power to injure jade-faced playboy. She had followed jade-faced playboy for dozens of years, but she had never seen such a thing. Fortunately, jade-faced playboy was very powerful. It was impossible to kill him. Go to hell. Jade-faced playboy waved his folding fan. The spirit energy in the sky rolled, forming countless pink petals that floated toward Lin Xian. These petals looked beautiful, but they contained endless killing intent. Each petal was able to kill a mid-harmonious spirit realm warrior. Moreover, these petals seemed to contain a mysterious intent realm. Peach Blossom Intent Realm. Senior brother even used the Peach Blossom Intent Realm. It seems that Brad is dead for sure. The woman's heart calmed down. Jade-faced Playboy was a spirit transformation realm warrior. Naturally, he had also comprehended the intent realm. Moreover, the Peach Blossom Intent Realm was even more powerful. It was incomparably illusory. It could often kill enemies without them noticing. Lin Xian could also feel the terror of this intent realm. He immediately used the Wind Intent Realm, causing the surrounding airflow to become extremely strange. It blocked the sky full of peach blossoms. At the same time, he fully activated the 70% Great Dragon Sword intent. He held the Star Extinction Sword with both hands and slashed toward the void. Lin Xian had just comprehended the Wind Intent Realm. His usage of the Intent Realm was not as good as Jade-faced Playboy's. Therefore, his Wind Intent Realm was defeated by the Peach Blossom Intent Realm. Fortunately, his 70% Great Dragon Sword intent was extremely powerful. It had already surpassed the Peach Blossom Intent Realm. Although Lin Xian's cultivation was not high enough, with the help of the Great Dragon Sword intent, he was still able to forcefully create a small cut. What? Impossible! He actually split open the Peach Blossom Intent Realm. The green-clothed woman exclaimed in shock. Jade-faced Playboy's face was ferocious. His gaze was uncertain as he looked at Lin Xian. To be honest, he did not want to believe that this little brat could split open his Peach Blossom Intent Realm. However, the truth was right in front of him. Besides the sword intent, there is also the Wind Intent Realm. Who is this little brat? How can he comprehend two intents? Jade-faced Playboy was jealous. Intents were not something that could be found anywhere. Generally, only peerless geniuses could comprehend them. As the evil king's disciple, he had only comprehended one intent realm. However, Lin Xian was actually able to comprehend two intents. This was simply impossible. Moreover, that sword intent was really terrifying. It actually threatened his Peach Blossom Intent Realm. Since he is an enemy, I will definitely not let him grow. Jade-faced Playboy had a deep fear of Lin Xian in his heart. However, it was fortunate that Lin Xian's cultivation was too weak. He could easily kill him. I have to admit that you are indeed a genius. However, since you have offended me, you can only die. Jade-faced Playboy laughed sinisterly. The peach blossoms in the sky suddenly spun quickly. Each petal was crystal clear, like a divine weapon, piercing through the void. The peach blossoms from all directions all rushed toward Lin Xian. Not good. The Peach Blossom Intent Realm has become stronger again. Lin Xian clearly felt the changes in the Peach Blossom Intent Realm in the sky. His expression changed. It seemed that a spirit transformation realm warrior was indeed not someone he could fight against. However, it would not be so easy to kill him. Secret Blood Sacrifice Technique. Lin Xian instantly integrated the essence blood in his body into the black cloak. His body turned into a streak of blood and quickly rushed out. This speed was very fast. It even surpassed the speed of an ordinary spirit transformation realm warrior. Whoosh! Lin Xian quickly dodged. The place where he was originally standing was covered by the petals and turned into ruins. He dodged again. Jade-faced Playboy's face was terrifyingly gloomy. His body was slightly trembling. As a spirit transformation realm warrior, it was very embarrassing for him to let a little brat escape from his hands one after another. Was the bloodline just now the effect of the cloak? Jade-faced Playboy's eyes were sharp. He did not believe that Lin Xian had this ability. He thought that he must have borrowed the power of the black cloak. The black cloak seems to be a spirit-level treasure. Moreover, the sword in the kid's hand is also a spirit-level treasure. Chapter 410. After you die, these two treasures will be mine. Jade-faced Playboy sneered. Just as he was about to make a move, countless strong astral winds suddenly blew in all directions. The strong killing intent contained in the wind caused the surrounding walls and the ground to have terrifying cracks. This is sword chi. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. The fierce wind swept in all directions as if it could destroy everything. Jade-faced Playboy also felt the sword chi and immediately looked at the sky in horror. This is the power of the wind shadow sword? There was a trace of excitement in his voice. Buzz. The void vibrated, and a green sword shadow appeared in the sky. It was like an illusory door, emitting a hazy light. After the illusory door appeared, the surrounding air fluctuated and rippled. Countless black chi rushed into the void. Lin Xian's expression changed greatly. He used his eye technique to look at the void. He saw that the sky was densely packed with fingernail-sized black insects. Not good. These are bloodthirsty, poisonous insects. These insects can kill a harmonious spirit realm warrior. Leave quickly. Winelord quickly transmitted his voice.
What?
Lin Xian was surprised. If one insect could kill a harmonious spirit realm warrior, then there were at least hundreds of thousands of them. Wouldn't that be heaven-defying? If he forced his way in, he would certainly die. However, the entrance of the Wind Shadow Sword was right there. If he left, he would lose his last chance. For a moment, Lin Xian was in a dilemma. Jade-faced Playboy was also in a dilemma. He looked at the sea of insects in the sky with a face as black as an iron pot. Damn old thing. It's actually a sea of bloodthirsty insects. Jade-faced Playboy no longer had his previous calmness. He was so angry that he stomped his feet. The old thing he was talking about was naturally the evil king. This kind of insect sea was not only something a harmonious spirit realm warrior would be afraid of, but even a spirit transformation realm warrior would find it difficult to resist. Perhaps only a spirit-detecting realm warrior could break through the sea of insects and enter the illusory door. Senior brother, what should we do? The woman beside him was worried. She was completely unable to resist this terrifying insect sea. Let's try. Jade-faced Playboy gritted his teeth and said. He was unwilling to give up just like that. His body emitted a powerful chi. At the same time, countless pink peach blossoms around him. Peach blossom concept. As soon as he came up, Jade-faced Playboy used his strongest artistic conception to attack the sea of insects. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Ding, ding. Peach blossoms danced in the air. Each peach blossom contained boundless killing intent. When they collided with the black bugs, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Jade-faced Playboy's peach blossom intent realm could kill any harmonious spirit realm warrior. But this terrifying attack only created countless sparks when it hit the black insect. The insects were pushed back by the terrifying force, but they didn't die. Instead, they surged forward even more violently. The sea of insects in the sky was like a layer of black gauze, quickly enveloping Jade-faced Playboy. You go first. Jade-faced Playboy said to the woman in green. He unleashed the peach blossom concept with all his might to resist the sea of insects. As long as he could repel these insects, he would be able to enter the green sword shadow. Lin Xian tried to attack as well. He displayed 70% of the sword shadows and slashed out a resplendent sword chi towards the void. The sword radiance flashed, forming a crescent arc that slashed toward the void. Countless bugs were forced back, but those bugs were still intact and flew over again. Don't waste your energy. These bloodthirsty bugs are very hard. Those below the spirit-detecting realm can't kill them. You should leave quickly. Wooji wooji, just as Lin Xian was about to leave, the snow-white monkey suddenly jumped up. It patted its chest and looked at me with an expression that said, "Look at me." You have a way? Lin Xian was surprised. I almost forgot about this monkey. Maybe it can. Winelord said. Lin Xian took a deep breath. His eyes shone with hope again. The snow-white monkey kept jumping up and down. Its body emitted an indescribable aura. Although this aura was very faint, it contained an inviolable king's aura. These black bugs felt this aura and their bodies suddenly trembled. They unconsciously made a path. Lin Xian opened his eyes wide. He was curious about the snow-white monkey's identity again. The snow-white little monkey squinted its big eyes and cheered on his shoulder. Lin Xian didn't delay. His body swayed and rushed toward the green sword shadow in the void. Kid, how dare you? Jade-faced Playboy, who was still in the sea of bugs, was furious. The scene just now almost made him vomit blood. He tried his best but couldn't move forward. However, Lin Xian could easily enter. Jade-faced playboy looked up to the sky and roared. The Wind Shadow Sword was the evil king's sword. Although it wasn't his main goal, he didn't want to miss it. His body emitted endless light. Jade-faced playboy quickly absorbed the spirit energy of heaven and earth. The surrounding peach blossom concept became stronger and stronger. Finally, it formed a peach blossom storm. However, more and more black bugs pounced on him, gnawing away at everything around him. Holes appeared in his peach blossom concept. Some of the petals were eaten by the bugs. Crack, crack. His body defense was bitten, revealing a fist-sized hole. Countless bugs drilled into it. Jade-faced playboy was scared out of his wits. He didn't dare to stay any longer. His body turned into a pink light and quickly ran outside. At the same time, he pushed the peach blossom concept to the extreme, knocking away all the bugs nearby. In the end, he managed to escape. Jade-faced playboy's hair was disheveled. There were many holes on his body. He looked very embarrassed. "Senior brother, are you all right?" The green-clothed girl hiding in the distance ran over. Jade-faced playboy didn't answer. His eyes were like divine spears, looking at the cyan shadow in the void. When he saw Lin Xian step into the cyan sword shadow, he roared angrily to the sky. The spirit energy in his body vibrated, forming a strong impact. Little bastard, I'm going to kill you." Jade-faced playboy roared angrily. The cyan sword shadow was so close to him, but he couldn't get in. On the contrary, that hateful little bastard walked in without any effort. He couldn't accept it. After Lin Xian entered, the sea of bugs in the sky quickly disappeared into the cyan sword shadow. Buzz. The cyan sword shadow completely disappeared from the sky. "Senior brother, what should we do?" The green-clothed girl asked anxiously. "Why don't we wait here for that brat to come out? Then we can kill him and take the Wind Shadow Sword." "No, since the Wind Shadow Sword has been opened, the other 3 treasures should also be opened. Even if he enters the sealed place, he may not be able to get the Wind Shadow Sword. Why don't we go to the other places first and get that treasure first? As long as that brat hasn't come out of the evil king's tomb, we will have a chance to kill him," Jade-faced playboy said in a low voice. His original goal was not the Wind Shadow Sword, but the other treasure. As long as he got that treasure, even if Lin Xian got the Wind Shadow Sword, he was confident that he could kill him. "Okay, let's listen to senior brother," the green-clothed girl said. The 2 figures flashed and quickly left the grotto. Chapter 411. He looked at the inside of the cave and sneered. "If I can get the Wind Shadow Sword, I won't be afraid of Spirit Transformation Realm warriors anymore." After saying that, his body swayed and he hid again. This Bao who was waiting for Lin Xian to come out so that he could get the Wind Shadow Sword. After Lin Xian entered the green sword shadow, he arrived at a strange place. It was a valley. It wasn't very big, and one could see the end of it. There was a giant tree in the middle of the valley. There were dozens of big green birds around the tree. Each of them was 30 meters long. These big green birds had crystal-clear feathers. Their dark green tails were 3 meters long. When they flapped their wings, it created a strong wind. The strong wind condensed into a small tornado, whistling in the valley. Under the giant tree, there was a green treasure sword. It looked simple like a green jade. Wind Shadow Sword. Lin Xian's pupil shrunk. He came to the evil king's tomb to find the Wind Shadow Sword. Now, the sword was right in front of him. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Xian looked around cautiously. He found that the only trouble was these green demonic birds. The green tornadoes created by the blue birds contained a terrifying killing power. Even a peak harmonious spirit warrior wouldn't dare to touch the tornadoes. Luckily, he just needed to avoid the tornadoes and the birds. Although it wasn't easy, Lin Xian's soul force was outstanding. He also comprehended the concept of wind, so it wasn't too difficult. He used the dragon reverse step and flew out like a ghost. At the same time, he circulated the concept of wind. His whole body seemed to have merged with the wind, quickly avoiding the green tornadoes. When he got close to the giant tree, all the green birds turned around and stared at him with their cold eyes. They flapped their wings and created tornadoes that swept in all directions. Moreover, these tornadoes had a suction force that could suck everything in the surroundings. In a flash, Lin Xian felt at least 3 or 4 suction forces pulling his body. Cut! He waved the star extinction sword in his hand. The dragon sword intent gushed out and cut this strange force in half. With a leap, Lin Xian arrived at a safe place and heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like these tornadoes were harder to deal with than expected. Would the tornadoes disappear if he killed these strange birds? Lin Xian's eyes flashed. Soon, he gave up on this idea. Because if he killed one of the birds, the others would go berserk immediately. This valley wasn't big. If he was surrounded, it would be hard to get out. It seemed like he could only rely on his movement skill. Lin Xian was not in a hurry. He could use this opportunity to comprehend the concept of wind. His black cloak fluttered as Lin Xian moved again. A green air current flashed under his feet, and he flew out like a gust of wind. This time, he used the concept of wind to the limit and quickly sensed the direction of the tornadoes. This process was very difficult. He couldn't make a single mistake. If the distance was not right, he would be pulled by the suction force. As powerful as he was, he could only cut off the suction force with his sword intent. Once the suction force exceeded 5, he would be powerless. However, everything was going smoothly. He had covered half of the distance. At this moment, a black shadow shrouded him. Lin Xian wasn't the only one. A large black shadow appeared on the ground of the entire valley. He suddenly looked up and saw a huge body slowly descending above the valley. It was a huge, strange green bird. Its body was 100 meters long. Its wings flapped and created a fierce wind. The air current was like a huge mountain. It made people's bodies tremble. It was unbearable. Not good. Lin Xian's expression changed. This ancient aura was even above the spirit transformation realm. He couldn't bear it. Instantly, he retreated like a sword and retreated to a safe area. Standing at the edge of the valley, Lin Xian looked at the towering tree in horror. He saw the 100-meter-long green birdland on the towering tree. It folded its wings and closed its eyes, falling into a deep sleep. Under the tree, the green jade sword emitted a faint light. Damn it! This giant tree is actually the nest of the ghost bird. Lin Xian cursed anxiously in a low voice. He could only wait patiently. Gradually, he discovered the uniqueness of this valley. The strange bird on the giant tree was emitting a green aura. It could manipulate the air around it with every breath. The entire valley was filled with a strange aura. Is this the wind concept? Lin Xian's expression became very strange. He looked in front of him in surprise and silently experienced it. Yes, it is the wind concept. He sighed in the end. The wind concept that emerged from the strange green bird was very skillful. It was far beyond what he had comprehended. It was hard to believe that a green bird could have such a profound concept. However, Lin Xian was not upset at all. His eyes flashed, and he fully comprehended the concept. His concept of wind was not considered perfect yet. He only fumbled around with a trace of superficial knowledge. Now, in this valley, he seemed to have a new understanding. Sitting down cross-legged, Lin Xian ignored everything else and began to comprehend with all his strength. Time passed slowly. After a while, the giant green bird woke up and left. However, Lin Xian did not move. He was already immersed in a mysterious realm. After a long time, he opened his eyes. The aura on his body was very mysterious. It had improved a lot. This was a good place. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. His Windchild intent realm had clearly improved by quite a bit. Let's test my speed. Lin Xian stood up and rushed to the giant tree in the center. The strange green birds began to attack. However, this time, Lin Xian dodged very quickly. He was not in a sorry state like before. It seemed that this was the effect of his newly comprehended wind concept. Without much effort, Lin Xian successfully arrived under the giant tree. Looking at the green jade-like treasure sword, Lin Xian did not make a move, because he still wanted to comprehend. If he pulled out the treasure sword, he did not know what would happen. Retreating rapidly, Lin Xian came to the edge of the valley again and sat down cross-legged. Before long, the giant green bird returned to its nest. Lin Xian sensed that aura and became excited. In the next few days, his wind concept finally reached the small success stage. At this moment, Lin Xian felt very mysterious. It was as if he could control the air around him and use it for his own use. The division of realms was very vague. However, it was generally recognized that there were small success, large success, and perfection. Now, Lin Xian's wind concept was small success. It would be difficult to improve again in a short time. It's time to leave. Lin Xian took a deep breath. After waiting for the giant green bird to leave the valley, he quickly arrived in front of the giant tree. Using strength in his palm, Lin Xian held the green jade-like treasure sword and suddenly pulled it out. The ground trembled and the wind shadow sword left the ground. Suddenly, a strong wind blew in the valley, turning into countless green sword chi that swept in all directions. Chapter 412. The grade of the Wind Shadow Sword was probably even higher than the Star of Extinction Sword. Could it be a high-grade spiritual treasure? Lin Xian was excited. However, before he could take a closer look, the Wind Shadow Sword vibrated and emitted a green sword aura. It cut through the void and sent Lin Xian out. Evil King's Tomb, Stone Cave. Lin Xian had been in the green sword shadow for 7 days. The stone cave had returned to normal as if nothing had happened. In the dark, Bao Hu was getting impatient and was about to leave. At that moment, there was a slight fluctuation in the air in the depths of the stone cave. The fluctuation became more and more intense until it spread in all directions like boiling water. Is he coming out? Bao Hu stopped and looked at the void with cruel eyes. In the void, a sword light flashed, followed by the appearance of a black figure. This figure was Lin Xian. He was brought out of the mysterious valley by the Wind Shadow Sword. Gently landing on the ground, Lin Xian stroked the Wind Shadow Sword and revealed a satisfied smile. It was a high-grade spiritual treasure, 1 grade higher than the Star of Extinction Sword. This kind of treasure was not common in the Dragonstar Kingdom. Even many spirit transformation realm warriors could not have a high-grade spiritual treasure. This was enough to show how precious it was. It seems that I can't use the Wind Shadow Sword unless I have no other choice, Lin Xian thought. After all, if he did not have enough strength to intimidate everyone, he could be targeted by spirit transformation realm warriors. This was not a situation he wanted to see. I've got the treasure sword. I wonder if there are any other treasures in the Evil King's tomb? Lin Xian did not plan to leave immediately. He was here to train and increase his cultivation. If there were other treasures, he would not mind taking them all. He took out the black scabbard and slowly inserted the Wind Shadow Sword. Clang! The green jade-like sword entered the black scabbard. It was perfect. The black scabbard was simple and unadorned. There were 2 treasured swords on it. It was as if they were born like this. A scabbard with 2 swords. It is indeed a treasure. Lin Xian laughed. It was time to leave the stone cave. With a light tap of his feet, he quickly ran out of the cave. However, at this moment, 2 sinister attacks quickly rushed towards the back of his heart and head. The 2 attacks were extremely sinister and swift. By the time Lin Xian reacted, the 2 attacks were already behind him. If they had not entered the mysterious valley, these 2 attacks would have severely injured Lin Xian. But now, his concept of wind had reached small success, which was a great improvement compared to before. Moreover, he could control the flow of air around him. The air currents in the void swirled as if they were being distorted. They quickly formed a strange arc behind him, blocking the 2 vicious attacks. At the same time, his body flickered and disappeared. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 streaks of blood-red light flew past, and a terrifying wound appeared on the wall. Meanwhile, Lin Xian had already arrived at another location. Who is it? Come out! He searched his surroundings with his soul and quickly locked onto the direction of the attack. The star sword was unsheathed, and the terrifying sword chi blasted the side. Hee. A figure walked out from the side of the ruins like a mummy. Kid, I didn't expect your luck to be so good. But today will be the day you die. The mummy stared at the black scabbard in Lin Xian's hand, revealing a greedy gaze. 2 spiritual treasures, and one of them is a high-grade spiritual treasure. This is a great harvest. The mummy laughed maniacally. Who are you? Lin Xian's gaze was gloomy as he looked at the mummy in front of him. He felt like he had seen this person before. Although the aura was covered by the blood qi, it was very familiar. It's you. You're not dead. Lin Xian exclaimed. He finally remembered this person. The second in command of the Black Tiger Gang, Bao Hu. Of course I'm not dead. How could a little thief like you kill me? Today, I will break your bones one by one and let you taste the most painful torture in the world. Only then can I vent the hatred in my heart. Bao Hu's voice was hoarse as if it came from hell. Humph, I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Lin Xian sneered. I don't know what method you used to come back to life, but if I can kill you once, I can kill you twice. Twice. Ha 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 ha. Bao Hu laughed maniacally. His aura swept out like a flood. My current cultivation has surpassed the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. I have reached the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. No one below the spirit transformation realm can kill me. Killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Is that so? I just got a treasure sword. You're the perfect sacrifice. Lin Xian was not afraid. He put away the star extinction sword and held the wind shadow sword in his hand. Kid, go to hell. Bao Hu shouted angrily. His body rose from the ground and rushed toward Lin Xian. Above his palms, an endless amount of blood qi was like a bloodless sea, emitting a terrifying aura. Windslayer. The wind shadow sword was pulled out and drew an arc in the air. With this sword, the wind in the air seemed to have been slashed apart and quickly scattered to the sides. It was as if the space was forcefully torn apart by someone. The sea of blood that filled the sky was split in half from the middle. The wind shadow sword danced, and the terrifying sword qi rushed toward Bao Hu. Impossible! Bao Hu was shocked and screamed. That attack just now had exceeded his original power. Even a peak harmonious spirit realm warrior would not be able to escape death. However, this terrifying attack was split apart by Lin Xian's sword. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Bao Hu was furious. This was completely different from what he had expected. He thought that after reaching the peak of the harmonious spirit realm, he could kill Lin Xian as easily as turning his hand. But now, he felt that Lin Xian's strength had far surpassed his. Impossible. This must be an illusion. Blood devil galloping wave. Bao Hu roared. Endless blood light fell from the sky as if it was rushing out from hell. The sea of blood and the mountain of bones surrounded him and rushed toward Lin Xian with a monstrous blood qi. Let's end this. Wind Emperor's sword. The wind shadow sword stabbed out. The concept of wind and the great dragon sword intent perfectly merged together. The sword light flashed and the terrifying scene disappeared. Bao Hu's body was still rushing forward at a fast speed. When the dazzling sword light passed through his body, he still had a frightened expression on his face. His body was slightly trembling. Gulp ahead suddenly flew up from his running body and rushed into the sky. Puff, the head exploded in the sky. One sword. With only one sword, Lin Xian killed Bao Hu, who was at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. It seems like the small success of the concept of wind has greatly increased my strength. Lin Xian was happy. He had a general understanding of his own strength. With his current strength, even if he met Jade-faced Playboy again, he still had the strength to fight. Jade-faced Playboy, I hope you don't meet me. Otherwise, I will let you know the power of a swordsman. Lin Xian harumphed. Previously, Jade-faced Playboy relied on his powerful cultivation to kill and rob. Fortunately, he had many tricks up his sleeve. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Lin Xian would definitely take revenge for this. Chapter 413. After leaving the grotto, Lin Xian stopped. Little White, where are we going this time? He turned around and asked. The little white monkey was like a little charlatan. It continued to perform divination and then pointed in a direction and shouted cheerfully. Oh, I'll listen to you. Lin Xian smiled and ran in that direction. Not long after the Wind Shadow Sword appeared in the Evil King's tomb, strange phenomena appeared in other places. There was one place where there was a strong fluctuation of spiritual power. Of course, it was the jade-faced playboy and the green-clothed girl. They were fighting against a girl in a white dress. Her whole body was hazy like moonlight covering her body. This girl was only at the late stage of the harmonious spirit realm, but her attack was very strange. It was similar to Lin Xian's soul attack. Relying on this strange attack, the white-clothed girl was able to deal with the jade-faced playboy. However, even so, her situation was getting more and more dangerous. Little bitch, you actually got that thing. If you know what's good for you, take it out quickly. Otherwise, you will suffer. The jade-faced playboy snorted. As he spoke, he continuously threw out 3 palms. Each palm contained a terrifying force. Even the void couldn't withstand this force and exploded. The hazy moonlight on the girl in white dress rippled and formed a protection to resist this force. Humph! Treasures belong to those who are destined to get them. If you want the treasure, then it depends on your ability. The voice was unusually cold. However, in the next moment, it became very strange. Look, your junior sister is sneakily attacking you. The white-clothed girl's voice floated as if it had endless magic. The jade-faced playboy frowned. Suddenly, he felt a sound of air breaking behind him. He quickly turned his head and found that the green-clothed girl beside him was raising her sword and slashing at him. Bitch, you are courting death. The jade-faced playboy was furious. He quickly waved the folding fan in his hand. An unstoppable and violent force gushed out and instantly collided with the long sword, sending the green-robed woman flying. Puff! The green-clothed girl was sent flying and vomited blood. She trembled and shouted, "Senior brother, why did you attack me? Damn it!" The jade-faced playboy's body slightly shook and he suddenly woke up. Damn it, I've fallen into an illusion. His face became extremely ugly, and his body flashed to the side of the green-clothed woman. Taking out 2 medicinal pills, jade-faced playboy had the green-clothed woman take them. Just now, I was affected by that slut's illusion, so I attacked you. Junior sister, you're also an illusionist. Can you help me stall her? Hearing this, the woman in green nodded. Then, she slowly stood up with a dazzling light in her eyes. A strange green light appeared in his eyes, pulsing rapidly like the fire of the underworld. A strange and unpredictable soul power gushed out, enveloping the white-robed woman. At the same time, jade-faced playboy struck out the peach blossom artistic conception, which covered an area of 10 feet. Humph! The woman in white seemed to know how powerful it was and didn't dare to take it head-on. Runes floated out of her eyes and blocked the green light. Then, she ran backward. Peach blossom chi. Jade-faced playboy waved his folding fan, and the peach blossoms in the sky rotated. Countless pink mist floated out of the petals. The woman in white could not resist the suction and inhaled a little. Immediately, her body trembled and she almost fell to the ground. Ha ha ha, you've sucked in my peach blossom chi. Let's see how you can escape. Jade-faced playboy laughed wildly. Little beauty, I'll let you have your fill in a moment. The peach blossom chi had an evil power. The woman in white felt powerless, as if there were flames burning on her body. An abnormal pink color appeared on her face, and even some hallucinations appeared in front of her eyes. Fortunately, the woman in white was also an illusionist. Her soul power was extremely strong, so she could stay awake for the time being. Looking at jade-faced playboy who was slowly walking toward her, the woman in white clenched her teeth. She turned her jade-like hand and took out a fist-sized stone bead. The stone bead had a strange shape, like an eyeball. After taking out the stone eyeball, the woman in white fully activated her soul power. Suddenly, the stone bead emitted a simple light. The eyeball in the center seemed to pulsate. A heart-palpitating power gushed out of the stone bead, diffusing between the heaven and the earth. This power had already surpassed a warrior of the spirit transformation realm. Jade-faced playboy's body stiffened, and he felt a heart-palpitating pressure. Oh no! His face changed greatly, and he stared at the stone eyeball in horror. His face revealed a look of fear and greed. Senior brother, is this the eyeball that master left behind? The woman in green exclaimed. Little bitch, quickly hand over the eyeball, or I'll let you know how powerful I am. Jade-faced playboy shouted. The stone eyeball was extremely powerful, so he didn't dare to move forward. He could only wait for the woman in white's peach blossom chi to take effect. If you want the stone bead, you'll have to kill me. The woman in white clenched her teeth and said, Humph, you've been hit by my peach blossom chi. Let's see how long you can last. Jade-faced playboy laughed evilly. Hand over the stone bead, and after I'm done, I may let you go. Go to hell, the woman in white said with hatred. Senior brother, you haven't even seen the person yet, and you're already so anxious? The demonic woman in green said, Let me help you. After saying that, she waved her hand and shot out a green light, which quickly bombarded the hazy moonlight outside the woman in white clouds. Suddenly, the air surged, and the hazy moonlight was torn apart, revealing the true face of the woman in white. Haha, I didn't expect her to be such a beauty. Seeing the face of the woman in white, jade-faced playboy showed a satisfied smile. The woman in green next to him also showed a jealous expression. Senior brother, why don't you give her to me? I promise I'll train her into a qualified slave. With junior sister's help, I'll naturally rest assured. Jade-faced playboy smiled evilly. The two of them spoke lewdly, treating the woman in white as a lamb to be slaughtered. The woman in white's face flushed. She didn't want to fall into their hands, even if she died. When she was ready to launch a desperate attack, there was suddenly a brilliant sword light in the sky. Seeing that sword light, the woman in white showed a hopeful expression. She used all her strength to shout, Lin Xian, help me. Lin Xian? Hearing that, jade-faced playboy and the demonic woman in green both looked at the sky. The dazzling sword light in the sky abruptly came to a halt. The man in the sword light was Lin Xian. He heard someone shouting and looked down. When he saw the scene below, he suddenly stopped. The two people below were his enemies, jade-faced playboy, and the one who shouted was Zhao Shui, who he hadn't seen for a long time. Seeing Zhao Shui's state, Lin Xian's face immediately sank. Damn guy, how dare he hurt Zhao Shui? Lin Xian turned into a sword light and quickly descended from the sky. Whoosh! Endless wind rushed, blowing the gravel on the ground. The sword light disappeared, and Lin Xian appeared in front of Zhao Shui. How is it? He asked anxiously, and at the same time, he used his soul power to sense. Take me away quickly. Zhao Shui's eyes were blurred, and she said weakly, Okay. Lin Xian nodded. Chapter 414. Not only did this brat ruin his chance to obtain the Wind Shadow Sword, he even ignored him. As a spirit transformation realm warrior, how could jade-faced playboy endure this? You want to leave? Naive. Jade-faced playboy sneered. Both of you, don't even think about leaving here alive. I don't have time to fight with you. Get lost. Lin Xian said in a domineering tone. Brat, you're courting death. Jade-faced playboy was furious. His aura surged and countless peach blossoms spun around him at high speed, emitting a terrifying aura. Who was he? He was a spirit transformation realm warrior. Even warriors of the same level wouldn't dare to talk to him like this. But now, a harmonious spirit brat dared to tell him to get lost? You're just an early harmonious spirit brat. How dare you talk big like this? Jade-faced playboy was furious. You've ruined my plans time and time again. I'm going to skin you alive and torture you for 100 days, then chop you into pieces. His voice was extremely vicious. Every word of his made the air tremble. In the end, the peach blossoms formed a huge pink folding fan, fluttering in the air. Lin Xian, run. Zhao Shui gasped for breath. He's a spirit transformation realm warrior. You can't beat him. Don't fight him head-on. Don't worry. He's just a trash who only knows how to play dirty tricks. I can handle him. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. You can handle him? Jade-faced playboy's tone was ferocious. If it wasn't for those insects last time, you would have died. How dare you talk big here? Let's see who can save you now. Jade-faced playboy stretched out his palm. A huge glass-like hand appeared in the air. There were countless lines on it, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Slash! Lin Xian shouted in a low voice. The wind shadow sword was quickly unsheathed, drawing a sword light in the air. Boom! The air was sucked dry. Endless gusts of wind spread to both sides. The wind shadow sword was as fast as the wind, colliding with the glass-like hand. The two collided, causing an explosion of energy that rolled in all directions. The glass-like hand trembled and deviated from its original direction, piercing through the ground nearby. Lin Xian, on the other hand, suddenly took 3 steps back, each step causing the ground to crack. What? That's impossible. The woman in green beside him screamed as if she had seen a ghost. He blocked it? Zhao Shui, who was behind him, was also surprised. Lin Xian had actually managed to block that palm strike. He didn't rely on his movement technique to dodge it, but had actually blocked it. How is this possible? That was the attack of a spirit transformation realm cultivator. Could it be that he's hiding his cultivation level? The green-robed woman's eyes darted around. However, no matter how he looked at it, Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the early harmonious spirit realm. Beside him, jade-faced playboy was silent, and his face was very ugly. He didn't think that Lin Xian could block his attack, but such a thing really happened. Jade-faced playboy stared at Lin Xian. When he saw the green jade sword, his pupils suddenly shrank. Wind Shadow Sword, you actually got the Wind Shadow Sword. Jade-faced playboy cried out involuntarily, his eyes filled with killing intent. Humph, what spirit transformation realm cultivator? In my opinion, it's just so. Lin Xian said with disdain. He helped Zhao Shui up and prepared to leave. It's worthy of being called the Wind Shadow Sword. It can actually allow an early harmonious spirit realm cultivator to display the strength of a spirit transformation realm cultivator. If I can get it, I will be invincible under the spirit detecting realm. Jade-faced playboy's heart was burning with passion. Brat, I have to thank you this time. I originally thought that I had no fate with the Wind Shadow Sword, but I didn't expect that you would actually deliver it to me. Jade-faced playboy laughed wildly. Self-righteous. Lin Xian sneered, I will take your dog life with my own hands another day. Lin Xian saw that Zhao Shui's condition wasn't good, so he didn't want to continue fighting. After all, he had plenty of chances to kill jade-faced playboy. Let's go. Carrying Zhao Shui with one hand, Lin Xian used the dragon counterstep and soared into the sky. Wanna leave? It's not that easy. Stay here. Jade-faced playboy soared into the sky. Countless pink peach blossoms appeared around his body, enveloping the entire area. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were 2 fat sheep in his eyes. How could he let them go? Strands of pink chi floated out from the peach blossoms and quickly filled the entire space. Not good. This is the chi of peach blossoms. Don't breathe it in. Zhao Shui tried her best to suppress the chi of peach blossoms in her body while reminding Lin Xian. Returning Wind Whisk's willow sword. Rays of sword light surrounded Lin Xian and Zhao Shui, quickly forming an impact force. The willow twig-like sword chi wrapped around the two of them and soared into the sky, sweeping away all the chi of peach blossoms in the surroundings. Moonbreak. Lin Xian slashed out the half-moon sword chi, fusing the great dragon sword intent and the concept of wind, tearing a crack in the concept of peach blossoms. Jade-faced playboy. The next time we meet will be the day I take your dog life. Lin Xian's voice came from the sky and spread out. His body quickly flew into the sky. Damn it! Jade-faced playboy crazily attacked, but Lin Xian's speed was beyond his imagination. In an instant, he disappeared into the sky. Ah! Jade-faced playboy was furious. Peach blossoms filled the sky and emitted a terrifying chi, destroying everything in the surroundings. However, even so, it was still difficult to resolve the hatred in his heart. Stone bead, Wind Shadow Sword. Jade-faced playboy clenched his fist. Originally, he thought that Lin Xian would not be able to get the Wind Shadow Sword since he came out of the grotto so early. However, he did not expect that not only did Lin Xian get the Wind Shadow Sword, but his strength also increased greatly. In the past, Lin Xian could not resist his attacks at all. However, this time, Lin Xian could actually fight him head-on and even easily break through his peach blossoms concept. If this news were to spread, it would probably scare a lot of people to death. There was a huge gap between the spirit transformation realm and the spirit harmonious realm. There were very few people who could fight across realms. However, not only did Lin Xian do it, but he also looked very relaxed. This kind of performance was too heaven-defying. This brat must be eliminated as soon as possible. Jade-faced Playboy's heart had a trace of uneasiness. If Lin Xian was allowed to grow, it was very likely that he would be killed by Lin Xian in the future. Only by eliminating Lin Xian could he live in peace. Senior brother, what should we do now? The green-clothed girl was so scared that her face turned pale. She did not have any ideas. We must find the inheritance left by Master. As long as we get the inheritance crystal, I will not be afraid of anyone. Jade-faced Playboy took a deep breath. The two of them began to search among the surrounding stone statues. On the other side, Lin Xian brought Zhao Shui to a safe place. How are you? Lin Xian asked anxiously. Hot, so hot. Zhao Shui's eyes were blurred, and she began to tear her clothes. Don't move, I will help you expel the poison. Lin Xian controlled Zhao Shui and quickly urged the Great Dragon Sword intent. Traces of the Great Dragon Sword intent entered Zhao Shui's body and quickly extinguished the peach blossom qi in her body. This peach blossom qi was very insidious. It could burn a person's body and make them lose their mind. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the Great Dragon Sword intent and could destroy everything. In the past, he could even destroy the immortal flame, let alone this peach blossom qi. Soon, Zhao Shui's complexion returned to normal, but her body was still a little weak. Glancing at Lin Xian, who was helping her expel the poison, Zhao Shui's cheeks blushed again. Chapter 415. You scoundrel! Zhao Shui angrily glared at him. She clenched her teeth and said, Do you have any common sense? You have to use your body to detoxify this kind of poison. Am I really that unattractive? Lin Xian, seeing Lin Xian's deflated appearance, Zhao Shui laughed until she bent over. She once again regained her charming appearance. She lifted Lin Xian's chin with one hand and said, Little brother, I still have some residual poison. Why don't you help me take a look? You. Lin Xian slapped away Zhao Shui's jade fingers and pinched her little face. Don't come to such a dangerous place alone. Tell me, why are you here? Lin Xian said as he handed her a cup of spirit wine. Zhao Shui playfully blinked her eyes. I also want to ask you, this is the evil king's tomb. Why are you here? Also, when did you become so strong? You can actually resist a spirit transformation realm martial artist. Zhao Shui curiously stared at Lin Xian. I'm here for this. Lin Xian pointed at the wind shadow sword in his hand. I'm also here to look for the stone beads. Zhao Shui slowly said as she took out the stone eyeball. This stone eyeball is a pair. It originally belonged to the evil king. Later, one of them was lost outside and I obtained it. Now, I want to find the other one. If I can find it, my cultivation method will be complete. So it's like this. This is also the evil king's item. This evil king is really mysterious. Lin Xian suddenly understood. This stone eyeball was something he had cultivated before. However, it was after being modified by Wine Lord. Do you need my help? Lin Xian asked. Of course. Zhao Shui revealed a sly smile. Without you, how can I defeat the jade-faced playboy? Lin Xian smiled. All right, we'll set off once you've recovered. Half a day later, Zhao Shui returned to normal. The two of them turned into rays of light and rushed towards the horizon. Evil King's Tomb, Stone Statue Complex. At this time, the surroundings of the stone statue had already changed. Trenches appeared around it, as if an underground palace had been opened. Underground, there was a huge mausoleum. It was very majestic. At this moment, Jade-faced Playboy and the green-clothed woman were busy around the mausoleum. The jade-faced Playboy held the jade slip in his hand and released an indescribable spiritual energy. The green-clothed woman beside him was also assisting. It was very obvious that the two of them were breaking the restrictions around the mausoleum. After a long time, the two of them finally opened a gap. Instantly, the aura of the mausoleum leaked out, bringing with it a monstrous pressure that swept out in all directions. Jade-faced Playboy waved his folding fan and split the violent aura apart. This was the aura of a spirit-detecting realm expert. Although he was dead, he was still inviolable. However, the evil king was dead after all. Moreover, Jade-faced Playboy was the evil king's disciple, so he had a better understanding of these methods. As a result, he did not spend much effort to block this pressure. Looking at the gap that was torn open, Jade-faced Playboy and the green-clothed woman both revealed smiles. What was recorded in the Jade Slip is indeed correct. As long as we follow this method, we will soon be able to enter the mausoleum and obtain the real treasure. The two of them worked even harder. Moreover, as the restrictions were broken, a few scattered items appeared on the ground around them. In the past, the evil king did not distinguish between good and evil. He only did things according to his personal preferences. The amount of treasures in his hands was definitely unimaginable. "Junior sister, hurry up," Jade-faced Playboy said to the green-clothed woman beside him. The two of them continued to make hand seals. At this time, there was the sound of something breaking through the air in the sky. A black-clothed youth and a white-clothed woman descended from the sky. They were like an immortal couple. "Brat, it's you again." Jade-faced Playboy raised his head to look at the sky. When he saw Lin Xian, the corner of his mouth raised into a cruel smile. When he saw Zhao Shui, his expression was astonished. At this time, Zhao Shui was no longer covered by the hazy moonlight. Her beautiful face and exquisite figure were completely revealed. Moreover, within her frown and smile, there was an endless temptation that made people unable to resist. Although Jade-faced Playboy had seen countless women, when he saw Zhao Shui, he still felt the blood in his entire body boil, as if it was burning. This woman was simply the best in the world. The green-clothed woman beside him looked at Zhao Shui. Her eyes revealed a strong sense of jealousy. Her appearance was also considered to be top-notch. However, when compared to Zhao Shui, it was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. "Ha ha ha ha. Little beauty, why did you take the initiative to deliver yourself to me? Could it be that the little one cannot satisfy you?" Jade-faced Playboy laughed sinisterly. "Brat, to be able to enjoy such a beauty before you die, it is not a loss for you." He looked at Lin Xian with a trace of malevolence on his face. "Originally, I wanted to let you live for a while longer. Since you delivered yourself to me, then don't blame me. I won't kill you, but I will cripple you. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Moreover, I will properly this little beauty in front of you. Ha 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 ha." Jade-faced Playboy laughed wildly. The green-clothed woman beside him also revealed a sneer. None of the women that Jade-faced Playboy took a fancy to could escape. Moreover, their fates were very miserable. His enemies were even more miserable. They all died in endless despair. Therefore, in her opinion, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui were already dead. Lin Xian slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Although he did not have the confidence to kill Jade-faced Playboy, it was also impossible for him to kill him. Ignoring Jade-faced Playboy, Lin Xian looked at the tomb below. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. His soul force was outstanding. Naturally, he could feel the extraordinariness of this tomb. Could this be the evil king's tomb? Zhao Shui beside him had an excited expression. That stone eyeball definitely lived in the evil king's tomb. However, in order to enter the evil king's tomb, they had to first get rid of Jade-faced Playboy. Seeing that the two of them ignored him, Jade-faced Playboy was extremely angry. Just as he was about to shout, something strange happened again. The sound of something breaking through the air came from the sky again. A blood-red light streaked across the sky and quickly descended, bringing with it endless wind. Lin Xian and the others looked over. They saw a person in a blood-red robe that covered his entire body. His body exuded a terrifying aura. That aura was much stronger than that of Violent Tiger, who had turned into a mummy. Beside him, there was a strange bird. Its entire body was red, and it had 3 heads. The 2 heads on both sides were unconscious. Only the head in the middle was very alert. 3-headed crimson blood bird. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He had met the mysterious monster again. This person was the blood-robed man who had fought with Lin Xian not long ago in Blackfeather City. The three-headed crimson blood bird looked around and put on a disdainful expression. However, when he saw the snow-white monkey on Lin Xian's shoulder, he suddenly screamed. As an ancient mutant, he had never been defeated. However, not long ago, he had been defeated by the snow-white monkey. This made him very angry. Now that he saw the snow-white monkey, his eyes were exceptionally red. "Kid, it's you," the blood-robed man said in a hoarse voice. His words were filled with endless murderous intent. "Since we have met here, it's just the right time to get rid of you." Chapter 416. Jade-faced Playboy frowned. That glance just now made his heart palpitate. Needless to say, the other party was also a spirit transformation realm martial artist, and his cultivation was a bit stronger than his. Damn it! When did this person come in? Jade-faced Playboy felt irritated. The blood-robed man had a serious expression. Although Jade-faced Playboy's aura was weaker than his, as a spirit transformation realm martial artist, none of them were easy to deal with. The two of them were on guard against each other, which actually left Lin Xian to the side. Lin Xian was also happy with this. Although his strength could contend against a spirit transformation realm martial artist, if two spirit transformation realm martial artists wanted to deal with him, then he could only run for his life. Fortunately, he had a tempting item like the Evil King would. Presumably, the two of them would not be able to work together. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Xian quickly sized up the tomb below. Soon, Lin Xian sighed. The restriction outside was very complicated. Even if he had the Wine Lord, he would not be able to break it in a short amount of time. At this moment, Jade-faced Playboy suddenly smiled and said, "Fellow, how about we work together to break this restriction?" The blood-robed man was slightly stunned, then nodded, "Sure." Firstly, he was not good at breaking restrictions. Secondly, with his cultivation, he was not afraid of Jade-faced Playboy playing any tricks. Therefore, temporarily working together was the best choice. They actually worked together. Lin Xian sighed again. This was not good news for him. "Fellow, before we break the restriction, shouldn't we first deal with this brat?" Jade-faced Playboy sneered as he looked at Lin Xian. Seeing Jade-faced Playboy's malicious smile, Lin Xian's gaze became gloomy. He pulled Zhao Shui and quickly retreated, temporarily distancing themselves from the tomb. Now that he was facing two spirit transformation realm martial artists working together, he could not contend at all. He could only retreat first. However, this did not mean that he had given up on the treasures in the tomb. "I'll let you live a little longer." Jade-faced Playboy sneered as he watched Lin Xian escape. Now was not the time to deal with Lin Xian. The most important thing right now was to destroy the mausoleum. The crimson-robed man didn't chase after him. In his opinion, Lin Xian's cultivation was weak, and he could kill him with a wave of his hand. It didn't matter if he died sooner or later. Soon, the two of them reached an agreement and began to work together to break the restriction. As for the distribution of the treasures, the two of them also had a reasonable plan. However, it was unknown whether this plan would be carried out in the end. Wait until I get the evil monarch's crystal. Let's see who can stop me." Jade-faced Playboy sneered in his heart. The woman in green beside him also revealed a playful smile. As long as they could obtain the Evil King's crystal, Jade-faced Playboy's strength would increase greatly. At that time, it would not be impossible for them to kill the man in the red robe. Although the blood-robed man didn't know what Jade-faced Playboy was thinking, he had his own plans. His purpose in coming here was to find a powerful elemental energy source for the three crimson bloodbirds. According to the information he received, there was such a source of energy in the Diablo's tomb. The restriction was quickly lifted. Jade-faced Playboy and the man in the red robe quickly took over the tomb. Soon, all the restrictions around them were lifted. However, the two of them didn't relax. Instead, they focused on the tomb. There were also restrictions in the tomb, and they were more powerful than those outside. However, Jade-faced Playboy had the Jade Slip, so the two of them could deal with them easily. After a period of time, the first layer of restriction was lifted, revealing the treasures inside. There were dozens of treasures, including cultivation methods, precious weapons, and elixirs. Among them, there was an inconspicuous stone bead. When jade-faced playboy saw this stone bead, he was ecstatic. This stone bead looked exactly the same as Zhao Shui's stone bead. They should be the same thing. He had seen the power of Zhao Shui's stone bead that day. However, jade-faced playboy and the woman in green concealed it very well. Although the man in the red robe didn't know the magic of making stone eyeballs, the 3 crimson bloodbirds beside him showed an excited expression. He was shocked and inadvertently glanced at the stone bead. Something that could make the 3 crimson bloodbirds excited was definitely not ordinary. He slightly probed and found that the woman in green was a little abnormal. Humph! The man in the red robe sneered and secretly became vigilant. In the distance, Lin Xian and Zhao Shui didn't leave. Instead, they nervously watched every movement in the tomb. Fortunately, the two of them had strong soul power and could clearly see the situation in the tomb. When the stone bead appeared, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows, and Zhao Shui's whole body trembled. Her body shook, and she was about to rush over. Fortunately, Lin Xian was quick and pulled her back. "If you go now, you are obviously going to die. But I can't just watch them take the stone bead." Zhao Shui looked anxious. "Wine Lord, do you have a way?" Lin Xian asked through sound transmission. He also didn't want this treasure to fall into the hands of those 2 people. "There are 2 ways. One is to let the little girl activate the stone bead in her hand and see if there is a connection. Or you can try Little White's bowl," said Lord Alcohol with a voice transmission. "Little bowl?" Lin Xian looked at the little white monkey in surprise. It still had the old bowl on its head. Although the little white monkey treated the bowl as a treasure, Lin Xian still couldn't find what was so special about the bowl. "Forget it. Let's try the first method," Lin Xian thought. "Activate the stone bead and see if there is a connection," he said to Zhao Shui. Hearing this, Zhao Shui nodded and took out the stone bead, activating her soul power. Suddenly, the stone bead in her hand bloomed with a simple light, and the eyeball in the middle seemed to move. Buzz! Inside the tomb, the stone bead also suddenly emitted light. It spun quickly, as if it was trying to break free from the restriction. This scene directly alarmed jade-faced playboy and the blood-robed man. In an instant, the 2 released a shocking light, and the aura on their bodies surged. The air roared as if 2 mountains had collided, causing the entire imperial mausoleum to tremble. The green-clothed girl quickly retreated to avoid the energy storm. Jade-faced playboy quickly used the peach blossom conception and rushed towards the stone bead. The surrounding peach blossoms fell, forming a terrifying murderous aura. "Humph!" The blood-robed man snorted, and the blood chi around his body shook, forming a sea of blood around him and colliding with the peach blossom conception. At the same time, the 3 crimson bloodbirds beside him rushed towards the stone bead. Jade-faced playboy roared. He had seen the power of the stone bead, and he wouldn't give it to his opponent. He waved the folding fan in his hand, and countless pink lights flashed in the air, all attacking the 3 crimson bloodbirds. The 3 crimson bloodbirds screamed and spat out flames, forming a Tinjiang-high wall of fire in front of them. At the same time, he spat out a small ball of purple flame, carrying a terrifying heat, flying towards jade-faced playboy. Peach blossom cut. The sky full of peach blossoms condensed, forming a huge folding fan, and fell down with a loud bang. The terrifying energy collided, and a storm swept in all directions. The 2 used all their strength to fight for the simple stone bead. In the distance, Zhao Shui tried her best, but she still couldn't break through the restriction. Wuji Wuji the snow-white monkey held a small bowl, swaying in front of Lin Xian. Chapter 417. The snow-white little monkey nodded, then extended its little paw and gestured. Zhao Shui was amazed, while Lin Xian helplessly covered his face with his hands. This guy actually wanted to make a deal with him, and the item to be traded was top-quality spirit wine. In the past, the snow-white little monkey had secretly drunk a lot of Lin Xian's spirit wine. Now, the snow-white little monkey's taste had become picky, and it disdained normal spirit wine. It wanted Lin Xian to make a special spirit wine for it. Lin Xian's forehead was full of black lines. This snow-white little monkey was a fraud and loved to drink. It was not like a monkey at all. Okay, I agree, Lin Xian helplessly said. The snow-white little monkey's eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Then it took down the small bowl on its head and put it on the ground. Then it began to walk around the small bowl. Its hands constantly gestured, and an indescribable aura surged out from its body. Suddenly, the shabby little bowl emitted a ray of light. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui, on the other hand, had suspicious looks on their faces as they waited quietly. In the tomb, the stone bead was moving back and forth as the two spirit transformation realm experts fought over it. At this moment, black ripples suddenly appeared around the stone bead and quickly wrapped around it. In the next moment, the stone bead flashed and disappeared. Jade-faced Playboy and the blood-robed man were both stunned. The two of them quickly searched around the tomb, but they did not find anything. Impossible! How could the stone bead disappear into thin air? Someone must have secretly made a move. Jade-faced Playboy angrily shouted. Could it be that brat? Jade-faced Playboy frowned, and the blood-robed man also had a suspicious expression. The two of them thought of Lin Xian at the same time. Impossible. How could that brat have such a method? The two of them were very good at denying this idea. Is that a spirit-detecting realm expert? Jade-faced Playboy became vigilant. Himph. If it was a spirit-detecting realm expert, why would he be so sneaky? The blood-robed man sneered. The two of them continued to speculate, but neither of them was willing to leave. The two of them gave up on the stone bead, and once again fought over the remaining treasures. In the distance, in the stone forest, the snow-white little monkey happily opened the small bowl, and then picked up a stone eyeball. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's eyes were wide open, and their expressions were very interesting. This is that stone bead? Zhao Shui's voice trembled. Lin Xian also fiercely rubbed his eyes. This was too miraculous. But how did it get it? Zhao Shui was very confused. Not only did he look at it, Playboy, but he also looked at it, Playboy, Playboy. Then, under the unwilling gaze of the little white monkey, he picked up the small bowl and studied it carefully. Was calm. And Lin Xian was excited. If that's the case, then won't he be able to steal treasures as he pleases? In your dreams, Wine Lord coldly snorted. That bowl is broken. It's already not bad that it can use 10 or 20% of its power. What is this thing? Lin Xian was very curious. Have you heard of a treasure basin? A treasure basin that can gather all the treasures in the world. Lin Xian was shocked. That's something from Legends. This little bowl is a treasure basin. His mouth twitched. It shouldn't be a real treasure basin, but it's not far from it, Wine Lord said. If used properly, it can also be very useful. Lin Xian nodded. That was indeed the case. For example, this time, he didn't even enter the tomb, but he was able to easily steal the treasures inside. Lin Xian, thank you so much, Zhao Shui said with a smile. Then she picked up the little white monkey and kissed it fiercely. Zhao Shui was indeed very happy. The stone bead was too important to her. Now that she could obtain the stone bead, her future cultivation method would be complete. What do we do now? Do we leave? Zhao Shui asked. No rush. Let's wait a little longer, Lin Xian said with a smile. Since Little White had a treasure basin, there was no reason for him to leave. According to his observation, there must be other treasures in the tomb. Then, Lin Xian closely observed the situation inside the tomb, while Zhao Shui began to comprehend the stone bead. Inside the tomb of the evil king, Jade-faced Playboy and the blood-robed man temporarily separated and frantically seized the treasures inside the tomb. The two spirit transformation realm warriors didn't care about ordinary treasures. They only took some precious treasures. The rest were taken by the woman in green and the three-headed vermilion bloodbird. However, there were still some treasures that were quietly disappearing. However, these treasures disappeared very stealthily. In addition, everyone was eager to get the treasures, so they didn't notice. The missing treasures all went into the little white monkey's bowl. Soon, Lin Xian obtained 5 or 6 treasures. As more and more treasures disappeared, the woman in green and the three-headed vermilion bloodbird became vigilant. During this time, the woman in green grabbed a precious weapon. However, with a flash of black light, the precious weapon disappeared in front of her eyes. The three-headed vermilion bloodbird bit at a crystal core the size of a longan. However, before it could touch it, the crystal core had already disappeared. "Who is it? Come out!" The woman in green screamed. This was not the first time, but she didn't even see the shadow of the person. The treasures being stolen one after another attracted the attention of jade-faced playboy and the blood-robed man. However, the two of them didn't find anything after searching several times, so they could only give up. Whoosh! Jade-faced playboy's face was gloomy. His glazed hand grabbed the brocade pouch in the distance. Buzz! With a flash of black light, the brocade pouch quickly disappeared. "Stay here." The glazed hand suddenly fell, shattering the air, but it still couldn't stop it. "Who is attacking? Come out!" Jade-faced playboy roared angrily. The brocade pouch was compatible with his cultivation method. If he obtained it, his strength would greatly increase. However, such a treasure had disappeared in front of his eyes. How could jade-faced playboy not be angry? His voice was like a wave that swept in all directions. However, no matter how angry he was, the brocade pouch didn't appear. In the distance, Lin Xian held the brocade pouch with a satisfied smile. This method was much more refreshing than entering the tomb to seize treasures himself. Moreover, this method of being stealthy could also avoid some trouble. "Oh, another restriction has been broken." Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and looked at the tomb again. Inside the tomb, the blood-robed man and jade-faced playboy had been rushing all the way. They had already broken through most of the restrictions and arrived at the center of the tomb. There was a pitch-black coffin, emitting a faint pressure. On top of it, there was an irregular crystal that was slowly floating. The Evil King's crystal. Jade-faced playboy looked excited. On the side, the three-headed crimson bloodbird also let out a cheerful cry. Boom! A terrifying aura exploded. The blood-robed man and jade-faced playboy burst out with powerful auras and collided with each other. "This belongs to the flowery sect. Get out of here!" Jade-faced playboy shouted angrily. The sky full of peach blossoms quickly revolved around him, forming a terrifying attack. "Humph! Treasures belong to those who are capable. Give this to me." The blood-robed man sneered. Behind him, the shadow of a sea of blood appeared. It was extremely terrifying. In the sea of blood, demonic beasts appeared one after another, their roars shaking the sky. The two of them fought, destroying everything around them. Fortunately, the black coffin buried a psychic elite. The pressure it emitted resisted the aftermath of the two's energy, so it was preserved. Chapter 418. He was no longer the ignorant boy he used to be. Over the years, he had learned all kinds of knowledge from Winelord. His knowledge was far greater than before. The Diablo crystal was a treasure that contained terrifying energy. The Diablo must have injected his power into it before he died and left it for his descendants. If he could get this kind of thing, he would definitely be able to improve his cultivation in a short time. After all, it contained very pure spiritual power. Jade-faced playboy knew about this, and his ultimate goal in the Diablo tomb was to get the Diablo crystal. If he could get the Diablo crystal, he might be able to break through to the spirit-detecting realm. By then, he would be the overlord of the Dragon Star Kingdom. Thinking of this, jade-faced playboy's moves became fiercer. The spiritual power in his whole body seemed to be burning. The sky was full of peach blossoms, forming a terrifying attack. The red-robed man also fought back. His cultivation was higher than jade-faced playboy's, so he was very powerful. Moreover, he had to get the Diablo crystal. With the Diablo crystal, he could completely awaken the second head of the three-headed crimson bloodbird. Just as the two of them were fighting fiercely, the Evil King's crystal suddenly shook violently, and black cracks appeared around it, quickly wrapping it up. Not good. Jade-faced playboy's face changed. Thinking of the treasure that had disappeared, he suddenly became vigilant. Boom! Countless peach blossoms gushed out, covering everything in front of him. The red-robed man also condensed blood arrows and stabbed at the Diablo crystal. No matter what, they would not let the Diablo crystal disappear this time. Seeing that the Diablo crystal was about to disappear, Jade-faced Playboy and the red-robed man tried to stop it. However, the black ripples had a mysterious power that quickly wrapped the Diablo crystal and disappeared. Jade-faced Playboy roared crazily, and his voice spread in all directions. The peach blossoms around him fluctuated and released a dazzling light, as if they were going to burn. "Little bastard, I will kill you." Jade-faced Playboy released an endless murderous aura, which turned into a cold light and pierced into the void. The red-robed man next to him also looked ferocious. The bloody aura on his body was surging as if it was going to devour people. The Diablo crystal was needed to awaken the second head of the three-headed crimson bloodbird. Now that it had been taken away, how could he not be angry? Who was behind this? The two of them quickly sensed their surroundings. In the forest far away, the snow-white monkey opened its small bowl and took out a palm-sized transparent crystal, jumping happily. Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised and quickly put it away. Zhao Shui, on the other hand, had a stunned look on her face. This little bowl was too miraculous. Not only did it snatch her stone bead, it even snatched the evil monarch's crystal. He couldn't stay here for long. He had to leave quickly. Lin Xian knew that after the disappearance of the evil monarch crystal, the jade-faced Playboy and the blood-robed man would definitely be furious. If the two of them searched frantically, they would definitely discover them. Since that was the case, it was better to steal it now. Indeed, it was as Lin Xian had thought. After the evil monarch crystal disappeared, jade-faced Playboy and the blood-robed man quickly searched for it. Their terrifying power directly shrouded the entire area. The two of them quickly discovered that something was amiss. It was that brat. He actually didn't leave. After jade-faced Playboy and blood-robed man detected the existence of Lin Xian, their faces turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Could it be that this brat really knew about ghosts? Although the two of them didn't believe it, there was only Lin Xian and his group of suspicious people around. They would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let go of one. In addition, Lin Xian was originally the person they wanted to kill, so the two of them didn't hesitate at all. Two powerful auras approached at lightning speed. "Not good, let's go." Lin Xian sensed the two auras, and his face changed greatly. He and Zhao Shui quickly fled into the distance. "Brat, hand over the treasure. Otherwise, there will be no place for you in this world." Jade-faced Playboy crazily roared. The evil monarch crystal was his hope of dominating a region. This time, he came to the evil monarch's tomb and placed all his hopes on it. However, when he was about to get the evil monarch crystal, it was forcibly taken away by someone. This feeling was even worse than killing him. "Brat, did you take the crystal or not?" The blood-robed man also shouted in a deep voice. Beside him, the three vermilion blood birds let out anxious cries. Their eyes directly locked onto Lin Xian. "Humph! It was me who took it. You two pieces of trash, didn't you want to kill me? Come on." Although Lin Xian was running for his life, he was very happy in his heart. To be able to snatch such a precious treasure from the hands of his two enemies, that feeling was too great. "Brat, it really was you." Jade-faced Playboy's face was ferocious, and his heart was filled with regret. If he had killed Lin Xian back then, this wouldn't have happened. "When I catch you, I'll pull out your tendons and pull out your bones. I'll let you taste all the torture in the world." Jade-faced Playboy crazily roared. "Threatening me?" Lin Xian sneered. "I'll refine it now." After saying that, he took out the crystal-clear evil monarch crystal, held it in his hand, and then activated it with all his strength. Buzz! The air trembled, and traces of white gas rushed out from the evil monarch crystal and quickly entered Lin Xian's body. Such pure energy! Lin Xian's face was filled with joy. He could feel that this spiritual energy was not inferior to the energy produced by the art of longevity at all. Moreover, this energy would not be rejected by his body at all. As long as he absorbed it with all his strength, it would be fine. It was indeed a peerless treasure. No wonder those two people were so crazy. Lin Xian could not help but hold the evil monarch crystal tightly. This kind of thing could be very precious. Not to mention jade-faced playboy and the blood-robed man. Even a spirit-detecting realm martial artist would find it hard to resist this temptation. After all, the evil monarch's cultivation was at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. His strength was so strong that almost no one could stop him. The inheritance that he left behind would definitely make everyone's eyes red with envy. Ah, jade-faced playboy and the blood-robed man saw that Lin Xian dared to refine the energy in the evil monarch crystal in front of them, and their lungs exploded with anger. The spiritual energy in their bodies boiled and almost burned. Today, even if I have to risk damaging my origin, I'll catch you. Jade-faced playboy went completely crazy. The peach blossom conception around him bloomed with dazzling light, and traces of pink mist merged into jade-faced playboy's body. Suddenly, the cloud-faced playboy's aura skyrocketed, and his speed also rapidly increased. Boom! The air behind him exploded, and jade-faced playboy burst out in an instant, quickly rushing toward Lin Xian. The blood-robed man was not willing to fall behind. The blood waves behind him slapped and merged with his body, turning into a scarlet blood light, rushing toward Lin Xian. This kind of speed made Lin Xian and Zhao Shui's expressions change. It should be known that their speed was already fast enough, so jade-faced playboy and the blood-robed man could not catch up for a while. However, spirit-transforming realm martial artists were really crazy when they went crazy. Their speed of improvement instantly surpassed Lin Xian's. Seeing that the distance between the two was getting closer and closer, Lin Xian seemed to be able to feel the terrifying aura behind him. Blood sacrifice cloak. Lin Xian pulled Zhao Shui and used a secret technique. His body turned into a blood light, and he instantly appeared far away. After appearing, Lin Xian's face was a bit pale. The two did not stop and continued to escape into the distance. Chapter 419. What? This brat also has a secret skill. Jade-faced playboy saw Lin Xian widen the distance between them once again. He was both shocked and angry. After fusing with the peach blossom concept, his speed surpassed most spirit transformation realm cultivators. Even so, he still couldn't catch up to Lin Xian. Damn it! This brat has too many secrets. I must kill him. The blood-robed man's eyes lit up. Not only the evil monarch's crystal, if he could kill Lin Xian, then all of Lin Xian's treasures would be his. At that time, he might be able to awaken all three heads of the three-headed vermilion bloodbird. Once all three heads were awakened, his mission would be complete. He could then leave the Tianan region and return to his family. Thinking of this, the blood-robed man's body became excited. He used the monstrous blood sea with all his strength and increased his speed with the three-headed vermilion bloodbird. Lin Xian absorbed the energy of the evil monarch's crystal with all his strength. At this time, a faint voice suddenly entered his mind. Fated person, congratulations on obtaining my crystal. If you can complete my last wish, you will receive all of my inheritance. Hearing this, Lin Xian's body suddenly trembled. He then looked at the evil monarch's crystal in his hand with vigilance. The evil monarch, is he still alive? Lin Xian was shocked. He died a long time ago. This should be a spiritual imprint he left behind, Wine Lord said. Hearing Wine Lord's answer, Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. If the evil monarch was still alive, he wouldn't hesitate to throw away the evil monarch's crystal. But fortunately, this was only a spiritual imprint left behind by the evil monarch. No matter who it was, as long as they obtained the evil monarch's crystal and absorbed the energy inside, they would trigger this spiritual imprint. Last wish, what last wish? Lin Xian maintained his speed and asked in confusion. Send my body back to my hometown. The evil monarch's voice was filled with fatigue. If you can do it, I will pass on all of my knowledge to you. If you can't, then put down the crystal and wait for the next fated person. Don't doubt my ability. If you absorb more energy without my approval, it will cause an explosion. Even a spirit-detecting realm martial artist wouldn't be able to survive that kind of attack. Motherfucker, what a lunatic. Lin Xian cursed in his heart. At the same time, he asked via voice transmission, Wine Lord, is this true? Indeed. Wine Lord nodded. If you really can't do it, just throw this Diablo crystal away. Xian's heart thumped when he heard that. This damned evil king is indeed abnormal. He actually used such a method. If he did not agree, then he would not be able to obtain a trace of energy from the crystal. If that was the case, the crystal would become a useless rock. Not only that, but he was also being pursued by the two people behind him. Lin Xian was unwilling to just throw it away. After all, the Diablo crystal contained pure energy. If he could absorb all of it, then his cultivation would reach the late harmonious spirit realm. This was a terrifying speed of improvement. Even if it did not stop, it would save Lin Xian tens of years of hard work. Moreover, it would greatly increase his chances of winning the Azure Dragon Assembly. Therefore, Lin Xian could not give up. Send your body back to your hometown. Tell me, where is your hometown? What do I have to do? Lin Xian asked. At the same time, he separated a part of his soul power to maintain his speed and deal with the group behind him. My hometown is in the Sky Martial region. You just have to put my body in the ancestral land of the Yu family in the Tianxiang country. Sky Martial region, Tianxiang country's Yu family. Lin Xian frowned and thought quickly. This request was not too difficult. He just had to send the body there. Moreover, he would have to go to the Sky Martial region sooner or later. It's that simple? No other requests? Lin Xian was puzzled. Simple? The Diablo remnant was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed happily. Yes, it's that simple. As long as you can do it, all of my things will be yours. All right, I promise you, Lin Xian quickly said. Then, can I absorb the energy of the crystal now? Don't worry. It's not enough to just promise. What if you go back on your words? The Diablo remnant said. But I'm already dead. Even if you go back on your words, I can't do anything to you. So, you have to make an oath first. Oath? Lin Xian's expression was strange. That's right. Oath. Blood sacrifice curse. The Diablo remnant said, Now, drop your blood essence into my body and leave the rest to me. After saying that, the Diablo remnant became silent. Brat, you have to think carefully. Wine Lord reminded, the blood sacrifice curse is very effective. If you can't do it, I'm afraid there will be a great disaster. Is it really that effective? Lin Xian didn't believe it. In the past, there was a venerable who surpassed the spirit-detecting realm. He once made this oath, but in the end, he didn't do it. Later, he was attacked by an unknown creature and his body was split into several pieces. A venerable who surpassed the spirit-detecting realm also died? Lin Xian felt a chill. However, since he dared to promise, he would definitely be able to do it. Moreover, the Diablo remnant crystal was very important to him. Therefore, Lin Xian thought for a moment and agreed. Since he agreed, he needed to use the blood sacrifice curse. He had to return to the Diablo tomb and obtain the Diablo remnant will's corpse. Let's go. Lin Xian pulled Zhao Shui and suddenly changed direction. Zhao Shui didn't know what happened, but he still chose to believe in Lin Xian. Behind them, Jade-faced Playboy and the blood-robed man saw Lin Xian suddenly change direction. They didn't think too much and continued to follow. Lin Xian didn't immediately turn back. Instead, he kept changing direction and circled around. If he went back directly, it was very likely that he would attract the attention of Jade-faced Playboy and the blood-robed man. If the two of them were guarding the tomb ahead of time, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Therefore, he gradually changed direction in order to numb the two of them. After many changes, Lin Xian finally flew back in his original direction. However, Jade-faced Playboy and the blood-robed man weren't fools. They observed for a moment and discovered Lin Xian's goal. He wants to return to the tomb. Could it be that he found something in the Diablo remnant crystal? Jade-faced Playboy's expression was uncertain. Back then, he was chasing after the Diablo remnant crystal and didn't carefully investigate anything else. However, it seemed that there was something more important in the tomb. Otherwise, Lin Xian wouldn't risk his life to turn back. On the side, the blood-robed man had the same idea. His whole body was covered in bloody light as he increased his speed again. Lin Xian had comprehended the concept of wind. His speed far surpassed that of a normal spirit transformation realm martial artist. In addition, he had the black cloak and the dragon rebel step. Therefore, jade-faced playboy and the blood-robed man couldn't catch up to him. After a long time, Lin Xian came to the vicinity of the tomb again. Whoosh! Lin Xian turned into a sword light and quickly entered the tomb. Behind him, jade-faced playboy suddenly shouted, "Junior sister, quickly stop him." In the tomb, there was a green figure looking for other treasures. At this moment, the figure heard jade-faced playboy's roar and immediately looked up. Chapter 420. She did not follow jade-faced playboy and the others. Instead, she chose to stay in the tomb to search for treasures. At this moment, Lin Xian returned and coincidentally met her. Why did this little thief come back? The green-clothed woman was shocked. However, since jade-faced playboy had spoken, she could not disobey. Although she knew that Lin Xian was very powerful, she was confident that she could block him for a while. The green light was hazy as it transformed into a large dark green snake that surged forward. The terrifying figure circled and blocked the path in front. There was no need to fight with Lin Xian. She only needed to make Lin Xian stop, and jade-faced playboy would naturally catch up. It had to be said that the green-clothed woman's method was very clear. Not only could she ensure her own safety, she could also block Lin Xian. However, she still underestimated Lin Xian's strength. "Get lost!" Lin Xian angrily shouted as the wind shadow sword was suddenly unsheathed. A terrifying sword intent surged and transformed into a 100-meter-long sword light. It collided with the dark green snake shadow and produced a shocking explosion. Boom! The large dark green snake was instantly slashed apart and fell to the sides. The green-clothed woman was also affected by this wave of energy and flew out while vomiting blood. Lin Xian was not affected at all. He flew past quickly and did not stop at all. Seeing Lin Xian enter the tomb, jade-faced playboy's expression turned crazy. Going in is easy, but coming out is difficult. The blood-robed man beside him sneered. His palms held up the sky as the sea of blood surged behind him. Waves of blood quickly surrounded the entire tomb. The sea of blood instantly enveloped the tomb, and the blood-robed man revealed a cold smile. Jade-faced playboy also let out a carefree laugh. His palms danced and shot out countless flower petals, forming a solid cage outside of the sea of blood. "Humph! Stupid kid. Let's see how you escape this time." Jade-faced playboy sneered. The two of them planned to catch a turtle in a jar. With a flash, jade-faced playboy and the blood-robed man entered the tomb. Inside the tomb, Lin Xian's figure quickly shuttled and approached the black coffin in the center. He naturally knew that it was very likely that he would be surrounded if he entered the mausoleum. Even so, he still wanted to give it a try. "Lin Xian, what are you trying to do?" Zhao Shui was very confused and finally asked. "Take away the black coffin." Lin Xian's answer was very simple. "What?" Zhao Shui covered her mouth and exclaimed. This was too crazy. Not only did he take away the inheritance, he even wanted to steal the corpse. For a moment, Zhao Shui looked at Lin Xian with a strange expression. "It's not what you think. Forget it. I'll explain it later." Lin Xian approached the coffin. Behind him, jade-faced playboy and the blood-robed man quickly rushed over and blocked Lin Xian. "Boy, let's see where you can run this time." Jade-faced playboy laughed wildly. "Hand over the evil monarch crystal, and I can consider giving you a quick death. Kiki, regardless of whether you hand it over or not, your body belongs to the three-headed bird." The blood-robed man stroked the three-headed vermilion bird with a cold expression. "Fated person, it seems that your situation is rather dangerous. Let me help you." The evil monarch's remnant consciousness voice sounded in Lin Xian's mind. "Many thanks." Since someone was willing to help, Lin Xian naturally would not refuse. "Open my coffin and temporarily place the crystal on me. This way, I can help you control one of them." Lin Xian was clearly stunned. This evil monarch was strange in every way. If he placed the energy essence on him, there was no telling what would happen. "Don't worry, I'm already dead. I won't come back to life. This is only my remnant soul." The evil monarch seemed to have sensed Lin Xian's apprehension and explained. "Little Xian, It's impossible for this corpse to come back to life. Wine Lord confirmed once again. Hearing this, Lin Xian slapped open the black coffin, revealing the corpse inside. This action directly frightened jade-faced Playboy and the others. They stared blankly at Lin Xian, not knowing what he was going to do. Lin Xian quickly placed the crystal on the forehead of the evil monarch's corpse. Traces of pure white energy seeped into it. The originally dead evil monarch suddenly opened his eyes and sat up abruptly. A corpse coming back to life. Zhao Shui's little face was pale with fright. Her hands tightly grasped Lin Xian. Even jade-faced Playboy and the blood-robed man were shocked. Their expressions were filled with horror. The evil monarch, the spirit-detecting realm master whose name shook the Dragon Star Nation, had actually come back to life. What did this brat do? The blood-robed man felt a trace of fear. He moved his feet, ready to escape at any time. There was no other way. The evil monarch was too terrifying. When he was alive, he was already a master at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. He even almost took that crucial step. This was far from what they could resist. "My master," jade-faced Playboy's voice trembled as he looked at the figure in front of him in horror. He no longer had the arrogance he had before. "I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be you, the evil disciple. What? You finally can't hold back and want to dig up my grave?" The evil monarch slightly turned his head and sent out a trace of spiritual fluctuation. "My master, I don't dare." Jade-faced Playboy lowered his head. The spiritual fluctuation snorted coldly. "Now, my inheritance will be left to the fated one. Don't think too much." After that, the evil monarch's corpse looked at Lin Xian next to him. "What? The fated one?" Jade-faced Playboy suddenly raised his head. Two cold lights shot out from his eyes, stabbing at Lin Xian. "I'm not satisfied. I'm your disciple. Why should I leave the inheritance to others?" "Disciple?" The evil monarch sneered. "Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Since we're master and disciple, I won't kill you. Get out of here." At the same time, the evil monarch's voice sounded in Lin Xian's mind again. The fated one should quickly sign the blood sacrifice agreement. "I can't hold on for long." Lin Xian nodded slightly. He cut his finger and quickly drew a strange blood rune on the back of the dead body, sinking into the corpse. After doing all this, Lin Xian's face turned slightly pale. "Blood sacrifice agreement," the crimson-robed man exclaimed. He had a mysterious origin, so naturally, he had heard of the blood sacrifice agreement. What evil monarch? How can a dead person come back to life? "No matter what the hell you are, the evil monarch's crystal is mine." The crimson-robed man understood and immediately stretched out his bloody hand to grab the evil monarch's crystal. Next to him, Lin Xian took a deep breath. He had just completed the blood sacrifice agreement and lost about 1/3 of his blood. In addition, he had used the blood sacrifice cloak not long ago, so he still had about half of his blood essence left. It was a bit too much for him. Fortunately, he still had a few drops of earth spirit liquid on him. He immediately swallowed a drop. Sword intent surged. Lin Xian wanted to slash at the bloody hand in the sky. However, the evil monarch suddenly made his move. He pointed his finger and instantly pierced through the bloody hand in the sky. Then, he covered the crimson-robed man. "The fated one, since you've signed the blood sacrifice agreement, I'll give you a part of the crystal's energy." After saying that, a jade-white energy ball gushed out of the evil monarch crystal and quickly entered Lin Xian's body. Buzz! Lin Xian's body trembled. Then, a powerful aura burst out from his body, forming waves of energy that swept in all directions. "Mid-harmonious spirit realm," Zhao Shui exclaimed. Chapter 421. In the distance, jade-faced Playboy looked at Lin Xian, who was increasing his cultivation. His heart was bleeding. It was supposed to be his. If he could get it, he would be able to enter the spirit-detecting realm in a short time. But now, Lin Xian had taken advantage of him. "Old bastard, you are already dead, but you are still not at ease. Why do you have to jump out and seek death?" Jade-faced Playboy also realized that the evil king was not really resurrected. He was in some kind of abnormal state. Although he was afraid, the greed in his heart overcame his reason. The evil king's crystal must be mine. Beside jade-faced Playboy, the peach blossom conception suddenly spread out. It formed a huge pink folding fan in the air and slashed down. Wind Slayer. Lin Xian had entered the mid-harmonious spirit realm. His strength had increased greatly. He quickly pulled out the wind shadow sword and waved out a sharp sword chi. In a flash, the huge folding fan in the sky was torn apart. What a terrifying sword chi. The evil king's spirit sense fluctuated. Fated one, according to our agreement, I will control this bloody freak. As for the others, I can't do anything with my current strength. It's enough. Lin Xian's eyes emitted a shocking light. He was already satisfied to be able to trap a spirit transformation realm warrior. As for jade-faced Playboy, he was able to resist before he successfully broke through. Now that he had successfully broken through to the mid-harmonious spirit realm, it would be easier to deal with him. Lin Xian's aura was strong. He slashed open the huge peach blossom folding fan. Brat, although you are powerful, you can only tie with me at most. Moreover, once I use my trump card, you will definitely not be my opponent. How about this? You give me the evil king's crystal and I will let you live. Jade-faced Playboy said. Humph, no way. Lin Xian sneered and completely ignored him. Since you are courting death, then don't blame me. Jade-faced Playboy waved the peach blossom conception with all his strength. It emitted a strange fragrance that filled the air. Not good, the fragrance is poisonous. Hold your breath. Zhao Shue's face changed. You and I will work together to kill him. Lin Xian turned his head and said. Then, 70% of the great dragon sword intent in his body surged out and a huge dragon shadow appeared behind him. At the same time, streaks of green ripples flickered as the concept of wind was unleashed. With a wave of the wind shadow sword, sword chi shot out in all directions. Zhao Shui took out the stone bead and poured her soul power into it, pushing it with all her might. The stone bead trembled, and the central eyeball emitted light. Countless symbols flew out, forming a terrifying killing move. The two of them joined forces to fight jade-faced Playboy. In the distance, the blood-robed man had been imprisoned by Evil King, and no matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape. Beside him, the 3 vermilion blood birds kept chirping. Boom! There was a huge explosion in the air, and the 3 figures quickly separated. Jade-faced Playboy floated down, with shock in his eyes. He was actually being suppressed. How is that possible? Jade-faced Playboy's heart was in turmoil. In fact, this was very normal. Lin Xian's Wind Shadow Sword was a high-grade spirit-grade artifact, and he had the support of a 70% sword intent and small success win concept. His strength was very strong, comparable to a spirit transformation realm martial artist. Zhao Shui also had the mysterious stone pearl, and her soul attack was even more bizarre. When the two of them joined forces, they put a lot of pressure on Jade-faced Playboy, both physically and spiritually. Jade-faced Playboy's face was gloomy, and the folding fan in his hand was creaking. Now that the blood-robed man was under control, he couldn't do anything even if he wanted to. Do I have to use my trump card? But the side effect of using my trump card is very big. Jade-faced Playboy hesitated, and finally decided to use his trump card first to get rid of Lin Xian. Thinking of this, he looked at Evil King. Evil King was also looking at him, with a faint smile. Jade-faced Playboy felt his heart tremble, as if he had been seen through. Don't worry, I won't interfere in your battle. If you have the ability to kill them, then Evil King's crystal is yours. Evil King's voice had a trace of indifference. Hearing this, Jade-faced Playboy sneered. Boy, let's see who can save you this time. Without the threat of Evil King, Jade-faced Playboy felt a lot less pressure. As long as he used his trump card, he would definitely be able to kill Lin Xian and Zhao Shui. Jade-faced Playboy took out 2 red elixirs from his storage ring and quickly swallowed them. The next moment, his momentum increased greatly, and his skin turned pink, as bright as peach blossoms. A shocking power gushed out from Jade-faced Playboy's body. He has reached the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm? Evil King was surprised. The middle stage of the spirit transformation realm? Lin Xian was shocked. "Hurry up," he shouted and waved his sword with all his strength. There was a huge gap between the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm and the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. If Jade-Faced Playboy reached the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm, then they would have no chance of winning. The stone pearl vibrated, and Zhao Shui launched a soul attack. The inscriptions in the sky condensed into beams of light, bombarding Jade-Faced Playboy's soul. Ah! Jade-Faced Playboy's body trembled, and his face became ferocious. His aura also stopped. Although he hadn't reached the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm, he was not far from it. "Next, I will let you know what fear is." Jade-Faced Playboy's whole body turned pink, and he was surrounded by the essence of peach blossoms. He grinned and stepped out. In an instant, he was in front of Lin Xian. So fast, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He quickly performed the dragon inverse steps and dodged quickly with the help of the black cloak. The air fluctuated, and a dazzling light burst out from Jade-Faced Playboy's palm. Boom! Lin Xian tried his best to dodge, but his body was still grazed by the palm wind. Suddenly, he felt that all his internal organs were shaking, and his body was about to explode. "You can't even withstand a single blow." Jade-Faced Playboy's voice was cold. Boom! Lin Xian's body hit the wall, and he became a pile of rubble. "Lin Xian!" Zhao Shui shouted anxiously. Jade-Faced Playboy moved again. The folding fan in his hand drew a strange arc and instantly covered Zhao Shui. Illusory fish hand. Zhao Shui waved her hands, and an illusory palm shadow appeared. In an instant, countless illusory arms appeared in the sky. Moreover, these arms carried the power of the soul, which was impossible to defend against. Cut! The peach blossom folding fan was like a scythe of death. It cut off all the palm shadows in the sky, and then hit Zhao Shui. Zhao Shui quickly formed a hazy moonlight to protect her body, but she was still sent flying by the terrifying force. Ha 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 ha. Even if you two ants have treasures in your hands, you still can't withstand a single blow from absolute power. Next, I will let you know what hell is on earth. Jade-Faced Playboy grinned as he walked toward Zhao Shui. At this moment, a cold light flashed from his left. It's useless. Jade-Faced Playboy's 5 fingers formed a claw, and he quickly reached out and caught the sword chi. Buzz! The air trembled, and Lin Xian appeared in the air with the wind shadow sword in his hand. He had been hit by a palm, but fortunately, he had the golden inner armor and the silver thunder body, so his body wasn't seriously injured. Humph! Chapter 422. Lightning Storm. Thunder suddenly appeared. Lin Xian's body was covered in thunder. Countless silver thunderbolts surged, turning the surroundings into a sea of thunder. However, the peach blossom aura was derived from peach blossoms. Although Lin Xian's thunderbolts were powerful, he hadn't comprehended the essence of thunder. Therefore, in terms of attack, Lin Xian's silver thunderbolts were not enough to resist the peach blossom aura. In an instant, the silver thunderbolts were wrapped by the peach blossom aura and quickly dissipated. Wind Thunder Lightning Ring. Seeing that the thunderbolts were ineffective, Lin Xian had to use the essence of wind. The combination of wind and thunder formed a powerful force that blocked the peach blossom aura. Moreover, he activated 70% of the Great Dragon Sword intent, making the Wind Shadow Sword shine brightly. Countless sword auras flew out, rushing toward Jade-Faced Playboy. Although Jade-Faced Playboy had temporarily increased his cultivation to the peak of the initial stage of the spirit transformation realm, 70% of the Great Dragon Sword intent was still a threat to him. The peach blossom aura protecting his body was cut open, and the endless sword auras flew toward his palm. He had no choice but to step back. Jade-Faced Playboy waved his sleeve, shooting out several cold lights that disappeared into the peach blossom aura. This was his hidden weapon, the peach blossom poisonous needles. Even a warrior of the spirit transformation realm would be seriously injured if hit. He wanted to use the peach blossom aura to cover the traces of the peach blossom poisonous needles. However, Lin Xian's soul power was extremely powerful. With a slight perception, he found the hidden attack. Returning wind whisks willow sword. Fine sword auras like willow branches appeared around his body, forming a sword curtain that blocked all the attacks. At the same time, he held the wind shadow sword tightly with both hands and suddenly stabbed out. Wind Emperor's sword. Endless wind surged, and the sword auras flew toward jade-faced playboy. On the other side, Zhao Shui waved her hands and used the illusory fish hand. The black and white yin-yang fish rotated together, forming the yin-yang illusory fish picture. At the same time, it also carried a strange illusion. Peach blossom cut. Jade-faced playboy's body formed a peach blossom armor. He held a huge folding fan in his hand, and all the attacks were blown away. However, he was also pushed back by the two forces, and several shocking cracks appeared on the peach blossom armor on his body. Impossible! His sword intent has become stronger. Jade-faced playboy frowned as he looked at the cracks on his armor. Slash! Lin Xian used the dragon rebel step to give chase. Streaks of swift and fierce sword techniques rapidly unfolded in the air. At the same time, he used the concept of wind, causing the surrounding air to condense. Suddenly, jade-faced playboy felt an inexplicable power on his body, making his movements slow down. This is the small success concept of wind. Jade-faced playboy was shocked once again. He didn't expect that Lin Xian's artistic conception of scenery had reached the small success realm in just a few days. This kind of concept could completely affect his attack. Jade-faced playboy's face was gloomy as the aura in his body surged. He used all of his strength to activate the peach blossom conception and struggled with all his might. The folding fan in his hand even slapped towards Lin Xian. The two concepts collided, causing the air to ripple. The terrifying waves spread out in all directions, causing the ground to crack. It was as if the entire mausoleum had been split open from the middle. Cracks that were nearly 1,000 meters long appeared on the ground. As the sword light flashed, jade-faced playboy was enveloped in it. Fantasy moon concept. On the other side, Zhao Shui quickly rushed over. A hazy bright moon rose behind her and pressed down on jade-faced playboy. Another small success concept. Jade-faced playboy felt the pressure increase, and his face became abnormally ugly. The petals that filled the sky became dim, as if they had lost their luster. You've gone too far. Jade-faced playboy's lungs were about to explode. The swift and fierce aura on his body quickly fluctuated, and the peach blossom conception became even more unstable. Is the effect of the medicine about to end? Jade-faced playboy's heart tightened. The reason he could have such a cultivation was all because of the two pills. However, this kind of trump card had a time limit. Once the time was up, he would enter a period of weakness. Fight! While the medicine was still effective, jade-faced playboy decided to go crazy. He began to burn the spiritual power in his body, deciding to fight to the death. Is he going to fight to the death? In the distance, the blood-robed man was controlled by the evil king and could not move. However, he still paid close attention to the battle. When he saw jade-faced playboy burn his spiritual power, his heart beat wildly. This kind of method was extremely harmful to a warrior's origin. If it was not life-threatening, a general warrior would not use it. Obviously, jade-faced playboy was forced into a desperate situation. It was not surprising. Lin Xian and Zhao Shui had a conception that was not inferior to jade-faced playboy's. In addition, they both had treasures in their hands, so their attacking power was close to that of a warrior in the spirit transformation realm. Under the joint attack of the two, jade-faced playboy was suffering unspeakably. If he had not taken the pills in advance, perhaps he would have been seriously injured and dying. I didn't expect that after dozens of years in Jianghu, I would be bullied by two little devils in the end. Today, I will pay a painful price to kill you too. Jade-faced playboy was completely out of control. The surrounding air vibrated, and the surrounding spiritual qi quickly entered his body. Jade-faced playboy's body was full of spiritual qi, like a dancing flame. Not good. This guy is going to fight to the death. Lin Xian shouted in a low voice. Attack with all your strength. You must kill him. Jade-faced playboy had chased him several times, so Lin Xian had long wanted to kill him. Now was the best time to get rid of him. The The spiritual chi in the sky gathered into jade-faced Playboy's body, forming a 100-meter-long folding fan behind him. There were countless peach blossoms engraved on it. Take my strongest attack. Peach blossom, destroy the world. Jade-faced Playboy waved his hands and fell toward the front of the battle area. The 100-meter-high, huge folding fan behind him also fell with his movement. Lin Xian looked dignified. The wind shadow sword quickly drew some inexplicable tracks in the void. The clouds in the sky rolled, and a huge, heavenly sword was formed. It carried a horrible pressure, as if it could destroy everything. Gale lightning sword. One sword breaks mountains and rivers. As the wind shadow sword fell, the huge, heavenly sword in the sky also chopped down with endless momentum. On the other side, Zhao Shui merged with a stone bead and shot out a strange talisman. The talisman looked simple, but it contained a horrible aura. It didn't seem to be any weaker than the Gale lightning sword. The three violent forces collided with each other. Suddenly, countless gusts of wind swept through, and a horrible energy wave quickly spread out. The entire mausoleum was enveloped and turned into fragments. Boom! The destruction continued and spread out to an extremely far distance. Lin Xian's entire body emitted silver lightning. He pulled Zhao Shui and quickly retreated. When everything calmed down, he looked ahead with a dignified expression. The entire mausoleum was cut open, and horrible cracks spread out in all directions. Other than the place where the evil king sat, the other places had turned into ruins. In front of him, there was a horrible deep pit with a trace of destructive aura. It was caused by the Gale lightning sword and the stone bead talisman. In the deep pit, a figure with disheveled hair stood there with blood all over his body. His body was trembling, as if he could fall at any time. Earth rank martial art. It's actually an Earth rank martial art. Jade-faced Playboy's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. Under the attacks of the two, he suffered severe internal injuries. Fortunately, his cultivation was profound, so he managed to survive. Chapter 423. Earth-level martial arts were extremely precious martial arts in the entire Tianan region. Only a few top sects had access to them. Moreover, only a few disciples of the sects could learn them. You are about to die. You don't need to know anything. Lin Xian slowly walked over with the wind shadow sword. Don't kill me. I don't want it. I don't want anything. I beg you to let me live. Jade-faced Playboy's body trembled as he began to beg for mercy. Now you know how to beg for mercy. Don't you think it's too late? Lin Xian sneered. When you were chasing me, did you ever think that you would one day be killed by someone else? Lin Xian was like a god of death, carrying an endless murderous aura. However, when Lin Xian was 10 meters away from Jade-faced Playboy, who was originally begging for mercy, revealed a gloomy expression. Brat, even if I die, I will drag you down with me. He opened his arms and pounced at Lin Xian like an octopus. Moreover, he burned all of his essence blood, turning into a bloody red ball and quickly pouncing over. Jade-faced Playboy actually wanted to perish together with Lin Xian. Not good, retreat. Zhao Shui anxiously shouted from behind. Perish together? Lin Xian's expression was indifferent. He quickly waved the wind shadow sword and countless cyan sword shadows flashed in the air. I will not give you any chance. The cyan sword shadows that filled the sky merged into one and instantly slashed through Jade-faced Playboy's body. Jade-faced Playboy's body that was flying in the air suddenly stiffened and then slowly slid down. An extremely fine sword mark appeared between his eyebrows. Plop. Jade-faced Playboy fell to the ground, but no blood flowed. A spirit transformation realm expert died just like that. The blood-robed man's face was full of shock. He felt that it was unreal. He actually killed someone who was a realm above him. This brat's strength is too heaven-defying. He was extremely shocked. Now he was in a very dangerous situation. If the evil king made a move, he would most likely die here. Just as he was struggling, a cold gaze looked at him. Suddenly, the blood-robed man's body trembled as if he was pierced by thousands of swords. Lin Xian. He roared through gritted teeth. At this moment, Lin Xian was too sharp. He was like an unsheathed divine sword, causing people's hearts to turn cold. The crimson-robed man felt a trace of fear in his heart. He looked at Lin Xian, who was gradually approaching him, and secretly channeled his spirit energy, preparing to launch his strongest attack. Little Xian, kill this three-headed crimson bloodbird first. Its body contains the wind and thunder attribute, which can further enhance the power of your wind and thunder dual swords. Wine Lord transmitted his voice. Another upgrade? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He stared at the three crimson bloodbirds beside the blood-robed man. Immediately, the strange bird felt uneasy and began to cry out. The head in the center emitted purple flames that crashed into the restrictions in all directions. Brat, what do you think you're doing? The crimson-robed man was shocked. Lin Xian's gaze was too frightening, giving him a bad premonition. Let me tell you, this three-headed bird has an extraordinary background. It's not something you can provoke. I advise you to give up on this idea. Otherwise, a great disaster will befall you. The crimson-robed man wasn't lying. Although he was a martial artist in the spirit transformation realm, his true identity was the servant of the three-headed crimson bloodbird. His purpose in coming to the Tianan region was to awaken all three heads of the three-headed crimson bloodbird and then bring it back to his family. However, Lin Xian didn't care. This crimson-robed man had tried to kill him many times, so he wouldn't show mercy. Can you release this strange bird alone? Lin Xian looked at the Diablo's corpse and asked. The Diablo's remnant consciousness paused for a moment, then said, These three crimson bloodbirds indeed have an extraordinary background. If I remember correctly, they should also be from a terrifying family in the Tianwu region. Fated One, are you really going to kill them? If you kill them, you might encounter unexpected dangers when you go to the Tianwu region in the future. Don't worry, Lin Xian said in a low voice, only one of us can survive. Hearing this, the Diablo's corpse sighed and didn't force him. He waved his arm and forcibly separated the three-headed crimson blood bird. Brat, how dare you? The crimson-robed man shouted crazily as he used all his strength to resist the Diablo's restriction. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape. The three-headed crimson blood bird landed on the ground and let out a sharp cry. Purple, inextinguishable flames rose around its body, exuding a terrifying heat. Its cold eyes stared at Lin Xian, full of malice. It took the initiative to attack. A purple flame as thick as a chopstick flew out and instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. He pulled out the Wind Shadow Sword and quickly stabbed at the purple flame. The Wind Emperor's sword flashed and slashed at the purple flame. Instantly, a sizzling sound was heard. Lin Xian's great dragon sword could destroy everything. Back then, he had extinguished the five-colored peacock's eternal flame. Now that his strength had increased greatly, it was easier for him to deal with the purple flame. The sword fell, and the purple flame was cut in half, dissipating in the sky. What? Impossible! The crimson-robed man in the cage was shocked. He knew the power of the purple flame. Even a warrior of the spirit transformation realm would find it difficult to destroy it. However, Lin Xian had extinguished the eternal flame with a single slash, which made him feel even more desperate. Brat, if you hurt it, the Divine Bird Clan won't let you go. The crimson-robed man's voice was unusually cold. Is that so? Lin Xian sneered. He didn't know how the dead would send the news back. He held the sword with one hand and used the dragon counterstep. He quickly arrived in front of the three-headed crimson bloodbird and stabbed with the Wind Shadow Sword, carrying a terrifying sword will. For a moment, the three-headed crimson bloodbird's feathers stood up. Purple flames the size of a fingernail rose from each of them, forming a sea of purple flames in front of them. At the same time, flames flew in all directions. Returning Wind Whisk's willow sword. The sword light circled and formed a solid defense. Lin Xian faced it head-on. Countless sword chi slashed down, tearing the void like a cloth. It couldn't be helped. The 70% dragon sword was too terrifying. Moreover, the three-headed crimson bloodbird hadn't really grown up yet. In an instant, the dazzling sword chi split the sea of purple flames and slashed toward the head in the center. Whoosh! The three-headed crimson blood bird flapped its wings and dodged quickly. Moreover, the second head on the left trembled slightly, as if it could wake up at any time. Seeing this, the crimson-robed man let out a sigh of relief. Although the three-headed crimson bloodbird needed a large amount of energy to wake up, he would also wake up the second head in a critical moment. Doing this would cause a lot of damage, but it was worth it to save his life. Brat, if it wakes up the second head, I'm afraid that even a warrior of the spirit transformation stage would have a hard time fighting against it, Wine Lord reminded him. Hearing this, Lin Xin frowned and sped up again. He turned into a beam of sword light and attacked the three-headed crimson bloodbird. Little White, Lin Xin shouted. The little white monkey's body shook and disappeared instantly. When it reappeared, it was already beside the three-headed crimson bloodbird. Its furry little paw slapped the second head that was about to wake up. Buzz! An extremely strange dizziness was unleashed by the little white monkey. The second head that was about to wake up fell asleep again. Chapter 424. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be any external factors that could stop the second head from waking up. However, the little white monkey had interrupted the awakening process with one claw, which had completely overturned the blood-robed man's understanding. The three-headed crimson bloodbird was both shocked and furious. The head in the middle let out a piercing demonic sound that spread in all directions. As an ancient species, its potential was limitless. If it could wake up the second head, it would be as easy as blowing off dust to kill the abominable human in front of it. However, the little white monkey was like its nemesis. It was able to stop its awakening. The three-headed crimson bloodbird was very intelligent. Its eyes were filled with malice. If it didn't succeed this time, it still had a chance to wake up again. The three-headed crimson bloodbird moved quickly, preparing to wake up the second head. At this moment, Lin Xian's long sword arrived. The sword light was like a rainbow as it instantly pierced the head in the middle. The 70% dragon sword essence condensed into an illusory azure dragon and sank into the head. Puff! There was a flash of blood as the head in the middle was mercilessly cut open. No! The blood-robed man screamed crazily. The sea of blood around him was tumbling as he crazily attacked the restriction. Ripples floated and appeared on the restriction. The evil king frowned slightly. Fated one, hurry up. I don't have much time left. Hearing this, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He rotated his long sword, and the head in the middle exploded completely. Kid, you're dead. No one can save you. The blood-robed man quickly burned his spiritual power and made a terrifying attack. The sea of blood in the sky hit the restriction. With each hit, the light of the restriction dimmed a little. Don't even think about leaving today. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He took out the black scabbard and absorbed the purple flame in the middle head, according to the method taught by the Wine Lord. Then, the long sword moved again. Lin Xian chopped at the second head. The head split open, and a dark blue airflow spun quickly. Its power was far above his wind essence. The second head contained the wind attribute. Lin Xian was as fast as lightning as he absorbed the wind into the black scabbard. The black scabbard was indeed mysterious. After absorbing the terrifying energy, it did not have much of a reaction. Only a faint glow appeared on its surface. The blood-robed man had gone completely mad. He burned his essence blood without any regard for his life, unleashing his strongest attack. Boom! The evil king's restriction was broken, and the blood-robed man appeared in the sky again. Fated person, I can only help you to this extent. After saying that, Evil King's corpse fell back into the coffin. After the blood-robed man broke free from the restriction, he pounced on Lin Xian like a madman. At this moment, Lin Xian sliced open the third head with his sword. A streak of golden lightning flashed and was absorbed into the black scabbard. Since then, the three heads of the three-headed crimson bloodbird had been completely destroyed by Lin Xian, and the three types of energy had also been absorbed by him. The crimson-robed man's body trembled. He threw himself to the side of the three-headed crimson bloodbird, hugging the blood-red corpse and howling into the sky. His voice was like a demonic diamond, causing people's scalps to go numb. "Brat, even if you die 10,000 times, you won't be able to make up for your sins." The crimson-robed man was like a demon, his entire body covered in a layer of scarlet blood. An aura that far surpassed jade-faced playboys gushed out from his body. Burning spiritual power. Lin Xian frowned. The wind shadow sword quickly drew strange strokes in the air. It was obvious that the crimson-robed man didn't care about his life anymore. He just wanted to kill Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian also used his most powerful attack, the Gale Lightning Sword technique. In the clouds, the firmament giant sword flashed again, emitting a mysterious and ancient aura. The wind shadow sword fell, as if it could cut through mountains and rivers. Blood stains the firmament. The crimson-robed man ignited the qi and blood in his entire body. He blasted both his hands toward Lin Xian. In the sky, a blood-red waterfall hung upside down. An extremely strange and terrifying energy gushed out, as if it was going to tear it apart. The Gale Lightning Sword slashed down quickly. The sea of blood surged, and countless blood flowers appeared. However, this was an attack that the crimson-robed man used with all his might. It was far stronger than before. Although the Gale Lightning Sword technique was an Earth-tier martial art, it was still blocked at this moment. "Brat, I'll kill you." The crimson-robed man's voice was vicious. Gale Lightning Sword technique, dual sword star annihilation. Lin Xian let out a low shout. He pulled out the star extinction sword and swung it again. In the sky, a huge sword shadow appeared next to the firmament giant sword again, tearing the sky apart. The dual swords seemed to be able to destroy the stars. An extremely terrifying energy gushed out and enveloped the crimson-robed man in an instant. Sword light danced, blood light filled the air, and a shocking explosion occurred in the air. Zhao Shui's face was slightly pale. She quickly retreated with the evil king's coffin. The entire evil king's tomb was completely destroyed. The dual swords were too powerful. Even the crimson-robed man who burned his blood essence couldn't resist. Lin Xian's face was slightly pale. Although the dual swords were powerful, they consumed more than half of his spirit power in an instant. Sheathing the wind and lightning swords, Lin Xian quickly searched in his soul. The 3 vermilion blood birds had been killed, and the crimson-robed man beside him was also split in half. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. He turned around and quickly left the place. Then, he put away the evil king's coffin and quickly left the evil king's tomb with Zhao Shui. Not long after the two left, the remaining blood on the crimson-robed man's body quickly rolled and wrapped around the 3 vermilion bloodbirds' bodies, disappearing. In the terrifying Demon Mountain, there was a colorful palace. It was full of multicolored light, like an immortal palace. However, there was a roar in this seemingly sacred palace. The disciple who was training in the Tianan region has fallen. No matter who killed him, bring him back and accept the death sentence. Everything related to him must be destroyed. I want the world to know that the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace can't be killed just because they want to. This voice carried boundless pressure and spread to every corner of the palace. Suddenly, several fiery red figures with extremely powerful auras quickly left the palace. Lin Xian naturally didn't know what happened far away. He had already left the evil king's tomb and was meditating in a nearby cave. This training could be said to be a great harvest. Not only did he find a lot of treasures, but he also obtained 2 supreme treasures. One was the Wind Shadow Sword, a high-grade spirit treasure. This treasure sword was extraordinary, allowing him to fight against spirit transformation experts. The other was the Evil King's Crystal. As long as he was given some time, he could use the energy inside the crystal to break through to the late harmonious spirit realm. The Evil King's Crystal not only contained pure energy, but also all the inheritances of the Evil King. This included cultivation methods and martial techniques. In terms of cultivation methods, Lin Xian's Art of Long Life was very powerful, so he didn't need other cultivation methods to replace it. However, he could use martial techniques for reference. Moreover, this evil king also cultivated both sword and soul, very similar to him. One of them was the Phantom Sword Art, which was a unique sword art that combined sword arts and illusions. This sword art made Lin Xian very happy. He had high attainments in both sword arts and soul arts, so he quickly mastered the phantom sword art. In addition, Wine Lord also created a lightning sword art for his star extinction sword, the 3000 lightning haste. Chapter 425. The three-headed vermilion bloodbird was indeed amazing. The three attributes in its body were very unique, allowing Lin Xian's Wind Shadow Sword and Star of Extinction Sword to improve. Although the grade did not change, the quality had improved by a large margin. Moreover, the black scabbard had also changed greatly. Other than the wind and thunder attributes, there seemed to be a ball of fire attributes slowly forming. Other than that, there was another martial art that made Lin Xian's heartbeat faster. The Phantom Demon Steps was an Earth-rank martial art known for its speed and agility. It was one of the Diablo's ultimate arts. An Earth-rank martial art was a martial art that could tempt even Spirit Illumination martial artists. There were only a few Earth-rank martial arts in the entire Dragonstar Nation. Back then, the Diablo had relied on the Phantom Demon Steps to escape the pursuit of powerful enemies. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Lin Xian knew the power of an Earth-rank martial art. His Gale Lightning Sword was an Earth-rank martial art. It was extremely powerful and could kill enemies above his level. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to learn the Phantom Demon Steps to replace the Dragon Rebel Steps. However, he kept the powerful Dragon Rebel 7 Steps. After sorting out his gains, he gave some of the treasures to Zhao Shui. What do you plan to do next? Zhao Shui asked with a smile. I came to Dragonstar Nation to get a spot to join the Azure Dragon Association. I'll be going to Desolate Flame City next. Azure Dragon Association? Hee, I want to join too. You have to be merciful when you meet sister. Zhao Shui glanced at him seductively. You want to join too? Do you have a spot? Lin Xian asked. I should have enough this time. Those who join the Azure Dragon Association are all peerless geniuses. Their strength is far beyond your imagination. You can't be careless. Zhao Shui reminded him seriously. Then, the two chatted as they ate. Before they knew it, the night had passed. Sister is leaving. Don't miss me, Zhao Shui whispered into Lin Xian's ear. Then, she quickly left. Lin Xian also sorted out his emotions and prepared for what to do next. There was only half a year left before the Azure Dragon Society, so he had to make the best use of his time. However, before that, Lin Xian was prepared to find a few demonic beasts in the nearby forest to practice his swordsmanship. He mainly wanted to test out the power of the two sword techniques he had just learned, Phantom Sword and Lightning Haste. The former was soft and sinister, and even had an illusory attack. The latter was violent and domineering, and its attacks were bold and powerful. The two sword techniques were completely different, and the way they were executed was also very different. In the forest, a 30-meter-long illusion demon butterfly flapped its wings and stared at Lin Xian. This was a type of demonic beast that specialized in illusions. Its attacks were very strange, and ordinary harmonious spirit realm warriors were no match for it. Lin Xian planned to use it to test the Phantom Sword. As he swung his long sword, sword shadows filled the air. Among the sword chi, there were both real and fake. It was hard to tell what was real and what was not. Moreover, although these sword chis appeared to be chaotic, they actually contained an illusory formation, which could often cause the enemy to inadvertently fall into an illusory formation and be easily killed. This sword technique could be said to be Evil King's famous sword technique. The illusory swordsmanship deceived the illusion demon butterfly. That strange attack gave the illusion demon butterfly a headache. The illusory sword chi formed a strange sword formation and killed the illusion demon butterfly. Lin Xian put away the illusion demon butterfly's demon crystal and started to search for demonic beasts again. This time, he wanted to test the power of the lightning haste. With the help of his soul power, he quickly found a demonic beast that he was satisfied with. The rock tortoise was a demonic beast that was famous for its defense. It was as hard as a diamond, abnormally hard. It was said that although this demonic beast was only at the 7th grade, a harmonious spirit realm warrior of the same level would not be able to break its defense. Only a spirit transformation realm warrior could kill it. The rock tortoise that was like a small boat looked at Lin Xian with disdain. It directly ignored Lin Xian. In its eyes, a mid-harmonious spirit realm human was not enough to break its defense. That attack was just like scratching an itch. Lin Xian moved quickly and pulled out the Star Extinction Sword. The sword chi turned into a thunderclap that shook the sky. The sword slashed through the air and turned into lightning. The rock tortoise shrunk its body and hid in its hard shell. Boom! Like 3,000 lightning bolts, the terrifying sword light bombarded the rock tortoise's shell, emitting a dazzling light. This sword was too violent. Countless sword marks were left on the tortoise's shell. The rock tortoise's body was severely injured and blood kept flowing out. At this moment, it finally showed a terrified expression. The human in front of it was too strong. The power of that sword strike was even more terrifying than a spirit transformation realm warrior. Luckily, the human did not have any intention to continue attacking, so it was able to keep its life. Lin Xian was very satisfied with this result. Whether it was the phantom sword or the 3,000 lightning haste, the power of the sword art was beyond his expectations. He used to mainly use the Wind Emperor's one sword and the 9 Azure Cloud swords. He also had the Outer Sky Meteor. Now that he had 2 more sword arts, it could be said that he did not have any weaknesses in sword arts. In terms of body movement, he had a new Earth rank martial art, the Phantom Demon Steps. Perhaps even a spirit transformation realm warrior would not be able to withstand it. In terms of defense, he had the silver lightning body and the golden inner armor. With the combination of the two, he could withstand the attacks of a spirit transformation realm warrior. It could be said that Lin Xian's current state was at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. Next, it's time to go to the desolate Flame City. Lin Xian summoned Xiao Jin and rushed toward the desolate Flame City. The Star Dragon Strong country was divided into 8 counties. The desolate Flame City was one of the more famous cities in the Heaven Desolate County. After leaving the forest, Lin Xian saw a huge city standing on the plains. The dark red city walls were like a 1,000-year-old volcano, exuding an ancient aura. Entering the city, there were many people coming and going. It was very lively. There were young warriors coming and going everywhere, talking and laughing with a sense of vitality. As Lin Xian passed by, he heard a few words. It seemed that the desolate Flame City had a gathering of young warriors recently. That was why there were so many young warriors gathered here. However, this had nothing to do with him. He came to the desolate Flame City to find Iron Hand and fulfill his wish. It was easy to find the Great Banner sect. Lin Xian only needed to see which building had the symbol of the Iron Blood Banner. Moreover, with the Great Banner sect status, it would definitely not be in an ordinary corner. Therefore, Lin Xian directly went to the most prosperous area in the city. Sure enough, Lin Xian saw a magnificent building in the center of the city. There was a bronze banner on top of the building. The blood-red banner fluttered in the wind, making a loud noise. Stop! This is the Great Banner sect's restricted area. Unrelated people, leave at once. The gatekeeper shouted coldly. I'm looking for Sir Iron Hand. Lin Xian took out the Great Banner token and placed it in front of him. Great Banner token. The guard's pupils shrank as he looked at Lin Xian in astonishment. A moment later, he respectfully said, Young master, please forgive us. We were reckless earlier. Please come in. The Great Banner token was not an ordinary item in the Great Banner sect. Normally, only the elders with high status could issue it. Lin Xian's token was even more peculiar. It was obviously issued by Sir Iron Hand himself. Chapter 426. After leading Lin Xian to a living room, the guard respectfully said, Young master, please have some tea. I will inform Sir Iron Hand. Lin Xian nodded and slowly sat down. Soon, a beautiful maid came in and carefully served him tea. Lin Xian calmly waited and soon raised his head, because his soul power sensed an aura quickly approaching. Young Master Lin, please follow me to the study. The previous guard respectfully said. Under his lead, Lin Xian arrived in front of an independent attic. Young Master can go to the 3rd floor. Lin Xian nodded and pushed the door open. He steadily walked to the 2nd floor. Sure enough, In the study on the second floor, he saw a stalwart figure. Dressed in a black robe, his face was as cold as a knife, and he carried the dignity of a superior. It was Sir Iron Hand. "Greetings, Senior." Lin Xian slightly bowed. "You came." Iron Hand slightly nodded. "You helped me take out the blood-red flag. So, if you have any request, just say it." "Then, I thank Senior." Lin Xian smiled and said, "I want to ask Senior to help me find a person." "Oh, who?" Iron Hand was slightly surprised. He originally thought that Lin Xian would ask for a treasure, martial arts, etc. He didn't expect that Lin Xian would ask him to find a person. This person is called Jiang Sanfeng. He is over 50 years old and has been to the heavenly mountain country. Hearing this, Sir Iron Hand's body stiffened. His aura suddenly erupted, shattering the nearby tables and chairs. However, his face quickly returned to normal, and the violent aura also disappeared. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't know why Iron Hand would have such an intense reaction. Could it be that Jiang Sanfeng had a grudge against him? For a moment, his heart was filled with anxiety. This was almost his last chance. The remaining time didn't allow him to find another way. If this time didn't work, he could only try the dragon platform. Iron Hand slowly stood up and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was startled. Although Iron Arms did not release any aura, he felt as if there was a mountain in front of him, suffocating him. However, he had seen many big scenes. Moreover, he had the great dragon sword intent, so he was naturally immune to such pressure. Therefore, in front of Iron Arms, he was calm and collected. Seeing Lin Xian's performance, Iron Arms was slightly surprised. To be able to have such willpower at such a young age was truly commendable. "Who allowed you to come here? Why are you looking for Jiang Sanfeng?" "Master Han Lei, the alchemy master of the Tianshan Kingdom, asked me to come," Lin Xian said as he took out the token that Old Man DK had given him. "I came to look for Jiang Sanfeng because of the Azure Dragon Association's quota." Seeing the token in Lin Xian's hand, Iron Hand's eyes narrowed, as if he had fallen into deep thought. After a while, he sighed and said slowly, "Don't look for this person anymore. Jiang Sanfeng is already dead." "Dead?" Lin Xian was flabbergasted. The person he was looking for was dead. What about his quota? However, Iron Arm's next words made him feel much more at ease. "Although I can't help you find Jiang Sanfeng, I can help you with the quota for the Azure Dragon Association." "Really?" Lin Xian was overjoyed. He was looking for Jiang Sanfeng because of the Azure Dragon Association's quota. Now that Iron Arms could help, it couldn't be better. Iron Arms said in a deep voice, "As one of the 6 top forces of the Longshan Kingdom, the Great Flag Sect has a quota for the Azure Dragon Association every time. I can recommend you to participate in the competition for the quota, but you have to show me your strength. Otherwise, I can't help you." "My strength?" Lin Xian was puzzled. What kind of strength do I need? Although he didn't know the top forces of the younger generation in the Longshan Kingdom, he was still very confident in his own strength. "I want you to be famous in the desolate Flame City," Iron Arms said. "If you can't even do this, then I can't help you." "Famous in the desolate Flame City?" Lin Xian muttered. Then his eyes shone with a shocking light. "I promise you. Recently, there's a tea garden competition in the city. Can you go there and try?" "Yun Duo," Iron Arms shouted. Immediately, a young girl came into the study and said respectfully, "Sir, please give me your orders. Take him down and arrange a place for him to stay. Also, bring him to the tea garden competition in 2 days." Yun Duo looked at the broken pieces of the table and chair on the ground in astonishment. Then she respectfully agreed. "Young master, please follow me." After bidding farewell to Iron Arms, Lin Xian followed Yun Duo out of the pavilion and walked into the depths of the palace. "This is your room. If you have nothing to do, just stay inside. Don't run around. I'll bring you to the tea garden competition in 3 days." After saying that, Yun Duo turned and left. "Wait a minute," Lin Xian said. "What's the matter?" Yun Duo turned around with a trace of impatience in her eyes. When she saw the broken table and chair in the study, she guessed that it was caused by Sir Iron Arms' anger. A person who could make Sir Iron Arms angry was definitely not a good person. Therefore, Yun Duo didn't have a good attitude towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't mind and asked in a deep voice, "What is the purpose of this tea garden competition?" "You don't know?" Yun Duo was astonished and then looked at him seriously. She sensed Lin Xian's mid-harmonious spirit realm cultivation and saw his plain clothes. She shook her head slightly. Although this kind of cultivation wasn't bad, it would be difficult for him to do anything in the tea garden competition. She really didn't know why Sir Ironarms would let this kind of person participate in the tea garden competition. Wasn't this just throwing away the face of a famous sect? Yun Duo said coldly, "The tea garden competition is a small gathering of the younger generation of the Heaven Desolate County. It gathers the young geniuses of the Heaven Desolate County." So that's how it is. Lin Xian understood. This was a meeting between the young warriors. "Is there anything else?" Yun Duo said coldly, "If you have any questions, it's best to ask them all at once. It'll save you the trouble." "That's all." Lin Xian shook his head. Lin Xian didn't care about Yun Duo's attitude. He didn't need to be angry with the little girl. What he needed to do now was to adjust his condition and prepare for the tea garden competition in 3 days. In these 3 days, Lin Xian fully comprehended the Earth rank martial art, Phantom Steps. With his comprehension and Wine Lord's guidance, he could be considered to have grasped the first step of this martial art. In the blink of an eye, the day of the tea garden competition arrived. On this day, the desolate Flame City was unusually lively. Countless young elites flocked to the Breeze Tea Garden in the north of the city. This was a grand event. It was a competition between the younger generation of the Heaven Desolate County. The hosts of this tea garden competition were 2 top powers, the Star Ocean sect and the Duan family. The Star Ocean sect was one of the 3 great sects of the Dragon Star country, one of the 6 top powers. The Duan family was also one of the 4 great families with a prominent position. Chapter 427. At this moment, the Breeze Tea Garden was already crowded with people. It was very lively. As far as the eye could see, they were all young warriors. These people had strong qi and blood, and their cultivation were all above the harmonious spirit realm. With this kind of strength, they would be at the level of sect elders in Xia country. One had to admit that the martial Tao of Dragon Star country was very strong. This morning, Lin Xian followed Yun Duo out. The 2 of them went to the Breeze Tea Garden. Along the way, Yun Duo was excited and kept repeating Duan Wuqing's name. This made Lin Xian a little curious. Who is Duan Wuqing? If you don't even know who Duan Wuqing is, then why are you participating in the tea garden gathering? Yun Duo snorted. Listen carefully. Duan Wuqing is the young master of the Duan family. He has a prominent background. He is one of the hosts of this tea garden competition. He is my idol. Yun Duo's eyes were full of stars. So that's how it is. A disciple of one of the 4 great families and a host of the tea garden. It seems like his status is very high. If I defeat him, I should be able to become famous in desolate Flame City, right? Lin Xian thought. The fastest way to become famous was to challenge a famous warrior. And this Duan Wuqing was one of the best targets. A smile appeared on the corner of Lin Xian's mouth. He was looking forward to the tea garden gathering. Seeing Lin Xian smile, Yun Duo snorted disdainfully, Country bumpkin, young Master Duan can defeat you with just 1 finger. Also, although I don't know why Lord Ironhand wants you to participate in the tea garden gathering, I still have to warn you. This tea garden gathering will gather many geniuses. You should go and gain some knowledge. Don't fight with others, or else you will embarrass the Great Flag sect. After saying that, she ignored Lin Xian and quickened her pace. Lin Xian shook his head and calmly followed behind her. Miss, please wait. Do you have an invitation? At the entrance of the tea garden, 2 young men in embroidered clothes smiled. The tea garden gathering was very high standard. Not everyone could participate. These 2 people were responsible for chasing away those who tried to sneak in. Yun Duo took out an invitation and handed it over. So you're from the Great Flag sect. Please come in. The 2 young men smiled warmly. Like a proud little princess, Yun Duo walked into the tea garden with her head held high. At this moment, A voice came from behind again. "Dear guest, where is your invitation?" Lin Xian rubbed his nose helplessly and said, "I came with her." He pointed at the clouds. "Together?" The young man's face revealed a suspicious look, as if he didn't believe it. It was no wonder. The guests who came and went were all dressed in luxurious clothes. They were either rich or respectable. It was rare to see someone like Lin Xian, who was dressed simply. What was the cloud wearing? That was made from precious demonic beast materials. They all had a certain defensive function. On the other hand, Lin Xian's clothes were ordinary clothes. How could the two of them come together? "Brat, this is the tea garden gathering. I advise you not to cause trouble here." The two of them sneered. Cause trouble? Lin Xian was displeased. These people really looked down on him. Yun Duo heard the commotion and turned her head. She sighed. "Let him in." The two young men were slightly surprised. They unwillingly made way for him. How can this poor brat be related to Great Flag? "I think he's most likely a servant." The two of them whispered to each other. They agreed that Lin Xian was Yun Tu's servant. "All right, since you're in the tea garden, you can take a look at the rest. I'm going to find my sisters to play. Don't make a move. Go back after you're done." Yun Duo hurriedly ran away after giving her orders. Lin Xian found a pavilion and prepared to conserve his energy. There were exquisite snacks and spirit wine in the pavilion for the young martial artist to enjoy. After he sat down, he began to secretly size up these martial artists. Then, he was slightly speechless. These martial artists were all at the harmonious spirit realm. Most of them were at the mid-harmonious spirit realm. There were also some late harmonious spirit realm martial artists. Could it be that Yun Duo didn't allow him to make a move? A mid-harmonious spirit realm martial artist was nothing here. As expected of the young generation's geniuses, there are so many young experts. Lin Xian was surprised. One had to know that these were only the experts of one county. There were 8 counties in the Dragon Star country. Moreover, the core disciples of those top sects wouldn't participate in this kind of gathering. At least, Lin Xian didn't see any disciples from Great Flag sect participating. I wonder how strong the top young experts of the Dragon Star country are? Thinking of this, his blood boiled. Speaking of which, Lin Xian was only 18 years old this year. He had just joined the youth team. Although he looked calm, he also had a hot-blooded and battle-hungry heart. Fighting against peerless geniuses and comprehending the supreme martial Tao. This was the goal that every martial artist pursued with all their might. However, at this moment, an extremely discordant voice was heard. "I'm so tired. Senior brother, I want to rest. I want to sit there." A coquettish voice was heard. "All right, junior sister, as you wish." Then, a young man walked in front of Lin Xian and shouted coldly, "You, get lost." Lin Xian frowned and looked back. He saw a man and a woman standing behind him. They were dressed in luxurious clothes and wore luxurious accessories. One look, and one could tell that they were from a prestigious family. The two of them had arrogant expressions and looked at Lin Xian with disdain. How can a country bumpkin come in? What are those gatekeepers doing? The flirtatious woman mocked. "Kid, I'm in a good mood. Get lost. This isn't a place for you to sit." The young man was very arrogant. Lin Xian didn't cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either. He was sitting there perfectly fine. How could he not be angry when he was threatened and looked down on for no reason? He immediately snorted coldly. "Apologize, or you'll have to bear the consequences." "Are you threatening me?" The young man was so angry that he laughed. "Do you know who I am? How dare you ask me to apologize to a servant like you? You have a death wish. Get lost, or I'll slap you to death. No one will care about a nobody like you even if you die." The flirtatious woman sneered as well. "Senior brother, why are you wasting your breath on him? Just slap him to death." Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. "Am I that easy to bully? Aren't you afraid of kicking an iron plate?" "Iron plate?" The young man laughed arrogantly. "In the Heaven Desolate County, other than the Star Ocean sect and the Duan family, there is no one that my Yin Ling school is afraid of. Who do you think you are? How dare you call yourself an iron plate? Late harmonious spirit realm. Is this what you get for being so arrogant?" Lin Xian sneered. "I won't leave. If you want to fight, you can try. After saying that, he ignored the two and slowly tasted the spirit wine. Who is this kid? Isn't he too arrogant? The others in the pavilion looked over. Isn't that Luo Yang from the Yinling school? I heard that he is one of the top young experts in the Yinling school. He reached the late harmonious spirit realm at the age of 20. Yeah, I heard that his comprehension is very high. He has a high chance of entering the spirit transformation realm. Chapter 428. The surrounding cultivators discussed among themselves. Apparently, they all knew this arrogant young man. Reaching the late harmonious spirit realm at the age of 20 was indeed a genius. That kid is dead for sure after offending the genius of Yinling sect. That goes without saying. Look at his clothes. He's definitely not a disciple of any sect or aristocratic family. He's probably a rogue cultivator. A rogue cultivator is still so arrogant? Look at his chi. He's only at the mid-harmonious spirit realm. Who knows? Maybe he's just an ignorant kid who doesn't know how powerful Luo Yang is. Kid, did you hear that? I'll give you one more chance. Kowtow and admit your mistake and I'll spare your life. Luo Yang was unusually arrogant. Get lost. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he spat out the words clearly. The surrounding crowd was shocked. Who is this kid? He still dared to scold Luo Yang even after knowing his identity. Kid, you're courting death. Luo Yang was furious. He raised his palm and a terrifying force gushed out. Lin Xian bent his fingers, ready to shoot out a sword chi at any time. If Luo Yang really attacked, he wouldn't mind crippling his cultivation. Just as Luo Yang's palm was about to land, a loud laughter came from outside the pavilion. Haha, isn't this Brother Luo? Where have you been? I've been looking for you. A young man in white walked through the crowd and slowly walked over. The young man was wearing a white robe with the word Duan on his chest. He grabbed Luo Yang with a warm expression. Brother Luo, come, let's have a few drinks. Oh, it's Brother Duan. Luo Yang put down his palm and smiled. When the crowd saw the young man in white, they looked at each other and didn't dare to make a sound. Kid, you're lucky this time. I'll let you live a little longer. However, I'll let you know how powerful I am later. Luo Yang looked at Lin Xian and sneered. What's going on? Who dares to offend Brother Luo? The young man in white's face darkened as he looked at Lin Xian with cold eyes. Forget it. I'll deal with this myself. Luo Yang revealed a sinister smile and left with the seductive woman beside him. Lin Xian sneered. This guy didn't know that he was still alive. If the other party dared to make a move, he would teach him an unforgettable lesson. This small disturbance passed quickly, and the whole tea garden was bustling with noise and excitement. Soon, two young men appeared with a large group of supporters behind them. Look, young Master Wu Qing. It's young Master Wu Qing. Suddenly, screams rang out in the tea garden. The young girls were screaming crazily. They wanted nothing more than to throw themselves into the arms of the young man in white. Lin Xian looked up and saw two figures standing proudly in the crowd. The person on the left was a young man in a white robe. He had a handsome face and a graceful bearing. When he raised his hand, there was a noble and arrogant air about him. Needless to say, that person was Duan Wu Qing. Peak harmonious spirit realm, I hope you won't disappoint me. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. Then, he looked at the person on the right. It was a blue-robed youth with a saber on his back. His appearance was ordinary, but his eyes were as sharp as swords, making people not dare to look at him directly. There was a sharp aura circulating around his body. Saber intent. This person has comprehended saber intent. Lin Xian secretly observed. He had comprehended sword intent, so he was very sensitive to both sword intent and saber intent. In addition, the blue-robed youth didn't deliberately hide his sharp aura, so Lin Xian could clearly sense it. This person is also at the peak of harmonious spirit realm, but with saber intent, he should be able to fight against a spirit transformation realm warrior. I wonder what level his saber intent has reached? While Lin Xian was observing, Duan Wu Qing slowly opened his mouth. This isn't the first time that everyone has participated in the tea garden gathering, so I won't go into the details. I hope that everyone will know when to stop and don't hurt each other. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. All right, let's begin. Then, Duan Wuqing and the blue-robed youth sat down and began to watch the competition. Lin Xian wasn't clear about the rules of the tea garden gathering, but luckily, there were many first-timers like Lin Xian who explained it to him. The rules are actually very simple, that is, challenge by name. The named cultivators can choose to accept the challenge or not. There's no need to force them to do so. Moreover, if the one who accepts the challenge wins, he can continue the competition. The others can also go back and rest. What kind of rules are these? Isn't this just no rules? Indeed, this is equivalent to no rules. To put it bluntly, this tea garden gathering is for people to interact with each other. Some people want to become famous, some people want to find a partner. That's why the tea garden gathering isn't as strict as other competitions. However, for the sake of face, almost everyone who is named will accept the challenge. After listening, Lin Xian silently nodded. It turned out that he only needed to challenge by name. This was really convenient. He looked at Duan Wuqing and the blue-robed swordsman in the distance. If he challenged these two and won, he should be able to become famous in desolate Flame City. However, he wasn't in a hurry to challenge them. He just silently watched. There was a special place in the tea garden for martial arts competitions. At this moment, there were two people fighting fiercely. Purple ripples were floating like silk, carrying an endless amount of spiritual energy, sweeping in all directions. On the other side, the sky was filled with palm shadows. The two fought fiercely, setting off a terrifying wave of chi that rushed to the sky. In the end, the warrior who used the palm technique won and defeated his opponent with a single palm strike. However, his strength was very precise and didn't injure his opponent. I welcome everyone to challenge me. The victorious yellow-robed youth laughed. Let me. A warrior jumped up high. The long spear in his hand was like a dragon, thrusting forward. Boom. The dazzling spear light was like a rainbow, piercing through the void. Haha, good one. Stormy waves. The yellow-robed youth waved his hands. The wind from his palms contained the sound of waves. The palm shadows were like waves, each wave higher than the previous one. In the end, 7 waves overlapped, forming a terrifying wave that crashed onto the long spear, forcing the spear-wielding warrior to retreat. This is the Stormy Wave's palm. Is this youth a disciple of Heavenly Sea Pavilion? Everyone was discussing. What a terrifying palm force. I seem to hear the sound of waves crashing. That spear-wielding warrior should be a late harmonious spirit expert, but he was sent flying. The Heavenly Sea Pavilion disciple stood in the middle of the field and laughed loudly. Who else wants to challenge me? This was a good opportunity to become famous. He wanted to strike while the iron was hot. What bullshit, Heavenly Sea Pavilion, lose? An extremely domineering voice sounded. Then, an illusory figure quickly floated over, moving as fast as a ghost. Mountain embracing palm seal. The figure was unusually domineering. He suddenly launched an attack in the air. The air vibrated. A mountain was formed. It was like a real mountain, pressing down on the crowd. Everyone was shocked. They felt an endless pressure rolling towards them. Mountain embracing palm seal. That's the secret art of Yinling sect. Could it be Luo Yang? Chapter 429. Toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. Wave after wave swept across the sky as if the ocean was descending. The collision between the ocean and the mountain created a loud noise. The entire void trembled incessantly as ripples of energy swept out in all directions. Some of the martial artists nearby were sent flying by the force. Boom. The ocean was torn apart as the yellow-robed young man was sent flying. I've lost, he said bitterly as he prepared to leave. However, the mountain in the sky did not disappear. It continued to press down on him. What? The crowd exclaimed. Puff. The yellow-robed martial artist was sent flying by the mountain. You. He landed on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Senior. The Celestial Sea Pavilion disciples rushed out and surrounded the yellow-robed young man anxiously. My senior lost in a sparring match. How could you be so ruthless? You've broken the rules. That was indeed the case. Although the yellow-robed martial artist had defeated his opponent, his attacks were accurate and did not injure his opponent. Yet now, there was actually someone who disregarded the rules and continued to heavily injure him even after he had admitted defeat. This was simply going too far. What do you mean by ruthless? That was just an ordinary palm strike. He can only blame himself for not being strong enough to take one of my palms. Luo Yang sneered as he landed on the ground. The Celestial Sea Pavilion disciples were furious. Luo Yang was the one who had broken the rules and attacked, but he had twisted the facts. This was simply blatant bullying. If you're not strong enough, go back and train for another 2 years. Don't embarrass yourself here, Duan Tianlang sneered. The Celestial Sea Pavilion disciples trembled with anger. However, they did not dare to speak up against the Duan family. Shut up and help me back, the yellow-robed martial artist said with difficulty as he propped himself up. He knew that Luo Yang was a genius from the Yin Mountain sect and had the support of the Duan family. If he persisted, the Celestial Sea Pavilion would be at a disadvantage. The crowd was silent. Although they sympathized with the Celestial Sea Pavilion disciples, no one dared to persuade them. Lin Xin frowned. That guy was really arrogant. He dared to hurt someone so brazenly. Thinking of that, he sighed and shook his head. It seemed that other than him, no one dared to provoke Luo Yang. Luo Yang looked at the Celestial Sea Pavilion disciples leaving and sneered. Then, he placed his hands behind his back and swept his gaze across the crowd. Immediately, everyone lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. What a joke. If he fought with Luo Yang, he would definitely be injured or killed. Luo Yang's gaze lingered on the pavilion as a sinister smile appeared on his face. It's you. He slowly extended his finger and pointed at a figure in the pavilion. The cultivators who were far away from the pavilion suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and looked over curiously. As for the warriors in the pavilion, their hearts were hanging high in their throats. However, when they saw who Luo Yang was pointing at, they all had strange expressions on their faces. It was a young man in black. He had a delicate and pretty appearance, but his clothes were extremely ordinary. With this kind of attire, it was very likely that he would be mistaken for a servant in a crowd. Who is he? He doesn't look like much. He's only a mid-stage Zhong spirit realm martial artist. Did Luo Yang make a mistake? Everyone was puzzled. However, the conflict between Lin Xian and Luo Yang quickly spread. When the crowd heard that Lin Xian had refused to give up his seat and had even scolded Luo Yang, their jaws dropped. Fuck, this brat is so fierce. He's definitely going to die this time. That's right. He dares to not give face to Luo Yang. I'm afraid he'll suffer in this competition. Brat, I've said that you'll see my true strength. Regardless of whether you agree or not, you have to participate in this competition. Luo Yang's voice was unusually arrogant, as if he was the controller of the tea garden. Who do you think you are? Do you own the tea garden? Or are you the host of this competition? Lin Xian sneered as he raised his wine cup. Hearing this, the crowd was shocked. Lin Xian's words seemed to imply something. As expected, the blue-robed swordsman and Lord Wu Qing frowned slightly and looked over. This Luo Yang is getting more and more arrogant. The blue-robed swordsman said coldly. Brat, you want to sow discord? You're too weak. Do you think you don't have to compete just because of this? Luo Yang sneered as he walked over step by step. Immediately, the crowd made a path for him. Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He put down his wine cup and slowly stood up. This brat must be crazy. Does he know who he's talking to? Does he have a trump card? It doesn't look like it. The crowd was puzzled. They didn't know why Lin Xian was so calm. In the crowd, when Yun Duo saw Lin Xian's bold and arrogant behavior, she was so angry that her face turned pale. D*min brat, didn't I warn you not to fight? You didn't listen and provoked Luo Yang. I'm so angry. Yun Duo was going crazy. Hey, Yun Duo, what's wrong with you? You don't look too good. Are you not feeling well? A woman beside her asked. It's nothing. I'm just a little tired. Yunduo shook her head. She looked into the distance and wondered if she should stop this competition. Forget it. It's good to teach this brat a lesson. I don't want him to cause more trouble for me. Yunduo made up her mind. However, she wouldn't directly attack Luo Yang. Luo Yang revealed a cruel smile when he saw Lin Xian walk out of the pavilion. Brat, you have guts, but your brain isn't working well. How dare you provoke me? Today, I'll make you crawl away. Luo Yang's voice was cold. Obviously, he didn't care about the rules. He had decided to seriously injure Lin Xian. You're a late harmonious spirit warrior. It's not good to challenge a mid-harmonious spirit warrior, Yunduo said from the crowd. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Although it was the truth, no one dared to say it out loud. Who was this person? How bold. Luo Yang also turned his head abruptly. His eyes were as cold as a poisonous snake as he stared at the person who spoke. But then, he was stunned. Although he didn't know Yunduo, he knew the logo of the Great Banner Sect. The Great Banner Sect was one of the 6 top powers. Its strength was far beyond the Yin Mountain Sect. Even the Duan family was no match for it. Therefore, no matter how arrogant he was, he didn't dare to go against Yunduo in public. Humph, since the beauty has spoken, then I'll only use one hand. How about that? Luo Yang sneered. Even if he only used one hand, he could still crush Lin Xian. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Yunduo to speak up for him at this moment. He smiled faintly. Since you're only using one hand, then I'll thank you. But you'll regret it. You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. I'll let you know that I can easily kill you with one hand. Brat, don't say that I didn't give you a chance to attack first. Come on. Luo Yang was very generous. In his opinion, Lin Xian was no match for him. Since you're so enthusiastic, then I won't hold back, Lin Xian said with a smile. Chapter 430. Lin Xian took a step forward and dashed forward. Humph! Luo Yang placed his right hand in front of him and circulated the spiritual energy in his body. Lin Xian's body swayed. He didn't use any heaven-defying movement technique, so he looked ordinary. Soon, he raised his fist and punched out. How dare you attack me directly? You're courting death. Luo Yang sneered. This punch was too ordinary. It didn't have any shocking speed or terrifying momentum. How could it hurt him? Thinking of this, he stretched out his palm. As he punched out, lines of rock-like patterns appeared on his palm. His entire arm seemed to have been petrified. Boom! The palm and the fist collided, producing a thunderous sound that spread to all corners of the tea garden. A terrifying gust of wind blew, wrapping Lin Xian and Luo Yang inside. Many people squinted their eyes and looked at the scene. Judging from the fluctuation of qi, it seems like Luo Yang didn't hold back. That kid is unlucky. Even if he doesn't die, he will lose half of his life. Luo Yang's rock-like palm couldn't be broken by a warrior of the same realm. A mid-harmonious spirit realm warrior had no chance at all. At first, Luo Yang thought so too. However, when he touched Lin Xian's fist, his expression changed drastically. An extremely terrifying energy bombarded his arm, causing countless cracks to appear on his petrified arm. Crack, crack, crack. A deep sound was heard. Luo Yang's arm cracked and blood spurted out. When the gust of wind stopped, everyone in the tea garden was stunned. Lin Xian stood in the middle of the field with a smile. There wasn't a single wound on his body, not even a wrinkle on his clothes. Luo Yang, on the other hand, was clutching his arm in pain and groaning. Blood flowed down his deformed arm. Impossible, Luo Yang is injured. No way, that's a rock-like palm. How could it be deformed? Everyone was stunned. They felt like they were dreaming. Who was this kid? What just happened? How could he defeat Luo Yang? A mid-harmonious spirit realm warrior defeated Luo Yang with one punch. Isn't this too crazy? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Senior brother won't lose. The beautiful woman from the Yin Mountain sect was terrified. Duan Wuqing and the blue-robed swordsman also frowned. To be honest, they didn't expect such an outcome. Could it be that Luo Yang was careless? The Duan clan disciple beside him wondered. Careless? Humph. No matter how careless he is, how can a mid-harmonious spirit realm warrior injure a late harmonious spirit realm warrior? The Blue Mountain swordsman sneered and shook his head. What do you think? He looked at Duan Wuqing. It's hard to say. He might be an expert, or he might have used some unknown means. The two of them kept staring at Lin Xian. In the field, Luo Yang's expression was hideous, and his body trembled in pain. Brat, how dare you injure me? I'll kill you. Luo Yang roared ferociously. His left hand pressed on his right arm to stop the bleeding. At the same time, he swallowed a few healing pills. Die. Luo Yang threw a small black mountain at Lin Xian with his left hand. The air trembled, and the palm-sized mountain quickly enlarged in front of everyone's horrified eyes. In the end, it looked like a real mountain floating in the air. That wave of pressure was so great that it made many people pale and tremble uncontrollably. Die. Luo Yang raised his palm and controlled the black mountain to fall down. Not good. That's the Yin Mountain sex treasure, the Black Prison Devil Mountain. It's several times heavier than a real mountain. Someone recognized the terrifying treasure and quickly retreated in fear. Damn bastard. Get out of the way. Among the crowd, Yun Duo anxiously shouted. Although she didn't like Lin Xian and even wanted to make Lin Xian suffer, she didn't want Lin Xian to be in any danger. After all, this was Lord Iron Hand's order. If anything went wrong, she wouldn't be able to escape the blame. As the Black Mountain fell down, a huge fluctuation occurred in the air. Countless waves of qi spread out in all directions like ocean waves. The air below exploded from the pressure. Lin Xian was locked down by an unknown force. He looked at the Black Mountain falling from the sky, his brows furrowed. Without dodging, Lin Xian took a deep breath and slashed at the air with his fingers like a sword. Whoosh! The resplendent sword radiance exploded in the air like 3,000 lightning bolts. The terrifying lightning sword qi bombarded the Black Mountain and sent it flying. Lin Xian moved and came to Luo Yang's side in an instant. What are you trying to do? Luo Yang screamed when he saw Lin Xian's figure. He couldn't understand why the sex treasure couldn't hurt Lin Xian. People like you will only be trouble if you live. Lin Xian's expression was cold as lightning sword radiance shot out from his fingertips. Brother Duan, save me. Luo Yang felt the shocking lightning sword qi and turned around to run like a madman. However, Lin Xian was faster. His fingers danced like 3,000 lightning bolts, and a sharp sword radiance pierced towards Luo Yang. Brat, how dare you? An angry roar was heard. Then, a terrifying palm slapped towards Lin Xian. The palm technique was amazing, but it was still too late. Lin Xian moved like a phantom and appeared far away in an instant. Luo Yang was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't imagine such a scene. The person who attacked was a disciple of the Shi family. It was Duan Tianlang, who was with Luo Yang. He quickly went to Luo Yang and used his spiritual power to sense him. His expression changed drastically. You crippled him. Duan Tianlang's expression turned ugly. What? Luo Yang was crippled? Everyone was stunned and looked at Lin Xian in horror. That was Luo Yang. Not only was he powerful, but he was also the eldest disciple of the Yinling sect. How could he be crippled just like that? Especially since the person who crippled Luo Yang was a martial artist that they didn't think highly of. Brat, how could you be so heavy-handed? I can kill you on the spot. Duan Tianlang's voice was cold as he stared at Lin Xian. Heavy-handed? Lin Xian sneered. What heavy-handed? It was just a casual attack. He can only blame himself for being too weak. Everyone was stunned. Why did these words sound so familiar? The disciples of the Oceanic Sky Pavilion trembled as they looked at Lin Xian in excitement. These were the words that Luo Yang had said before, but this time, he was the unlucky one. Retribution, this is retribution. People like Luo Yang should be crippled. The disciples of the Oceanic Sky Pavilion cheered. Brat, you are courting death. Duan Tianlang shouted angrily when he saw Luo Yang almost fainting from anger. Are you blind? The Black Mountain just now was enough to crush dozens of mid-harmonious spirit realm warriors to death. Isn't his action a vicious attack? Or do you have some shady business with him, so you were trying to cover for him? Lin Xian didn't back down when he faced the disciples of the Duan family. How dare you? Do you know who you are talking to? Duan Tianlang shouted coldly. So what if he is a disciple of the Duan family? Do you think that a disciple of the Duan family can confuse right and wrong? Or do you think that you can represent the Duan family? Lin Xian said loudly. Brat, don't quibble. You are the one who crippled Luo Yang's cultivation. You have violated the rules of the Tea Garden Association. Not only will the Duan family not forgive you, the Yanling sect will not let you go either. Don't use these sects to pressure me. Lin Xian snorted. Since I dared to take action, I can bear the consequences. Chapter 431. The crowd exclaimed, That's right. How could a genius with such strength not have a backer? Duan Tianlang's pupils constricted. He suppressed the anger in his heart and asked in a low voice, Who are you? Who am I? Lin Xian's eyes glowed with a shocking light. My name is Lin Xian. I believe that soon, the entire barren flame city will know my name. At that moment, Lin Xian exuded an inexplicable aura. He looked down on everyone like a demon. The crowd was shocked by the aura. They looked at Lin Xian in shock, as if they were worshipping an ancient giant. Lin Xian? That's a strange name. Have I heard of it before? Which sect is he from? Why do I feel that he's so terrifying? The crowd discussed animatedly. They looked at Lin Xian with reverence. Among the crowd, Yun Duo also stared blankly at the figure. The situation was completely out of her expectations. She did not know what to do. What Lin Xian? I've never heard of him. Hurry up and tell us your sect. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Duan Tianlang shouted. You don't have to worry. I don't have a sect. No sect? Duan Tianlang laughed. You're just a rogue cultivator. How dare you be so presumptuous here? Luo Yang also shouted crazily, Brother Duan, help me kill him. You must kill him. His cultivation was destroyed. He would be a cripple for the rest of his life. He could only be bullied by others. Therefore, he hated Lin Xian to death. However, he did not consider that if he had not been arrogant and bullied Lin Xian, he would not have ended up like this. He was the one who brought all of this upon himself. Don't worry. I'll take his head. Duan Tianlang's spiritual power surged out. His aura was even stronger than Luo Yang's. Stubborn. Lin Xian's eyes darkened. Duan Tianlang did not distinguish between right and wrong. It was obvious that he was using his position to avenge his personal grudge. However, he was not a pushover. He was not someone who could be bullied as he wished. Bright Jade Palm. Duan Tianlang waved his palm, and the spiritual qi in the air gathered madly. A terrifying palm shadow instantly pounced on Lin Xian. As one of the four great clans, the Duan clan had an extraordinary status. The Duan clan's disciples were the targets of everyone everywhere, but today, there was actually someone who dared to go against them. Duan Tianlang could not tolerate this. I'll let you know that the Duan clan's might is unquestionable. Duan Tianlang waved his palm, and a bright light rushed towards Lin Xian. The Duan clan sure is impressive. They can't tell right from wrong and they want to silence us. Lin Xian's voice drifted, and his body became even more blurry. This time, he used the illusory demon step, leaving countless shadows in the air. The Void Spirit Illusory Demonic Steps was an Earth-tier martial art with extraordinary power. Not only was it extremely fast, but the illusions it left behind were also difficult to differentiate between real and fake. Not to mention Duan Tianlang. Even a spirit transformation realm cultivator would find it difficult to tell which was Lin Xian's real body. The bright jade palm mercilessly fell and destroyed countless illusions, but none of them were Lin Xian's real body. Cowardly rat, come out and fight if you have the guts. Duan Tianlang yelled madly. He had a lot of skills, but he could not use them. Is that so? I'm right beside you, but you can't see me. Lin Xian's voice came from behind Duan Tianlang. Everyone's heart palpitated. What a fast speed. They did not even notice when Lin Xian appeared behind Duan Tianlang. Brat, die. Duan Tianlang turned around, but an even colder aura enveloped his body. You better not move, or I can't guarantee that your body is intact. A thunderous sword aura blocked his body. You dare to attack me? Duan Tianlang instantly stopped, but he was so angry that his whole body trembled. As a Duan clan disciple, he had a noble status. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? If you dare to attack me, the Duan clan will not let you go. I don't want to kill trash like you who relies on your clan to bully others. However, if you continue to act recklessly, I can't guarantee that you won't end up like him. With that, Lin Xian pointed at Luo Yang, who was lying on the ground. Duan Tianlang's body trembled, and fear appeared in his eyes. Just like Luo Yang, his cultivation had been crippled. A disciple whose cultivation had been crippled was useless. All right, everyone stop. Duan Wuqing stood up. He pointed his finger, and an azure light instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. Its speed was shocking. So fast, Lin Xian was shocked. He retreated swiftly, leaving behind an afterimage. Whoosh! The resplendent finger beam destroyed the afterimage, and it disappeared. Without the threat of the lightning sword aura, Duan Tianlang quickly arrived at a safe place. Men, take this brat down. I'm so angry. Duan Tianlang shouted crazily. Trash, get lost. Duan Wuqing shouted coldly. Duan Tianlang's body trembled, and he dared not speak again. He could only stare at Lin Xian with murderous eyes. All right, everyone knows what's right and wrong. I don't want to say anything more. However, this can only be done once. If there's a next time, don't blame the Duan clan for being heartless. Everyone was shocked, and there was an uproar. Duan Wuqing had let Lin Xian go. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Duan Tianlang was shocked. He wanted to say something, but when he saw Duan Wuqing's cold eyes, he lowered his head. He was just an ordinary disciple of the clan, while Duan Wuqing was a core disciple. There was a huge difference between their statuses. In front of Duan Wuqing, Duan Tianlang did not dare to act rashly. It's not like that. Brother Duan, save me. Luo Yang shouted crazily. He had lost his last hope. Brat, I'll kill you. The Yin Ling clan won't let you go. Junior sister, help me kill him. Luo Yang crawled to the side of the beautiful woman. Get lost. The beautiful woman kicked Luo Yang away and said with disgust, Men, throw this trash out. She did not dare to seek revenge from Lin Xian. Even a genius like her senior brother was crippled, let alone her. Everyone was shocked. Yun Duo stared blankly at Lin Xian. This young man had brought her too much shock. First, he shattered Luo Yang's arm with a single punch. Then, he overbearingly crippled Luo Yang's cultivation. Finally, he was not even afraid of the Duan clan's disciples. Who is he? Yun Duo was very curious. All right, the tea garden will continue. Duan Wuqing said in a deep voice. There were two reasons why he made the decision just now. First, he could not see through Lin Xian's strength. Being able to defeat Luo Yang and cripple his cultivation in one move was enough to prove that Lin Xian was an expert. He was at least at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. Secondly, he sent people to quickly gather information about Lin Xian. He found out that Lin Xian came with the Great Flag Sect. Although he did not know the relationship between Lin Xian and the Great Flag Sect, such a genius must have a close relationship. He could not ignore it. These two reasons made Duan Wuqing unable to kill Lin Xian. Chapter 432. Lin Xian stood in the middle of the field and said with a smile, I've defeated Luo Yang. Is it time for me to challenge someone? Seeing that the crowd was silent, Lin Xian continued, I want to challenge you. He pointed at Duan Wuqing. What? The crowd screamed again as if they couldn't believe their eyes. This guy is crazy. He dares to challenge Duan Wuqing. It's possible. I think he must have been blinded by the victory just now. Unfortunately, if he really dares to challenge Duan Wuqing, he will end up in a miserable state. Who was Duan Wuqing? He was a core disciple of the Duan family. Someone like Luo Yang couldn't compare to him. It was rumored that although Duan Wuqing was only at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm, he had defeated the older generation of spirit transformation realm experts. Although it was just a rumor, it showed how powerful and mysterious Duan Wuqing was. In the past Tea Garden gathering, those who challenged Duan Wuqing were usually at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. However, even those at the same level were defeated by Duan Wuqing in one move. Therefore, in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Xian was courting death by challenging Duan Wuqing. Who do you think you are to challenge our young master Wuqing? Tian Lang shouted again. This time, not only him, all the disciples of the Duan family stared at Lin Xian fiercely. These people formed a terrifying pressure that pressed down on Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. The pressure did not affect him at all. He said calmly, I remember the rules of the Tea Garden gathering. The winner can challenge anyone he wants, and the one who is challenged can accept or not. I didn't break the rules, did I? Then why can't I challenge you? At the end, his voice was like a sharp sword that cut through the void. Lin Xian wanted to challenge Duan Wuqing. This action shocked everyone in the Tea Garden. If you want to challenge young Master Wuqing, you have to go through me first. A figure flew out and rushed toward Lin Xian with lightning speed. The spiritual energy in the air fluctuated and countless cold lights pierced through the void. Lin Xian's soul probed and felt danger. He took a step and his body disappeared. Chi-chi. Countless rays of cold light tore apart the space where he was originally standing, and a cold aura spread out. It's Han Yinku. I've heard that his cold mist sword art is exceptionally sharp. It's hard to find a match for him in the harmonious spirit realm. I didn't expect this person to be Lord Wuqing's supporter. If he makes a move, I'm afraid that kid will be in danger. That's right. Han Yinku is exceptionally powerful. Luo Yang can't compare to him. Kid, if you can't even beat me, then don't even think about challenging young Master Wuqing. Han Yin guest shouted coldly with his sword in hand. Really? Then you'll lose for me. Lin Xian's hand slid to his jade belt, and a black scabbard suddenly appeared in his hand. The absolute star sword was quickly unsheathed, and a violent sword chi surged. 3,000 thunderstorms. The sword light flashed with thunder and lightning, shooting into the sky. The tea garden was surrounded by thunderous sword chi, emitting a violent aura. Cold mist sword art. Han Yin guessed quickly swung his long sword. The sword light was abnormally cold, and the whole space seemed to be frozen. The bone-piercing coldness pierced straight into people's souls. Boom! The void shook. The 3,000 thunderbolt sword art was too violent, and it dispersed the cold mist sword art in an instant. The thunderbolts in the sky condensed into a dazzling sword light, slashing toward Han Yinku. Han Yinku was shocked. He blocked the attack with his sword, forming a solid sword light in front of him. Ka. The sword light was like a thunderbolt, shattering Han Yinku's sword light and sending him flying. What? Han Yinku was defeated? And he was defeated in one move? The crowd went crazy. The young man in front of them had given them too much shock. Am I qualified? Lin Xian withdrew his absolute star sword. His eyes were like a sword light, piercing toward Lord Wuqing. No, I'll take you on. Another figure flew out. This person was 2 meters tall, and his muscles were filled with explosive strength. He carried the aura of a dragon and tiger as he walked. Could he be the disciple of the great Titan sect, Wangdali? That's right, it's him. Rumor has it that his strength is so great that he can pull out a mountain. He once smashed a peak harmonious spirit warrior into meat paste with one palm. I didn't expect him to come on stage. The crowd was excited, and they all looked at the stage. Looking at the tall young man in front of him, Lin Xian felt a sense of pressure. Kid, come on. You can only challenge Lord Wuqing if you defeat me. Wang Dali shouted, and his body emitted a dazzling light. A hazy golden light covered his body, as if he was made of gold. He looked extraordinarily powerful. He took a step forward, and the ground under his feet cracked open. The glaring cracks quickly slashed toward Lin Xian. The ground cracked as if it was being torn apart by someone. Lin Xian's body soared into the sky, defying the heavens. 7 steps of the dragon. Under his feet, a hazy green light appeared, like the purple claw of a giant dragon. Lin Xian took a step forward, and he stepped toward Wang Dali. Wang Dali shouted angrily and punched out. Too arrogant. Someone dared to step on him in the sky. He couldn't stand it. The fist carried a golden light, and it shattered the void. Lin Xian was like a willow leaf swaying in the wind, constantly swaying. However, he didn't care about it at all, as he had comprehended the concept of wind. He stepped on the golden fist, and a deep dragon roar sounded in the sky. The void surged as if it was about to split open, forming a huge wave that spread out in all directions. Lin Xian's body soared into the sky and flew upward. Wang Dali didn't move, but his face was unusually serious. Was he sent flying? Everyone exclaimed. It was still not enough. Yeah, no one can compete with Wang Dali in strength. But that kid isn't injured. That's rare. Everyone discussed, shaking their heads and sighing. However, they soon realized that they were wrong. Lin Xian's rising body suddenly stopped, and then he came down with an even more violent aura. He stepped out again, and an illusory dragon claw appeared under his feet. With a heart-palpitating power, it grabbed toward Wang Dali. Get lost. Wang Dali's body emitted a golden light, and he waved his fist toward the sky again. The two of them exchanged blows, and every collision caused the entire tea garden to tremble. Too terrifying. Who is this kid? He can actually compete with Wang Dali in strength? It's already the 6th move. Does he not have a limit? One move to decide the winner. Wang Dali was furious. No one had ever been able to compete with him in strength for so long. Uprooting mountains and rivers. He shook his arms 7 times and blasted toward the sky. Endless golden light rushed to the sky, dyeing the sky golden. This power was enough to threaten a spirit transformation realm warrior. 7th step. Lin Xian stepped out for the last time, and an illusory azure dragon appeared under his feet. It roared ferociously and rushed downward. The golden light in the sky was torn apart, and the azure dragon's roar instantly hit Wang Dali's fist. The sky was messed up, and the ground sank. Wang Dali's hands were trembling, and he kept retreating. Every time he took a step back, the ground would crack. This scene was too terrifying. Wang Dali, who had always been the strongest in the harmonious spirit realm, was actually pushed back. Everyone stared blankly at Lin Xian, who was floating down, and they couldn't stop swallowing their saliva. No one has ever been able to beat me in strength. You are very strong. I admit defeat. Wang Dali shook his head and sighed as he felt his arm go numb. Lin Xian nodded and looked at Duan Wuqing. Chapter 433. Everyone was silent. Even the Duan clan was terrifyingly quiet. Lin Xian's strength was beyond their expectations. Perhaps only Duan Wuqing could withstand his strength. If anyone else went up, they would only be humiliating themselves. Duan Wuqing's eyes glowed as he slowly stood up. You are very strong. You are worth my time. Everyone was shocked. Was young Master Wuqing finally going to make a move? They were extremely excited. Very well, please. Lin Xian made a gesture of invitation. Please. Duan Wuqing also bowed. His body flashed, and he instantly appeared in the middle of the field. Everyone retreated, leaving enough space for the two of them to fight. When such peerless geniuses fought, they couldn't get too close. Otherwise, they would be unlucky if they were accidentally injured. Who do you think will win? A martial artist asked. Needless to say, young Master Wuqing, of course. He is a genius youth who defeated a martial artist in the spirit transformation realm. Yeah, I heard that the Duan clan's Starfinger is extremely mysterious. Legend has it that if it is practiced to perfection, even the stars will explode. Although that kid is strong, how can he be compared to young Master Wuqing? Everyone discussed in low voices. None of them were optimistic about Lin Xian. It was no wonder. Although Lin Xian was valiant, young Master Wuching was even stronger. In everyone's hearts, he was the symbol of invincibility. Take Wang Dali, for example. Lin Xian forced Wang Dali back in 7 moves. Back then, young Master Wuching defeated Wang Dali with 1 finger. Everyone clearly saw the gap between them. Star Finger is the Duan clan's secret art. It is extremely powerful, so you have to be careful. Star Finger is the Duan clan's secret art. Legend has it that 1 finger can explode stars. Even if this martial art wasn't an Earth-tier martial art, it wasn't too far off. Duan Wuching extended his finger. The surrounding spirit qi quickly surged, and the finger emitted a dazzling light. It was like jade with mysterious patterns on it. As he pointed his finger, the sky flickered. A thin, needle-like finger light flew towards Lin Xian's forehead. Duan Wuching appeared gentle, but his attack was cold and merciless. He aimed directly at Lin Xian's vital point. In an instant, Lin Xian's aura tightened. He felt as if he was being locked down by an unknown force. Illusory demon steps. Lin Xian dodged with extreme speed like a ghost. The Void Spirit Illusory Demon Step was a true Earth-tier martial art with extraordinary power. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian broke free from Starfinger. So fast. What kind of footwork is that? Everyone was shocked. They simply couldn't see Lin Xian's figure clearly. In the distance, the blue-robed swordsman also frowned slightly. His gaze was like a blade light that enveloped the entire void. Although the speed is fast, the Starfinger is not that easy to dodge. The blue-robed swordsman shook his head slightly. Indeed, even though Lin Xian had dodged that resplendent purple light in an instant, the sense of danger in his heart still hadn't disappeared. Using his soul power, he quickly scanned the surroundings. His expression changed drastically. Although he dodged the sharp finger light, the resplendent purple light did not disappear. Instead, it continued to pursue him at a strange speed. What kind of finger technique is this? Lin Xian was shocked that it could automatically change directions. His body moved again, shuttling back and forth in the tea garden like a ghost. However, the light followed him like a shadow and quickly chased after him. It should have locked onto you. Looks like you can only resist with all your strength. Wine Lord transmitted his voice. Since I can't dodge it, I'll just destroy it. He suddenly turned around and quickly pulled out the Star of Extinction sword. With the 3,000 lightning movement, the sword qi in the sky turned into thunderbolts and slashed at the finger light behind him. However, the star finger was so sharp that it actually pierced through the thunderbolts. That's not how you destroy the star finger. Kid, just wait for your death. Duan Tianlang sneered. It actually pierced through. Lin Xian was surprised. It seemed that he had underestimated the star finger. Try this. A trace of dragon sword essence gushed out and merged with the sword qi. Qi. Suddenly, the resplendent finger light was split open and dissipated between heaven and earth. What? The star finger was split open? This is impossible. Duan Tianlang screamed in horror. As a disciple of the Duan family, of course he knew the power of the star finger. Even a martial artist of the spirit transformation realm could not destroy it so easily. Duan Wuching stood with his hands behind his back and frowned slightly. You can destroy the star finger. Interesting. It seems that you can make me a little more serious. Say that after you beat me, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Watch this. Duan Wuching stretched out his palm again. On his jade-like finger, there were blue lines entwined, emitting a light blue light. A finger light as thick as a stone pillar appeared in the void, and a huge shadow shrouded Lin Xian. What a terrifying aura! Everyone's faces turned pale, and they could not breathe. The star finger was extremely mysterious. A moment ago, it was as thin as a silver needle, but now it was as thick as a mountain. The terrifying finger light pressed down as if it could destroy everything. Let's see how you block it this time. The disciple of the Duan family sneered. In the crowd, Yundua's small hands kept rubbing the corner of her clothes. She was very nervous. Nothing must happen to this bastard. Wind Slayer. The star extinction sword was swung out, and the violent lightning disappeared. Instead, It was replaced by a strange and unpredictable sword light. Wherever the sword light passed, the concept of wind quickly spread out. In the sky, the bright finger light seemed to be under great resistance, and its speed slowed down little by little. An inexplicable power filled the void, and it kept breaking down the bright finger light. "What's going on? What happened?" everyone exclaimed. They could not understand, but the experts frowned tightly. "This is a concept." The blue-robed swordsman looked at the sky, and his eyes emitted a shocking light. Duan Wuqing snorted coldly. He also felt the concept of wind. In the sky, the bright finger light quickly became smaller, and finally it disappeared between heaven and earth. His astonishing means had stunned everyone. "Concept of wind. I didn't expect this to be your true strength." Duan Wuqing's expression was gloomy. "I really underestimated you." "What? Concept of wind?" Everyone was shocked and looked at Lin Xian in horror. Yundua's mouth was also slightly open, and she was very surprised. A martial artist who could comprehend a concept was definitely a genius. Lin Xian actually comprehended the concept of wind at such a young age. He was a genius among geniuses. Now Yunduo knew why Lord Ironhand wanted Lin Xian to participate in the tea garden gathering. It was because Lin Xian's talent and strength were not inferior to Lord Wuqing. It was ridiculous that he had warned him not to make a move. Yunduo smiled bitterly. The disciples of the Yin Mountain sect looked at Lin Xian in horror, and they felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, they did not help Luoyang at that time. Otherwise, they would be the unlucky ones now. Even their senior brother, Luoyang, did not comprehend a concept. They could imagine how abnormal Lin Xian's talent was. "You are very strong, but it is not enough to defeat me." Duan Wuqing was very confident. At this moment, a surge of spiritual energy was released from his body, stirring up the wind and clouds. "I will let you see the true power of the star finger." Chapter 434. Everyone was shocked. It was hard to imagine that the power was not Lord Wuqing's full strength. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Duan Wuqing did not look like he was lying. "Let me see your Duan clan's secret technique." Lin Xian was surrounded by the concept of wind. His black hair was like a waterfall, fluttering in the wind. "The first move of the star finger, void dimension," he pointed out with his finger, and a bright light flashed and disappeared between heaven and earth. Everyone was shocked and looked at each other. They could not see the finger light at all, let alone feel it. Lin Xian frowned deeply. In the next moment, his expression changed slightly. His body flashed quickly as he performed an extreme movement technique. A sword-like finger light instantly pierced through his shadow and quickly disappeared. What? It merged into the void? How can he dodge it? No wonder Lord Wuqing is so confident. Is this the true power of the star finger? The Blue Mountain swordsman also took a deep breath as he stared at Lin Xian's figure. He was also a little afraid of the Duan clan's star finger. "I wonder how this kid is going to dodge it?" Lin Xian was shocked. The star finger was indeed beyond his expectations. Its effect was similar to his concept of wind, which could merge into the wind. Moreover, what surprised him was that he could not accurately lock onto it in his soul. The star finger's speed was extremely fast. Even the slightest mistake could lead to a misjudgment. "Since I can't dodge it, then I won't waste it." Lin Xian stopped abruptly and swung his long sword. Sword patterns that looked like willow branches circled around his body. Returning wind whisking willow sword. Many green patterns of sword chi surrounded Lin Xian. These sword chi had merged with the concept of wind. Its power was far beyond normal. It seemed to have changed the surrounding space. Boom! The star finger appeared instantly and collided with the defense, creating countless sparks. Chi! Chi! Countless waves appeared on the sword screen. Many sharp sword chi shot out from the sword screen and slashed toward the star finger. Lin Xian used himself as bait to draw out the unpredictable finger light. Then, he used the concept of wind to defend himself before using the great dragon sword intent to destroy it. This series of actions happened in an instant, So when everyone came back to their senses, Starfinger had already disappeared. What? He actually blocked it. Duan Wuqing was stunned. This move was the killing move of the Starfinger. It came and went without a trace, and could kill people without leaving a trace. It was far from comparable to the previous few fingers. However, this killing move was easily blocked by Lin Xian. This made him feel unreal. Impossible. This must be a coincidence. Duan Wuqing did not believe it. He flicked his fingers continuously, shooting out rays of finger light one after another. Divine radiance lit up the sky, illuminating all directions as it rushed towards Lin Xian with a biting cold killing intent. This scene made everyone tremble. That aura seemed to be able to pierce through heaven and earth. However, this time, Lin Xian faced it head-on. The spiritual energy in his body revolved, and the concept of wind was pushed to the extreme. At the same time, the absolute star sword slashed out streaks of sword light, all of which contained terrifying sword intent. Boom! The void trembled as the finger light was split into two and dissipated in the sky. Chi-chi. Another two finger lights disappeared. The sword energy was unstoppable. Lin Xian was like a sword god. Every sword had an unpredictable power, causing the star finger light to disappear. No, this is not the concept of wind. Duan Wuqing looked at the sky with an ugly expression. This attack power, could it be sword intent? Impossible. He already has the concept of wind. How can he have sword intent? Duan Wuqing did not believe it, because it was simply impossible. He had never heard of a person having two concepts. In the distance, the blue-robed swordsman also stood up suddenly. The table in front of him was cut in half by the invisible sword energy. At this moment, he was even more surprised than Duan Wuqing. Sword intent. He actually comprehended sword intent. The blue-robed swordsman's eyes bloomed with sword light, and a shocking aura rose from his body. He had comprehended sword intent, so he could clearly feel Lin Xian's sword intent. Hearing the blue-robed swordsman's words, everyone exclaimed. Sword intent was extremely difficult to comprehend in the concept. Once comprehended, the attack power would increase exponentially. That's not right. Didn't that kid comprehend the concept of wind? Why did it become sword intent? Yeah, could that swordsman have sensed it wrong? How could it be? Do you know who he is? He is Qiu Si Hai from the Star Ocean sect. How could he have sensed it wrong? Hearing this, everyone was silent. Lin Xian actually comprehended two types of concepts. This talent was also too terrifying. Duan Wuqing's expression was even more unsightly. Who is this kid? How can he comprehend two concepts? He was extremely jealous. As a core disciple of the Duan family, he did not comprehend concepts. But Lin Xian, an unknown brat, actually comprehended two kinds of concepts. This made him feel a strong sense of defeat. No, I can't admit defeat. How about comprehending concepts? My cultivation is far higher than his. I can't lose. Duan Wuqing gritted his teeth and said. At the same time, the aura in his body surged, burning with the blue flame. He used the star finger again, and it was like a dragon roaring in the air. 3,000 lightning haste. A sword chi was like thunder, containing a terrifying sword intent, slashing towards the void. This sword was abnormally violent. It was as if divine lightning had struck the ground and destroyed everything. At the same time, Lin Xian used the illusory demonic steps, increasing his speed to the limit, instantly arriving in front of Duan Wuqing. Phantom sword. Lin Xian changed his sword technique again. The sword chi was illusory, slashing in all directions. Duan Wuqing's expression changed. This sword chi made him feel a strong sense of danger. His fingers moved, and an arc of light flew out, forming a half-moon attack in front of him. However, the phantom sword was illusory and had an illusion attack. Duan Wuqing could not distinguish it at all, and was instantly hit by the two sword chi. In the next moment, he was sent flying. Although he had activated his defensive armor at the first moment, the terrifying sword chi still caused his blood to churn. Impossible. This is impossible. He can actually resist my star finger. Duan Wuqing could not accept this. Who was he? He was a core disciple of the Duan family, and his cultivation was at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. Lin Xian was only at the mid-harmonious spirit realm, and there was a gap of 2 realms between them. One should know that the gap between the harmonious spirit realm was huge, and the difference between each realm was like heaven and earth. Unless one was a peerless genius or had a powerful weapon, then it was possible to fight across realms. Even then, it was only possible to fight across one realm. But Lin Xian was able to fight across 2 realms, and he even had the upper hand. This was too shocking. Even if he had sword intent, it was still impossible. Duan Wuqing looked at Lin Xian, his eyes full of shock and unwillingness. There's no need to fight anymore. You've lost. Lin Xian put away the star extinction sword and said in a deep voice, "What did you say? You're only temporarily in the lead. I haven't used all my strength yet." Duan Wuqing gritted his teeth and said he could not accept this result. Moreover, Lin Xian's attitude made him even angrier. Lin Xian shook his head. "I've already held back just now. If we continue, you'll be seriously injured." Everyone exclaimed. Lin Xian's strength was already terrifying enough, but he still held back. Chapter 435. Lin Xian was right. He had only used part of his sword intent, which was only at the minor accomplishment level. Even so, Duan Wuqing couldn't bear it anymore. Moreover, Lin Xian's sword intent had reached 70%. If he used all of it, he could instantly kill Duan Wuqing. One should know that Lin Xian had killed 2 spirit transformation experts. Duan Wuqing didn't know this. In his opinion, Lin Xian's words were too arrogant. "Brat, I will let you know that the disciples of the Duan clan are not to be humiliated." Duan Wuqing's spirit energy surged. However, Lin Xian's speed was faster. The Wind Emperor's sword arrived in front of Duan Wuqing in a flash. Star point. Duan Wuqing's right hand shot out a finger light. His left hand was also raised high, slapping toward Lin Xian. The bright jade palm was also one of the secret arts of the Duan clan. The 2 ultimate techniques attacked Lin Xian at the same time. Divine light filled the sky. The jade palm covered the sky. The air was mercilessly torn apart. This kind of attack was enough to kill any harmonious spirit expert. However, Lin Xian's Wind Emperor's sword was a combination of 2 great intents. Its power was beyond Duan Wuqing's understanding. The sword energy swept across. Duan Wuqing was sent flying again. Everyone was stunned. Their minds were blank. The disciples of the Duan clan exclaimed and ran toward Duan Wuqing. "Brat, you dare to injure a disciple of the Duan clan. You are finished. No one can save you." Duan Tianlang's face was ferocious. "Shut up," Duan Wuqing shouted coldly. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up with difficulty. "I am not a sore loser. You are very strong. You have won." Young Master Wu Qing, whose name shook the entire desolate Flame City, had actually lost. It wouldn't take long for the entire desolate Flame City to know. "Thank you." Lin Xian cupped his fists and said. He didn't have any enmity with Duan Wuqing. This was just a competition. His goal was to become famous in the desolate Flame City. Lin Xian shifted his gaze from Duan Wuqing to the Blue Mountain Swordsman. Everyone was stunned. Does he want to continue the challenge? As expected, Lin Xian said in a low voice, "Can we fight?" "I couldn't ask for more." Blue Mountain Swordsman Qiu Sihai stood up, and his aura surrounded him like a saber light. Unlike Lord Wu Qing's carefree aura, Qiu Sihai's aura was extremely sharp, like a heavenly blade that could cut through everything. This was saber intent, an indestructible saber intent. Feeling this aura, Lin Xian's eyes flashed, and he also activated a shocking sword intent. However, he still only used a portion of his sword intent and controlled it at the minor accomplishment realm. "Take this." Qiu Sihai didn't talk nonsense. The long saber behind him clanged, and the sharp saber instantly slashed towards Lin Xian. An aura as heavy as a mountain, but not lacking in sharpness, instantly enveloped Lin Xian. The void buzzed as if it was about to break open at any moment. Everyone held their breaths as they couldn't withstand such an aura. Even a peak harmonious spirit warrior wouldn't be able to escape from such an attack. Pulling out the Star Extinction Sword, Lin Xian took the opportunity to attack. The sword light was like thunder, violent and domineering. The saber and sword collided, shaking the earth and the whole tea garden. In the next moment, the sword chi and saber light both disappeared in the sky. It's on par with my saber intent. Qiu Sihai looked dignified. Minor accomplishment saber intent, not bad. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Among all the warriors he knew, except for Lin Feng's sword intent, Qiu Sihai's saber intent was the strongest. Let's use our strongest attack to determine the winner, Qiu Sihai said in a deep voice. For swordsmen like them who had comprehended sword intent, their attacks were extremely sharp, and they could often determine the winner in 1 or 2 moves. All right. Lin Xian didn't want to waste any more time. Splitting Mountain Wave. Qiu Sihai condensed all the spiritual energy in his body and slashed out a stunning saber. The minor accomplishment saber intent surged in the sky, as if it was going to split the sky in half. The dazzling saber light mercilessly fell, covering half of the tea garden. 3,000 lightning haste. Unification shocking heaven. The lightning flashed and condensed into a silver lightning, like the 9 heavens thunder crashing down. Boom. The lightning suddenly appeared, the mountains and rivers were shattered, and this attack moved all directions. At this moment, all the warriors frantically retreated, fearing that they would be involved in this violent force. Qiu Sihai was surrounded by the saber, like a god of death. The next moment, his face changed dramatically. Not good. This sword intent has exceeded the minor accomplishment realm. He was shocked that the opponent's sword intent had surpassed his. The terrifying sword intent was vast and mighty, making him a little breathless. In an instant, he was shrouded in sword light. Not good. Qiu Sihai is going to lose. In the distance, Duan Wuqing's eyes flashed, and his heart was bitter again. Lin Xian's aura at this moment was stronger than when he was fighting with him. What did this mean? This meant that Lin Xian did not use all his strength when fighting with him. Thinking of this, a sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. Qiu Sihai, who was in the middle of the sword light, was even more uncomfortable. His whole body was shrouded in sword light, and he could not move at all. At this moment, fear rose in his heart. As a disciple of Xinghai sect, he was respected more. He had comprehended a rare saber intent and did not put anyone in his eyes. But now, he knew how small he was and what it meant to be strong. Lin Xian's sword intent made him feel a sense of despair. This is a peerless genius, Qiu Sihai thought bitterly. This feeling was like facing the peerless genius of the sect. Am I going to die? He gave up resisting. However, in the next moment, the sword light disappeared as if it had never appeared. What? Qiu Sihai was shocked and suddenly looked up. He saw Lin Xian slowly sheathing the Star of Extinction sword back into its scabbard and standing with his hands behind his back. He could actually withdraw his sword intent at will. Qiu Sihai was shocked. He found that Lin Xian was stronger than he imagined. Thank you for showing mercy. Qiu Sihai landed and said with a trace of gratitude. Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. A powerful genius like Qiu Sihai actually said such words to Lin Xian. Shock. Absolute shock. Lin Xian was a peerless genius. Compared to him, Duan Wuqing and Qiu Sihai were much more ordinary. As expected, Lin Xian would be the topic of discussion in Desolate Flame City for the next few days. Thank you for letting me win, Lin Xian said. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He knew that he had achieved the condition of being famous in Desolate Flame City. You are strong, but you are not the strongest I have seen, Qiu Sihai said in a deep voice. There are a few monsters in Xinghai sect. Their talent and strength are definitely not inferior to yours. I really hope to see a battle between you two. Xinghai sect, Lin Yuxuan repeated. Listening to Qiu Sihai's tone, there was another peerless genius in Xinghai sect. Don't doubt it, Qiu Sihai said. Although I am strong in the outside world, I am not even in the top 10 in Xinghai sect. Not even in the top 10? Everyone was shocked. They knew very little about the top forces. They only knew that the disciples inside were all experts among experts. However, they never thought that Qiu Sihai would not even be in the top 10. Chapter 436. Don't worry, I think we'll meet in the Azure Dragon Gathering sooner or later. Azure Dragon Gathering. Qiu Sihai's body trembled slightly, and Duan Wuqing's eyes lit up. Sure enough, a genius like Lin Xian wouldn't miss out on the Azure Dragon Gathering. Goodbye. We'll meet again if we have the chance. Lin Xian smiled indifferently and then floated away. Lin Xian, wait for me. In the crowd, Yun Duo followed behind Lin Xian with a red face, and the two quickly disappeared, leaving the tea garden. Barren Flame City. The city was unusually lively these days, and Lin Xian's matter had already spread. Everyone was shocked. Still shocked. Great Banner Mansion. Iron Hand looked at Lin Xian in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. You really didn't let me down. I'll take you to the headquarters, and then you can participate in the Azure Dragon Gathering selection battle. Thank you, Lord Iron Hand. Lin Xian was happy. But there's one thing I need to remind you. Iron Hand said in a deep voice, although you defeated Duan Wuqing and Qiu Sihai, it doesn't mean you can participate in the Azure Dragon Gathering. You should know that even Duan Wuqing and Qiu Sihai aren't qualified to participate in the selection battle. Lin Xian was slightly stunned. He didn't expect the Azure Dragon Gathering's qualification battle to be so high that even Duan Wuqing and Qiu Sihai weren't qualified. It seemed that the experts of the Dragon Star Kingdom were much stronger than he had imagined. Thank you, Senior, for reminding me. I'll work hard. Lin Xian said respectfully. Actually, if you're willing to stay in Great Banner Sect, you can participate in the next Azure Dragon Gathering. With your talent, there won't be many who can be your opponent in the next Azure Dragon Gathering. Iron Hand slowly said. When he found out that Lin Xian had actually comprehended two types of intent realms, he became fond of talent and wanted to take Lin Xian into his sect. Thank you, Senior, for your kindness, but I still want to seize this opportunity. Lin Xian's attitude was firm. He wasn't afraid of the selection battle, but more excited. Firstly, when he fought against Qiu Sihai and Duan Wuqing, he only used about half of his strength. Moreover, he still had the Evil King's crystal, which could help him reach the late harmonious spirit realm in a short time. At that time, even if he encountered a cultivator at the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm, he would have the confidence to fight. All right, it's up to you. Iron Arms didn't say anything else. He knew that geniuses were all prideful. If Lin Xian didn't hit a wall, he probably wouldn't be satisfied. In the following days, Lin Xian temporarily settled down and cultivated diligently every day. Other than absorbing the energy within the crystals, he would also try to comprehend the illusory demon step whenever he had the time. The effect of this earth-tier martial art far exceeded his expectations. That day at the battle in the tea garden, he had only grasped a bit of it, but that speed had already surpassed his previous dragon inverse steps. If he could reach the small success stage, his speed would surpass the majority of spirit transformation realm warriors. The days of cultivation passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had been here for a month. During this period of time, he had successfully broken through to the late middle spirit realm by absorbing the energy within the Evil King's crystal. Moreover, his illusory demon step had also made great progress. Although he hadn't reached the small success stage yet, he wasn't far from it. On this day, Iron Arms summoned Lin Xian once again. Let's go. Follow me to the headquarters. Lin Xian nodded and followed behind Iron Arms. He hid his late harmonious spirit realm cultivation base, making himself appear as a mid-harmonious spirit realm cultivator. He did this to preserve his strength, and also to not attract the attention of others. Otherwise, reaching the late harmonious spirit realm in just a month was too terrifying and would definitely attract the attention of others. He didn't want to be captured and studied like a lab rat. Lin Xian was very successful in hiding. Even Iron Arms didn't notice him. The two boarded the bronze chariot. 3 ferocious roaring flood dragons soared into the sky and disappeared from desolate Flame City. Seeing that the day of the Azure Dragon Association was approaching, all the forces became active. This was the golden age of the younger generation. It was not only related to one's reputation, but also the fate of the sect. Because the Azure Dragon True Chi from the Azure Dragon Association was not only magical for the individual, but also for the sect that the participant was from. Therefore, preparing for the Azure Dragon Association was not only a matter for the younger generation, but also for the entire sect. There were 6 top forces in the Dragon Star country. Each force was given 5 quotas to participate in the Azure Dragon Association. 5 spots were simply too few. One had to know that there were at least hundreds of thousands of people in a top force and countless genius disciples. However, even so, there were only 5 spots. When Lin Xian heard this news, he took a deep breath. 5 quotas. No wonder Iron Arms was so cautious and wanted to test his strength first. For a giant like the Great Flag Sect, there must be a lot of genius disciples. If Lin Xian didn't have enough strength, he would only become a laughingstock. Even now, Iron Arms didn't have too much hope. He still hoped that Lin Xian would be able to participate in the next Azure Dragon Association. The headquarters of the Great Flag Sect was in Longxing Country's Yong County. The 3 flood dragons were 8th-grade demonic beasts, and their strength was comparable to a spirit transformation realm expert. Even so, it took them 5 days to reach Yong County. The loud roar of the flood dragons resounded in all directions. The 3 flood dragons quickly rushed toward a group of magnificent buildings. Lord Iron Arms is back. The warriors below exclaimed when they saw the flood dragons and the bronze chariot in the sky. Not long after, a group of warriors gathered below. Each of them had a powerful aura. The weakest was at the mid-harmonious spirit realm, while the strongest was at the spirit transformation realm. These people all looked at the sky with a respectful expression. "Welcome, Lord Iron Arms," a group of people said respectfully. The 3 flood dragons stopped in the sky, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. The door of the bronze chariot opened and Iron Arms slowly walked out. Lin Xian followed closely behind. The warriors below looked at the sky and were shocked. Who is that kid? How can he stay beside Lord Iron Arms? Moreover, when they sensed that Lin Xian was only at the mid-harmonious spirit realm, they were even more confused. But even so, no one dared to ask. "I came back to do one thing, and that is the Azure Dragon Association selection." Iron Arms strolled in the sky, his voice spreading in all directions. "Inform them that the selection will begin in 10 days. "Yes," the crowd below replied. "Also, this is Lin Xian. From now on, he will also be a member of the Great Flag Sect. He will also participate in the Azure Dragon Association selection." Qing Shan, bring Lin Xian to rest. "Yes, Lord," a slightly fat youth replied. "Well, I can only help you to this extent. Whether you can participate in the Azure Dragon Association will depend on your strength." Iron Arms turned to Lin Xian and said, Chapter 437. Not long after, the whole Great Flag Sect knew that Lord Ironhand had brought back a young man who was going to participate in the selection. "Do you know that the kid I saw that day was only at the mid-harmonious spirit realm?" "Mid-harmonious spirit realm? He has the nerve to participate in the selection?" "I don't know. Is it related to Lord Ironhand? Did he go through the back door?" Someone was doubtful. "Impossible. Lord Ironhand is the most impartial person. Even if he went through the back door, it would be useless. Otherwise, even if he passed the selection, he would still be ridiculed in the Azure Dragon Assembly." Everyone shook their heads. They couldn't understand why Lord Ironhand would recommend a mid-harmonious spirit realm kid to participate. "Have you heard the news from Desolate Flame City? That kid called Lin Xian defeated Xiao Sihai and Duan Wuqing, even though he is only at the mid-harmonious spirit realm. Defeated Xiao Sihai and Duan Wuqing." Everyone was surprised. They knew these 2 people. Even though they weren't top geniuses, they were still experts. A mid-harmonious spirit realm warrior was able to defeat these 2 people. It was enough to prove that he was extraordinary. It seems like this kid has the strength of a peak harmonious spirit realm warrior. I also heard that this kid has mastered 2 types of intent realm. They are the intent realm of wind and the intent realm of sword. "What? 2 types of intent realm?" Everyone exclaimed. This news was too shocking. Comprehending two types of intent realm was even rarer than challenging someone who was at a higher level. If one had a powerful treasure, it was possible to challenge someone who was at a higher level. However, comprehending two types of intent realm wasn't something that anyone could do. Even an ordinary genius wouldn't be able to do it. I didn't expect this kid to be a peerless genius despite his ordinary appearance. However, even though he is strong, it is still too difficult for him to get a spot. There are only 5 spots in the selection, and we have a lot of monstrous geniuses here. Indeed, the top few disciples in Great Flag Sect were all geniuses who could kill spirit transformation realm warriors. Therefore, even though Lin Xian was a monstrous genius, no one was optimistic about him. Looking at his age, he is only 17 or 18 years old. I think Lord Ironhand wants to train him well. With his talent, he will definitely be able to participate in the next Azure Dragon Assembly. Moreover, he has comprehended 2 types of intent realm. I think he will be able to enter the top 100. Everyone nodded, feeling more and more that this was the case. The Azure Dragon Society was held once every 10 years. 10 years later, Lin Xian would only be 27 or 28 years old, so he would definitely be able to participate. Everyone agreed that Lin Xian was chosen as a seeded player for the next generation. Lin Xian smiled faintly when he heard the news. He didn't try to explain himself. Everything would be clear once the names were announced. However, during the few days that he stayed in Daki Sect, he welcomed an acquaintance. "Brother Lin, it really is you. I didn't think we'd meet again." Yi Qianqing strode in. "Brother Yi, long time no see." Lin Xian greeted him with a smile. "Brother Lin, are you really going to participate in the competition?" Yi Qianqing asked. When he first heard about it, he didn't believe it either. When they first met, Lin Xian's strength was almost the same as his, but a few days ago, there was news that Lin Xian had defeated Qiu Sihai and Duan Wuqing. This made him very surprised. After all, every advancement in the harmonious spirit realm was very difficult and required time to accumulate. However, Lin Xian seemed to have broken this understanding. What made him even more shocked was that Lin Xian wanted to participate in the competition. One should know that Daki Sect was a top power with countless geniuses. The top 10 core disciples were even more powerful than Duan Wuqing. Seeing Lin Xian nodding, Yi Qianqing sighed. "Brother Yi, why don't you tell me who is going to participate in the competition?" "All right," Yi Qianqing said slowly. "There are a total of 10 people who will participate in the competition. They are the top 10 core disciples of Daki Sect. These people were all at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. 2 of them had already reached the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. Moreover, these people had the strength to fight against a spirit transformation realm warrior. The top few monstrous geniuses could even kill a spirit transformation realm warrior." Lin Xian was slightly surprised. He realized that the top 10 core disciples were about the same level as him. Now that he had broken through to the late harmonious spirit realm, it shouldn't be too difficult to fight for a spot. "But Brother Lin, if you really want to participate, you must be careful of 2 people," Yi Qianqing said. "Oh, the 2 at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm? Not all of them. One of them is Ouyang Kuan. He is the number 1 core disciple. His cultivation is at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm, but he can easily kill a spirit transformation realm warrior. The other one is Hua Fei, who is ranked number 7. She specializes in soul attacks and is very strange." Ouyang Kuan, Hua Fei. Lin Xian silently memorized these 2, and then asked for some information about the others. After sending Yi Qianqing away, Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. After hearing this news, he realized that these core disciples were definitely geniuses. Fortunately, he had broken through to the late harmonious spirit realm. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with these people. 10 days passed quickly. During this period of time, Lin Xian had completely consolidated his late harmonious spirit realm cultivation. The competition for the Azure Dragon Society's quota had also begun. The Great Banner Sect was bustling with noise and excitement on this day. All the disciples had gathered, and most of the sect elders had also arrived. Lin Xian followed Yi Qianqing to the square. Looking at the dense crowd, he felt a trace of excitement in his heart. As long as he obtained the quota for the Azure Dragon Society, he could participate in the Azure Dragon Society. When he obtained the True Dragon Chi, he would be able to know the location of the Great Dragon Sword. Brother Lin, those people are the top 10 core disciples, Yi Qianqing said. Lin Xian looked over and saw 10 figures standing proudly in the crowd. These people wore iron-blooded battle robes and had a strong aura. That person is Ouyang Kuan, Yi Qianqing whispered. A person stood in front of the core disciples. His appearance was ordinary, but his eyes were like lightning, like a dormant beast. Ouyang Kuan is 30 years old this year. He participated in the last Azure Dragon Society, so he has a lot of experience. You've participated in it once? Lin Xian was astonished as he observed Ouyang Kuan carefully. Yes, 10 years ago, Ouyang Kuan participated, but he was still young and didn't get a good result. The arrogant figure felt Lin Xian's gaze and silently turned his head. His gaze was like a divine light, piercing through the void. When he saw Lin Xian, he was still expressionless and quickly turned his head. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. This person's aura was very strong. Also, that girl with the dimples, she is Hua Fei. She is only 18 years old this year, but she has reached the peak of the harmonious spirit realm, and it is said that her soul has reached the level of a 4-star inscription master. 4-star inscription master? Lin Xian was astonished. These days, he had never stopped cultivating his soul force, so strictly speaking, his soul had reached the level of a 4-star inscription master. This time, before Lin Xian could look over, the girl with the dimples had already looked over. Chapter 438. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. Such a strong soul force, worthy of being a core disciple. At this moment, Iron Arm stood up and said in a deep voice, "This is the Azure Dragon Society. There are only 5 spots for the challenge. There are 11 participants, and the top 5 will be qualified. Moreover, the first place will receive an additional reward. This reward may affect the ranking of the Azure Dragon Society. A reward that can affect the ranking of the Azure Dragon Society." The crowd exclaimed, including the core disciples. Their eyes shone brightly as they trembled with excitement. No matter what, they had to give it their all. Ouyang Kuan, who was at the front, revealed a smile. In his opinion, the first place would be his, and the special reward would also be his. All right, let's cut to the chase. Lin Xian, you can come up. Hearing this, Lin Xian's body flashed and appeared in the middle of the square in an instant. Such a good movement skill. The Daki sect's elder nodded slightly. For a moment, all eyes fell on Lin Xian. The top 10 core disciples stared at Lin Xian with different expressions. The top few disciples had a playful smile on their faces. They didn't put Lin Xian in their eyes. On the other hand, the core disciples at the bottom of the rankings were somewhat worried. Originally, they did not put Lin Xian in their eyes. However, when they saw Lin Xian's movement skill, they became vigilant in their hearts. That speed made them shudder with fear and trepidation. All right, let the competition begin. In the middle of the square, 11 young warriors were competing for the 5 spots. Each of them had to fight 10 rounds to determine the top 5. The referee was a white-bearded old man, a late-stage flower spirit warrior. This kind of cultivation was completely above everyone else, allowing him to control the competition well. The first match was Lin Xian's. His opponent was the 8th-ranked core disciple. Han Jun. Han Jun's cultivation was at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm, but his aura was much stronger than Qiu Sihai and Duan Wuqing. I heard that you defeated Qiu Sihai and Duan Wuqing? Han Jun sneered. I advise you to admit defeat. Those two can't be compared to me. Whether or not we can compete, we'll know after the battle, Lin Xian said in a low voice. Good boy, you're really arrogant. Take this. Han Jun shouted coldly, and his body floated out. Battle Wolf Divine Fist. His fist swung out like the howl of a demonic wolf, carrying with it a ruthless aura. The wind from his fists whistled, shaking the surroundings. Han Jun was right. He was not someone Duan Wuqing and the others could compare to. Using the Battle Wolf Fist technique, he could probably defeat Duan Wuqing within 10 moves. However, Lin Xian's strength was far beyond his imagination. Within the violent fist shadows, Lin Xian's body was erratic. Like a willow catkin swaying in the wind, it brushed past the shadows of the fists, but remained unscathed every time. What exquisite footwork! On the high platform, all the elders nodded and exclaimed, "This little guy is not simple. He can remain undefeated in the innate realm with just this movement technique." Sure enough, after dozens of moves, Han Jun did not even manage to touch the corner of Lin Xian's clothes. Damn it! Han Jun's face was gloomy. He felt embarrassed that he could not hit a mid-harmonious spirit brat. Wolf fighting in the wild. The shadows of the fists turned into hundreds of green shadow battle wolves, filling the entire arena. Each of the battle wolves had the strength to kill a peak harmonious spirit realm warrior. The shadows of the wolves pounced on Lin Xian, looking ferocious and terrifying. However, Lin Xian only swung his sword once and destroyed all of the attacks. Small success sword intent. The news is true. Everyone felt the shocking sword intent and started to discuss among themselves. Small success sword intent. So what? Watch my green wolf swallows the moon. Han Jun exerted all of his spirit energy and condensed the shadow of a green wolf behind him. Wind Emperor's sword. A shocking sword light flashed, like a flash of lightning. The sharp sword chi instantly pierced through the shadow of the green wolf. Han Jun's face turned pale. He trembled and retreated 10 steps, looking at Lin Xian in horror. What a sharp sword intent! Lin Xian could have easily killed him with that sword strike. If it wasn't for the competition, he would have died long ago. The winner is Lin Xian. The referee elder announced the result quickly. Everyone was shocked. The result was out of their expectation. Even though Lin Xian was rumored to be a god, it was still unreal for him to defeat Han Jun so easily. Among the core disciples, the last 5 disciples were all nervous. Even the few in front had a trace of caution. Lin Xian's strength was out of their expectation. Perhaps only Ouyang Kuan and the others could remain calm. Sure enough, in the next match, Lin Xian's strength once again confirmed everyone's thoughts. The last 5 core disciples were no match for him, and he won with ease. Ouyang Kuan's performance was even more amazing. Even the second place, Yin Ming, was defeated by him within 30 moves. It seems like Ouyang Kuan will be the champion this time. Yeah, but I don't think the other 5 spots will be theirs. I think Hua Fei will get one of the spots. Her soul attack is too strange. That Lin Xian is not bad either. He is strong. Master Taisho is amazing to be able to find such a talented young man. Hey look, Hua Fei and Lin Xian are fighting. On the stage, Hua Fei was cute and witty. She had 2 dimples on her face, making her look like a little girl next door. However, if someone really treated her like a little girl next door, then they would be wrong. Hee hee, let me see how strong a genius like you is. Hua Fei picked up a harp and gently played it. Ding dong. A pleasant sound rang out, intoxicating everyone. However, this music contained a strange soul attack. Ordinary harmonious spirit realm warriors would be unlucky if they were caught off guard. Even a spirit transformation realm warrior would have to be careful when facing this kind of attack. However, Lin Xian was not worried. He was also an expert in soul force. With light steps, he quickly dodged the curved attacks. At the same time, he used the phantom sword art to form a phantom sword formation. Hey, he actually resisted Hua Fei's soul attack. This kid is too strong. The crowd exclaimed. Hua Fei was also surprised. Her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. You are also a soul cultivator. Her small mouth was slightly open. Her fingers that were playing the harp paused for a moment. However, this gap was seized by Lin Xian. His phantom sword formed a strange attack and slashed at Hua Fei. Humph! Hua Fei humphed. Her fingers moved and beautiful music was heard. Her spirit energy vibrated and quickly condensed. Shadows of sacred birds and sacred beasts appeared on the stage, dancing with the sound of the harp. Harmony of Zither Dao. It seems like Hua Fei is going to use her ultimate skill. Lin Xian frowned. He felt a sense of danger from these phantoms. Sword Chi soared to the sky. The great dragon sword intent let out a deep dragon roar. Terrifying sword light flashed in all directions. Ding! Hua Fei's fingers paused. One of the strings on her harp broke. This harp was a mid-grade spirit rank treasure. It was very powerful. Moreover, the strings were made from the tendons of 8th grade demonic beasts. They were very elastic and impossible to break. There was only one reason why it broke, and that was because it was cut by Lin Xian's sword intent. Lin Xian wins. The referee elder announced. Humph. Chapter 439. I didn't expect that even Hua Fei would lose. This Lin Xian is really amazing. Everyone exclaimed and looked at Lin Xian with a hint of awe. This was a world where the strong were respected. The stronger Lin Xian was, the more awe these people would have. The competition continued and Hua Fei went up again. This time, her opponent was Ouyangkuan. In the last competition, Hua Fei's harp had a broken string, so she didn't use her harp this time. Instead, she used a jade flute. Obviously, this jade flute was also a mid-grade spiritual treasure. Melodies that sounded like they were telling the tale of death slowly flowed and reverberated in the arena. Ouyangkuan's face was expressionless. He stretched out his hand and slammed it down. Spiritual energy surged and the sky seemed to be torn apart. A huge purple stone tablet fell from the sky and suppressed the surroundings. The entire arena trembled violently and the sad tune was broken. Hua Fei was sent flying out of the arena. The winner is Ouyangkuan. The judge saw that Hua Fei was only sent flying and wasn't injured. He let out a sigh of relief. No wonder he's the #1 core disciple. He's still so strong. He broke the soul attack in one move. Yeah, first place is definitely senior brother Ouyangkuan. Everyone was talking and looking at Ouyangkuan with admiration. Ouyangkuan didn't have any expression about his victory. His opponents weren't these people, but the powerhouses of the Azure Dragon Association. For example, the chief disciples of the other 5 top factions. As for the rest, he didn't care at all. Lin Xian looked at Ouyangkuan in shock. To be honest, Ouyangkuan's strength was beyond his expectations. Moreover, that move was very violent. Even an early-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator wouldn't dare to take it head-on. However, he was able to control his strength very well and only sent Hua Fei flying. This kind of method was indeed terrifying. Moreover, this person's aura had an inexplicable power. He should have comprehended a domain, but he didn't know what kind of domain it was. Shaking his head, Lin Xian didn't go up. He thought that he would know when he met him. Next, everyone took turns to go up. As the number of matches increased, the strength of each contestant was clearly displayed before everyone. The core disciples ranked in the bottom 5 lost more than they won. They were already out of luck with the 5 spots of the Azure Dragon Association. However, these people did not give up. They treated every match seriously and gave it their all. From this point, it could be seen that they were different from ordinary cultivators. They would not give up on themselves just because they had lost their quota this time. Those who had the ability to fight for a spot were the core disciples ranked at the top. Of course, there were 2 exceptions. One of them was the cute girl, Hua Fei. She relied on her strange soul power to rush to the front. The other person was Lin Xian. His domineering display also made everyone gasp in amazement. Moreover, Lin Xian and Ouyangkuan were the 2 martial artists who had yet to lose. Fuck, this Lin Xian is too terrifying. He hasn't lost yet. What's the big deal? He hasn't met a real expert yet. I'm guessing that if he meets Ouyangkuan or Zhuiyang, he'll lose for sure. That being said, it was indeed surprising that he could reach such a level at his age. The focus of everyone's discussion was Lin Xian, the dark horse. Look, Lin Xian's opponent is Zhuiyang. Zhuiyang was at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm. He was ranked 2nd among the core disciples. Brat, your undefeated streak ends here. Zhuiyang drew out a blood-red long blade. He was very unhappy that he had lost to Ouyangkuan just now. Now, Lin Xian, a mid-harmonious spirit brat, was able to maintain his undefeated streak. This made him even angrier. Therefore, he immediately used his ultimate skill, the Broken Sun Saber art. The blood-red blade light slashed through the void. It was like a broken sun, bringing with it a sense of desolation. He used his secret art right away. It seems like Zhuang is going to get angry. Sigh. It's Lin Xian's bad luck to have come across Zhuang. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. They instinctively thought that Lin Xian would lose. There was no other way. Zhuang's cultivation was 3 levels higher than Lin Xian's. The gap between them was too big. Moreover, the Savage Sun Blade art was a high-rank spirit art. Its power was incomparable. Therefore, no one was optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. However, many of the elders on the viewing platform were slightly interested in this. I wonder if this kid has any other secret arts. If he doesn't, I'm afraid he will lose. The blood-red sun shone in all directions. The terrifying blade light swept across the stage. A sense of desolation spread out. The sky was dyed blood-red. Facing such a sharp blade art, Lin Xian quickly used the phantom illusion. No, he dodged while waving his star extinction sword. Every strike was aimed at the weakest part of the blade light. Therefore, even though the entire stage was filled with blade energy, the area 10 meters in front of Lin Xian was very safe. Good eyesight. He can find the flaw in every strike. Iron Arms nodded slightly. However, Zhuang was very shocked. He had practiced the Savage Sun Blade art to the great completion realm. It was very difficult for warriors of the same level to find his flaw. However, a mid-harmonious spirit brat was able to find his weakness every time. He found it hard to believe. He didn't believe that it was luck. What kind of heaven-defying luck could accurately find his flaw every time? No matter what, he had to be the first to attack. He had to use his secret art and win with an overwhelming victory. Blood Sun Intent. Savage Sun like blood. A savage sun appeared behind Zhuang's back and quickly merged with the blade. He swung his blade. The blood-red blade light was shocking. It fell down like a river of blood, covering the entire stage. Blood Sun Intent. Zhuang is using his intent. It seems like the battle is about to end. Facing the Blood Sun Intent, Lin Xian used the Wind Intent at the first moment. The void fluctuated. Spiritual chi condensed and turned into a tornado, sweeping across the stage. The blood-red blade light hit the tornado, creating a thunderous sound that shook the heaven and earth. What? He blocked the Blood Sun Intent? Everyone exclaimed. So what if he blocked it? My Blood Sun Intent has already surpassed the minor completion realm. Zhuang shouted and waved his long blade. The 100-meter-long blood-red blade light fell again. The airwaves in the air were like a tsunami, rolling to both sides. The blade light completely covered Lin Xian. However, in the Wind Intent, a shocking sword intent rushed to the sky. The sword light flickered and surged in all directions. The terrifying sword chi cut the Blood Sun Intent in half. Suddenly, Zhuang's body trembled and he quickly retreated. A stream of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The 3 forces collided with each other. The entire stage fell into a violent energy storm. What's the result? The crowd couldn't wait to look at the stage. However, the stage was covered by the energy storm. Suddenly, the late spirit realm judge frowned. He stretched out both of his hands and pulled with force. Asterisk chi, asterisk the terrifying energy storm that covered the stage was torn apart. He waved his sleeve. The violent energy swept across the sky and the stage returned to normal. Chapter 440. On the stage, Zhuang was half kneeling on the ground with a long blade in his hand. His hair was disheveled, and he was in a sorry state. The blood on the corner of his mouth was very eye-catching. What? Zhuang lost? This is impossible. The crowd couldn't believe it. Zhuang was the genius ranked second among the core disciples. His cultivation had reached the peak of harmonious spirit realm. No one could defeat him except for Ouyang Kuan. Who would have thought that he would be defeated by Lin Xian? For a moment, Lin Xian became the focus of everyone's discussion. Moreover, many people were comparing him with Ouyang Kuan. With Lin Xian's current record, he was almost certain to get a spot. Moreover, he had yet to be defeated. The first place of this challenge would be between him and Ouyang Kuan. Ouyang Kuan turned his head and looked at Lin Xian with a trace of contempt in his eyes. Too weak, so weak that he couldn't arouse his interest. As a former participant of the Azure Dragon Association, Ouyang Kuan was far superior to Zui Yang and the others in terms of cultivation and experience. In the eyes of the crowd, Lin Xian was a monstrous genius. However, in his eyes, Lin Xian was ordinary because he had seen too many monstrous geniuses in the Azure Dragon Association. The competition continued until the last 5 spots were decided. The top 3 core disciples had all obtained a spot. The remaining 2 were Gue Huafei and Lin Xian. Iron Hand looked at Lin Xian and pondered. To be honest, he just wanted to let Lin Xian run into a wall and accumulate experience so that he could participate in the next Azure Dragon Association. However, he didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. Not only did he obtain a spot, but he also defeated the second-ranked Wei Yang. This kind of talent was rarely seen in his life. I wonder how he will fare against Ouyang Kuan. Will he be able to win? Iron Hand didn't know why, but a trace of expectation rose in his heart. When this thought came to his mind, even he was shocked. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. This was obviously impossible. Ouyang Kuan's strength was far beyond Lin Xian's. In the arena, Lin Xian and Ouyang Kuan stood on opposite sides. They were about to enter the final round. Everyone held their breaths and watched quietly. Although they knew that Lin Xian had no chance of winning, they still retained a trace of hope in their hearts. Brat, you're not bad. I feel like I'm looking at my past self in you. Ouyang Kuan spoke for the first time, and his voice was as firm as a boulder. With your aptitude, you should have a great chance of entering the next Azure Dragon Society, he said in the tone of an elder. Thank you, senior apprentice brother Ouyang. Lin Xian smiled. However, we cultivators must seize every moment. I'm not sure if I'll participate in the next tournament, but this time, I'll definitely shine with my own brilliance. Arrogant and ignorant. Ouyang Kuan snorted. There are countless geniuses more monstrous than you in the Azure Dragon Assembly. Looks like you won't wake up until I show you some true strength. As he spoke, he stretched out his 5 fingers, and streaks of purple chi spread out from his fingertips. Universe Devil Suppressing Hand. The purple palm fell, and the spirit chi in the sky vibrated, forming a huge vortex. The purple palm fell from the sky, suppressing Lin Xian. The purple palm was like a real mountain, and it fell quickly. Boom! The arena trembled, and it was forcefully pressed down by 3 feet. Lin Xian used the illusory demonic steps and quickly dodged the attack. However, before he could react, Ouyang Kuan had already arrived beside him. His right leg swept out like a dragon emerging from the sea. Bang! A dull sound echoed in the arena. In a moment of desperation, Lin Xian quickly used the silver thunder body and forcefully kicked. Lin Xian's terrifying power forced him back. Lin Xian's fall left a deep gash in the arena. He slid all the way to the edge of the arena. After the attack, Ouyang Kuan stood with his hands behind his back and spoke calmly. Do you see that? This is the difference between us. The crowd exclaimed. They didn't expect Ouyang Kuan to push Lin Xian back in 2 moves. It seemed that Ouyang Kuan was indeed powerful, suppressing so many geniuses. Lin Xian shook his numb palms, and his eyes shone with a shocking light. The kick just now had indeed made him suffer, but he was excited. It had been a long time since he met such an opponent who could make his blood boil. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile, as expected of someone who participated in the previous Azure Dragon Society. You're indeed powerful. An opponent like you is worthy of my full strength. Lin Xian's words caused an uproar. Many people were puzzled. Could it be that this kid had some kind of trump card? However, more people thought that Lin Xian was bragging and was just trying to save some face. Iron Arms also frowned. He couldn't guess what kind of trump card Lin Xian had. Ouyang Kuan sneered. No matter what kind of trump card you have, you can't win against me. Is that so? Lin Xian smiled, and his hands quickly formed a seal. Release the seal. A slight sound came from his body, and suddenly, a vast aura rushed out. This is? Late harmonious spirit realm. Everyone widened their eyes. He actually hid his cultivation. This is too terrifying. Many people went crazy. Lin Xian was able to remain undefeated after hiding his cultivation level. If it wasn't for Ouyang Kuan, they wouldn't have known that Lin Xian was actually a late harmonious spirit realm cultivator. Zui Yang and the others looked at the arena, their faces burning. They had always thought of themselves as geniuses, and they didn't put anyone in their eyes. However, they never thought that they would be defeated by Lin Xian. Moreover, Lin Xian had suppressed his cultivation level to fight them. He actually hid his cultivation level. Iron Arms was also surprised. Even with his cultivation level and eyesight, he couldn't see Lin Xian's hidden cultivation level. This kid is interesting. Maybe he can create some surprises. On the arena, Ouyang Kuan looked at Lin Xian with a dignified expression. It's useless. Even if you are at the peak of the harmonious spirit realm, you still can't win against me, let alone a late harmonious spirit realm cultivator. Now, it's time to end this. His voice was still echoing, but his figure still appeared in front of Lin Xian. A purple light bloomed on his body, dancing like a divine flame. His 5 fingers turned into a claw, grabbing at Lin Xian's throat. Lin Xian quickly retreated, and at the same time, he unsheathed his star extinction sword. The sword hilt quickly hit the purple palm, creating a clanging sound. Then, Lin Xian held the long sword and slashed out. The sword light was fleeting, silently stabbing at Ouyang Kuan's shoulder. This sword attack combined the great dragon sword intent and the concept of wind. Not only was it sharp, but it was also extremely fast. In a flash, Ouyang Kuan's spirit energy defense was cut open. However, Ouyang Kuan's strength was extraordinary. His shoulders shook, and at the same time, he used his fingers like a knife and quickly cut the sword. The long sword vibrated, creating a strange sword light in the air. With a tearing sound, a corner of Ouyang Kuan's iron blood battle robe was cut off. What? He almost injured Brother Ouyang. The crowd below exclaimed. Many people only saw the corner of the robe falling, but they couldn't see the trajectory of the sword and Ouyang Kuan's movements. Only Zui Yang and a few others could see it clearly. On the high platform, the elders of the Great Flag sect narrowed their eyes. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.